tapped into a viral video a lot of you have probably already seen other creators talk about. Even feminists hate this clip because it holds a mirror up to them. I'm gonna break it down right now, but not the way you have seen it done on YouTube so far. This time, I'm gonna use something called behavioral contrast and status frame analysis, so you can finally see the true identity behind a woman's words. I want you to pay close attention because her statements might sound normal at first, but when we apply those lenses, you'll start noticing things most men completely miss. And missing these things are single-handedly ruining men's lives and their children's upbringing. So lock in, let's start with the very first clip.
What men are not thinking about when you are upset about a woman that you're choosing is that we ultimately want to submit to the leadership of our partner. Most women want to be soft in their homes. Most women want to be led by their partner, especially feminine women. Let me not say most women. Feminine women want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now. Masculine men want to lead. Well, this is the thing. If I'm making all the decisions for the household, because I don't question where my rent is going to come from. I have a call, like all the things you just said, I'm like, oh, I did that 15 years ago. You know, so the conversations are a little bit different. And I feel like if you have to juggle between how am I going to put food in my fridge, gas in my car, and also pay my rent on time. Because at a time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago, and that's no longer my story. So if that's your story, great. Go be with somebody that has that similar story. Go be with somebody else.
That's the extreme.
Oh, there we go. All right, y'all. We are about to have a very riveting conversation about Sarah Fontenot. I keep saying the name wrong. And I wanted to have her on also, but she has laryngitis and she's been doing a lot of speaking or whatever. So I called her and she can't really pull up. But this is a conversation that so many people have been having on social media, and I want to just like dive into it. Okay, so let's start with what Sarah just said there. So shout out to Sarah, and y'all introduce yourselves first, and then we'll get started.
Ladies first.
I'm Shauna. That's it.
All right, shout out to Shauna.
Yeah.
I'm Dar McPherson. I'm an influencer. I make content. I just leave it at that. Most people know who I am. I think that's watching this video.
Yeah. That's what's up. So the first question, Sarah just said, I was at one point in my life where, I didn't have this, I didn't have that, but now I'm over here. So why would I be dating a man that is where I used to be versus where I am now? That is the first sentiment she shared. And from an evolution standpoint, because I think this conversation is more about men evolving and women evolving. And in my opinion, women don't make more money than men, but it seems like women want to make more money than men want to make more money. Like, as an example, something that she brought up on the show, and we'll get into that later, is that she said she's not around. She doesn't know anybody that makes $70,000 a year. Right. And everybody's like, oh, my God, you don't know teachers. You don't know plumbers. And she was like, no, I don't know teachers and I don't know plumbers. Like, fuck are you talking about? Right. So I'm in the same circles as she is. Right. And in all honesty, the millionaires, and I'm not lying, I'm not joking when I say I'm in the same circles as she, and the majority of them are millionaires. Do y'all know who Alex Hermosi is? The built white guy who keep coming up with all this social media stuff. This man just made the Guinness World Book of Records for selling the most books or some shit. Right? The man is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And I would never
You
ask
mean
them because
billions
we're
of dollars.
billions of dollars. Yeah, billions. So it's like he just came out with his book and he's just like up all night. I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do this, I gotta sell these books, right? And sometimes, and I'll never ask them in a group chat because I'll look like an idiot. But a lot of the dudes in the group chat I'm in, that Sarah is in also, these niggas driving Lamborghinis every day. They millionaires, hundred millionaires, not 10 millionaires, 100 millionaires. And they still be in a group chat, just all active, like, yo, I just came out with this. I just did this. And sometimes, even with Alex Hormozy, he's not in the group chat, but I'm just using him as an example. I'd be like, yo, why do y'all want to make so much money? but this is the type of men and women, because there's a lot of women in there too, that I am around, that Sarah is around. So they are at $100 million, $200 million, and they still doing courses. They're still doing this. They're still doing commercials. They're still coming up with different ideas. Like another example, Nas is a billionaire because he invested in crypto and I think Uber at an early point. And he's about to start a casino in Vegas. And it's just like, bro, what is you doing? Go sit down somewhere. So there's a mentality on the other side where men are making billions of dollars and they still be up all night trying to figure out how to make another billion, while there are men on the other side, the 40, 50, 60, $70,000 a year men, that are saying to themselves like, yo, I'm happy with my $70,000 a year. Why do you want me to make more? And the women be like, huh? So it's not that women are just overshadowing men and making more money than men. Women seem to have more aspirations than the average man. What are y'all thoughts on that?
I'll let her go first if you want to.
Okay, well, starting back with what she first said, I mean, I'm not in those circles.
Mhm.
I'm not there. So I'm
Yeah,
more around the teachers and plumbers, so to speak.
yeah,
So
yeah.
for me, I'm okay dating teachers and plumbers. That's not a
Mm-hmm.
problem. If I were to be approached by um somebody from these circles that you say that you're in, that would be awesome. That would be great. But I'm okay dating on my level. I'm okay dating within my tax bracket. That I have no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
If that man's making 70, you know, a year, that's amazing. To me, I don't know. That's amazing. The men that I come across, that's just not happening. Like I live in a military town. And maybe I'm just a small time type of girl.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this conversation is out of my league. Who knows? But
No, it's
if
not. It's not. I wanted your perspective.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, yeah.
she's also in a different tax bracket. So if she's saying that she wants to date within, what she deserves or her level, so to speak, then I'm not against that. I'm not in that level, so I'm not going to tell her, "Hey, you should stoop down to, dating a bus driver because there's not that many good men and the percentage of this and the percentage of that." Like, I mean, I would say, yeah, date within your level. I mean, look at Jill Scott, look at Mary J. Blige. Like they dated men that were not in their tax bracket, right? And now they're paying
Mm-hmm.
alimony to those men. So I
Halle
would say,
Berry too.
I've been married before, and
Mm-hmm.
we both took what was ours. I mean, that was it. I mean, there needed to be. We didn't need to have like oh well, I did well. We didn't have any children either, so
Mm-hmm.
that does make a big difference. But I mean, going back to the topic at hand, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with staying within your tax bracket. I just don't. I think it becomes a problem when women like me are like, oh, well, I deserve this and I need me a future type of dude or a Drake type of dude. And it's just like, are you making Drake money? Are you making future money? Or, what makes you think you deserve that? You know what I'm saying? Like, And we know
Women
that
are
if a,
hypergamous.
say it again.
Women are hypergamous, right? No,
I mean,
isn't it in your nature to want
to date up.
not the
So
best, not a Drake, but somebody that is
this is
better,
true.
higher? Yeah.
This is true, but some don't qualify for that. Let's just be real. Like, if you're not keeping up with your body, you don't have the look, you don't have the like.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a certain aesthetic that comes with that. Those men
Mm-hmm.
that want to be full providers, they want to come home to the best of the best. We know this, so it's just
Mm-hmm.
like if you want to be a part of that lifestyle, then there's a lot of sacrifices you're gonna have to go through with that. And a lot of those men are known to cheat, and a lot
Everybody
a lot
cheats.
a lot of those women have to let them cheat in peace as well too.
That part. So everybody cheats. Women cheat. Men
No,
cheat.
everybody does not cheat.
Eh, Okay, I don't mean everybody. I mean every group cheats.
Okay,
Broke
gotcha.
women cheat. Hood rats cheat. Cheat.
Okay,
The, the
gotcha.
the the real housewives, who live in the suburbs and rich households cheat. Right? They have sex with the pool guy. The broke dude cheats. The rich dude cheats. The dude who has the little dick dude cheats. Everybody cheats, and because women be saying that, like, how you know what I'm saying? Women be talking. So every group cheats, whether you're broke, stupid, dumb, rich, successful. Everybody cheats. Now, every human, no, but everybody, every group cheats. So the difference is what you just said. With the rich guy or the accomplished guy, you're going to have to let him keep cheating if you catch him, or you're going to have to ignore when you catch him, instead of, you can't be like, who the fuck did it? Because where you going to go?
I'm not saying
Yeah.
all rich guys cheat. I'm not saying that, but
Yeah.
in most cases, they like, you're replaceable. So get with it or get lost.
Well, isn't that the whole point of life, to be irreplaceable in some aspect? Like,
Yeah.
I know where I'm irreplaceable at. Like, as an example, I called Sarah to see if she wanted to be on the show, right? And she was like, I'm at my doctor's appointment. I have, what is it called when you lose your voice or whatever? Because she's been speaking or whatever, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm just trying to get some antibiotics. I jumped into like father mode. She's not my girl or whatever, but I just jumped in father mode and say, it might be inflammation, it might be mucus, it might be da 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 da. And she's like, oh, ask the doctor this, da da da. I just jumped into that mode of fathering, right? And she really appreciated that, right? And that's kind of like one of the aspects of me that makes me irreplaceable, because the average man is not that present when it comes to stuff like that. I got grown daughters, so when it comes to my daughters going to the doctor, I'll be wanting to go to the doctor with them so I can talk to the doctor, so I can talk to the dentist. So when a woman that I care about, I'm not with, I don't date, I'm not dating Sarah, we just cool, but I care about Sarah. So I jump into caring mode, right? A lot of guys aren't like that. So there's certain aspects of me where I can tell that is irreplaceable, but we have to have those aspects. And as you can see, it wasn't money, right? And I do this with people I care about. So I practice this. So I don't hold it for like my wife. I just do this on a normal basis. I just have this type of, aspect about me. And it's hard to replace when it comes to a woman just going to another man acting like that. He's not going to act like that. But that's what we are supposed to achieve. That's what makes somebody want to be with us. We're special because of this. No, this is not always money.
Well, in this
Go on.
conversation, it was obviously about money. There was nothing about character, any of the things that a woman should be looking for in a man that deem him suitable to be a husband, a leader. They even conflated leadership with the earning level or income level solely. It was just
It
so
is
blatant.
leadership.
Well, I
It's
disagree.
leadership. You can't earn this certain amount of money without having a certain higher level of leadership. No? Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
what about the reverse? Does money
What's
make you?
reverse?
Does money make you? Does
money make you a leader. And I would argue
No,
against and I would
The
argue against the
idea,
fact there's a
hold on,
lot
the
of
idea,
there's a lot of
let me
rich
answer,
people that can't lead. Do we
let me
agree with that?
no, I do not agree with
You don't believe you can make a lot of money. You can come up off a lot of money and not be a leader.
Let me say this. It's how you made the money, because anybody can go to college
That's why
and
there's
get a good
context.
job and make a lot of money. So from
Everybody
a
can hit the lottery,
contextual
everybody can become a drug
standpoint,
dealer.
right, you could hit a lottery, right? So contextually, I agree. But in the context in which we're speaking, we're talking about men who make more money, and we're entrepreneurs, and then we're on social media, right? And what she said was, I'm in these circles and I'm not around men who make this kind of money versus that kind of money, right? And on top of that, she did say, I was over here at a younger age and now I'm over here, which she evolved at. So what she searches for is leadership mixed in with money. Because the thing about it is, what does you being a leader but you not making any money help you do? And I'm not saying it's crazy to say that, but what's the purpose if you're this great leader but you ain't making no money? What are you using your leadership abilities to do?
Well, and I think that's a loaded question when you say
Shout out to wifey.
I think that's a loaded question when you use terms like any money and no money. Or when they were referring to guys who make $70,000. If you ask me, that's money. It might not be the money that person making, but that doesn't just because you don't make as much as the person that you're partnering with doesn't absolve you from having any leadership qualities. And those women were adamant about that. They were drawing so much contrast between that it just seemed foul. And my thing about this 70K, you're not around people who earn 70,000. How do you reconcile the fact that you're an entrepreneur and you run multiple businesses and companies? Who are you employing? You have to be able to employ entry level up into director level or even CEO level. And if you ask me, a lot of those levels start around, depending on the industry, around 40, 50K up to 250 to 300,000. So the notion that you're not around them alone, just based off of the organization you run, was illogical. And secondly, we have to compensate for the fact that you run into people. The average person makes 50,000. I get it. You're not connected with them. They're not in your circle. They're not in your private WhatsApp or Facebook group. But to say that you don't run up on an attractive man in Walmart, or you don't drop your son off at the barbershop, or you don't just a pedestrian is beyond me. It's diabolical. And the thing
She doesn't want to date a pedestrian.
Listen, I'm just using the term that's just more relatable. But
Shauna not wanting to date a pedestrian. Like I don't.
Okay,
I'm just saying, like,
if it triggers you, I can change the word. But I think you understand what I'm saying because you're an intelligent person. But Shauna mentioned something about, and I like how she framed it, but it kind of lost me a little bit, and I just had to ask the question. She said that 70K is fine, and she wouldn't mind dating a guy that makes more than that. If a guy that makes 200,000, 300,000 run up on you, you're not going to say, "Oh no, I can't date you. I'm in a 70K lane, or I'm in a 70K tax bracket. You're out of my league. You can't lead me because you make more." But my question is in reverse: what if you were the 250K and he was the 70K? Would you still have the same sentiment?
Because that was the actual conversation, Shauna. Because we're going to play a little bit more of it, but go ahead.
Because I would argue, and you don't got to answer, I would argue that if a woman should expand the more money you make as a woman, you should just expand your options. Your options should not expand off of the money you make. Your options are supposed to expand off of the quality of you, your character, your personality, what you can add, how you can be a helpment to a man, your beauty, your elegance, your femininity expands your options to these men, not your money. And that's where the problem was. That's why I was picking it apart so much. I was like, that, how does a woman today say that, oh, if I earn an extra 50,000, I can have this man? And the man that's listening to you say that, like, that's not how it works.
Who said that?
That is what I've been gathering from the video.
The woman did not say, if I earn an extra 50,000, I can get this man.
Okay. It wasn't verbatim.
Logic,
but if
though.
you hear somebody say, hey, look,
hold on.
If you hear somebody say,
wait.
I now make 300K, I'm in this lane, what does that tell you?
Video. Hold on. Let me play the video. And then I want to go to, we're going to have this conversation with Shauna. Hold on. Let me play the video because to catch her up.
He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles.
All right, hold on. Let's start over. Here we go. And everybody in the chat, drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. And hit the like button if you have not already. All right, check this out. Yo, the other day I did a video about this.
Both make 500K a year. A man comes along, he's making 70K. He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No.
Do you put him on?
No.
Because a lot.
And just in case y'all missed the part, you make 300,000. Yo, the other day I did a video about this.
Both make 500K a year. A man comes along.
You make 500K a year. That is the conversation. All right. He brought that up. Just keep that in mind. Shout out to my guy, Doc. He brought that up, y'all. She didn't bring this up. This was a anecdotal conversation that Doc brought up. So a man brought this up. He said the woman makes 500K.
He's making 70K. He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No.
Do you put him on?
No.
Because a lot of y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men.
I would rather be single. This is the thing.
Wow.
And I received over 200 comments shaming her and insulting her. And I asked myself, why are modern men shaming and insulting this woman for saying she doesn't want an average man? Because that's literally what she's saying. She wants an above average man. Didn't Kevin Samuels blow up by telling a woman that she's average?
I really just wanted some advice. I love your
I'm giving you advice, but you're not taking it. The advice is, ma'am, you're average looking at best.
I'm taking it in, but
So in a situation with Sarah, she's essentially saying you're average earning at best. And it's nothing wrong with that. You just have to get an average looking woman because you are an average earning man. So I'll stop right there. So Shauna, that is the full context or more context to what the whole conversation was about. So you make $300,000, $500,000 a year, and your lifestyle is of a $500,000 earning woman. Would you date a man that makes $70,000 as the teacher or the plumber, or like what you were saying?
Honestly, I don't know, because I feel like I would be in these different spaces, but for the sake of the conversation, I probably would want to date a little bit closer to what I make. I mean, he wouldn't have to make 500,000, but 70 is, you know what I'm saying? I would feel like I would be kind of taking care of things. I'd probably be coming out my pocket for a lot. The conversation, what he said was, would you put him on and would you help him out and stuff? Sure, I'll put him on. I'll help him out. I, get him to where he need to be. And then, when we were closer, then we could date. I mean, I'm open to friends. I would definitely put him on. What's the problem with that?
Well, let me
all right.
I think.
Hold on. I thought you was finished. Keep on.
So I think what scared me from that is experiences, watching other people's experiences. So for me, I went through life watching other men and women's experiences in life and learning from that. And I've seen too many women that have got the fixer upper man, and then it's always
the Build-A-Bear man.
Right. So I'm scared to do that. And I even did that a little bit in my 20s. You know what I'm saying? I always, on a lower level, I chose the guys that didn't have a job, didn't have a car, lived at home with their mom. Well, okay, let me put them on. Let me put in resumes for them. Let me do this. Let me do that. And then it always blew up in my face. So
Yep.
I feel like maybe having that man as a friend, putting him on, and then when we're in the same, we're a little bit closer, sure. But for the sake of the conversation, probably not. I probably would not if I was in her boat. That's why I said I
Thank
respect
you.
what
Okay, you
Thank
answer
you
that
so
same question. Can you ask her to answer that same question
Mhm.
without injecting her anecdotal subjective experience? Because what I like to do is I like to
Huh?
answer questions, or I like to make content on probability and outcomes. What's actually happened more often. But if I
Wait.
bottleneck,
Let me just ask a question. Respectfully, why can't you just respect what she said? Why do you want her to change her entire formulation of a freaking question or whatever, or her, calling it anecdotal instead of just saying, "Oh, okay, I respect your opinion," because at the
Or
end of the day,
my
that
thought
is the
process
actual.
had I not went through these experiences.
Yeah, and she
okay,
said
so the
that.
reason
So it
why
has to be hold on, dog. So it has to be anecdotal because she doesn't make $500,000 a year. But the anecdotal side is literally what I just said, what they are talking about. So how can you not
well if you
make it anecdotal when they made it anecdotal? We didn't do that. I literally said that did this. Sarah didn't
I
do this. Doc brought this up. So the whole conversation is anecdotal. Go ahead.
I can understand that. I'm a very observant man. I'm very intelligent and reading the room and listening to how conversations are formatted. I know that it was
Yeah.
anecdotal questions, but I was just curious if the answer she had would change if she took subjectivity and anecdotal out of it. It just interests me because if she spoke from a position to where
No,
what if she spoke from a position to where, okay, I'm influencing most people, I'm not going to tell them to make
that's
decisions based off.
anecdotal.
Okay, well, you're not letting me
That's
finish. What I'm saying, if
But that's
it
anecdotal also. She's not influencing people. Shauna came up here and just said, I'm Shauna.
Well,
She's
here,
well,
hold
I
on.
don't think you understand what I'm trying to
Have to
say.
say
But
my full answer.
if
Go
you
ahead.
don't want to, if you don't want me to get the question off, just don't worry about it. We can move on. But what I'm trying to say is, let me just give you an understanding why I try to get away from anecdotal situations. I don't mind
You
listening to
just
them.
made it
What
re-anecdotal.
are you gonna let me finish with my thought?
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to get to you, and Trav, he's been in discussions with, I think Mr. Lego been in discussion with, but what we tend to do is, as influencers, as people who are responsible for thousands of people making critical decisions in their life,
That
we
is the
try.
anecdotal part. She said, I am not an influencer. I'm just Shauna. So she's speaking non-anecdotally
I
by
understand
saying,
that. I don't know why you're
I
trying to get me
don't
to
make
understand
this
that.
type of money.
Shauna,
So I
on the
will date
record,
that
I
other guy.
understand why you answered from anecdotal. I understand it. I don't think I need to keep stressing the fact that I understand it.
I get you. I understand.
Okay, so now that you know that I understand that, all I'm doing is saying I'm interested
Hmm.
in hearing your thoughts. If you spoke to outcomes and probability based on data, which is what we typically do as influencers. And not saying you're an influencer, but I don't think you can. I don't think you have to shut your mind off the possibility that if you were an influencer in this scenario,
Okay.
how would you deliver a message based on
Anecdotally.
this specific topic?
Wait. Sorry. You said, how would I deliver a message based on what?
If you knew that thousands of people
Uh-huh.
were listening and they're making decisions based off every word you make, would you give them advice based off of an anecdotal situation, or would you give them advice based on probability and data driven statistics on how to get the outcome they want?
Yeah, if I was an influencer and I knew that people were hanging on to my word, I would probably give my answer based off of statistics. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I was saying,
Um,
because
Let me address the comment
okay,
where
go ahead.
somebody said that 70K isn't a Build-A-Bear man. I don't think that is. I just want to let y'all know, like, we were speaking to an example. If I was making 500K, that's way different.
Right.
I don't make nowhere near no 500K. So a man making 70K is damn near a millionaire to me. Okay, that's a lot.
I had one more
About
question.
what type of men
Well,
that are
let
me.
her finish.
Okay,
Oh
so
yeah, I was
I
just
just
letting
want
her
to
know I had
address
one
that
more question.
comment because that's yeah. I didn't say that. I was saying that if there's a woman that makes 500 $100,000 compared to a 70K man. And then based off what the man said, saying, oh, well, you know, would you help him out? Would you put him on? And she said no. And she said no again. I would help him out. I would put him on. As a friend, I would help him out. And
As a friend.
Now,
yes,
now,
as a
now,
friend.
and you finished, right? I didn't want.
Yes,
I want
sorry.
Miss Lego to tone, please. All right. So look, let's just say, what if I told you that the data shows that the likelihood is very high for women or men, it doesn't matter, who dates a person who makes extremely lower. For this specific example, if you made 500K and the man that you were interested in, and he was interested in you, you discover he was a $70,000 HVAC guy. The data shows that the likelihood of that relationship succeeding off the strength that you would use y'all would combine resources and elevate him into a position where he can run his own HVAC company or organization is high, and the relationship has a high rate of success. Would you have a difference in opinion on this? Because I think that your preference is off the experiences you've seen with other women go through, and they end up having alimony. I think you listed some celebrities and stuff. If they tell you there's a high likelihood that you put this man on and he can end up making 500K, hell, $1 million, based off of combined income, would you have a different sentiment?
Absolutely. And I would, yeah,
and that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But prenups would be involved. That's
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm team prenups.
I'm team prenup with you too, sister. Love it.
That's it.
So, hold on. Let me introduce you, Trev. I'm trying to introduce you, brother. So, shout out to my guy, Trev Smooth. So, introduce yourself. This is my guy.
Hey, what's happening? Appreciate the invite. I'm Trev Smooth. You can call me Smooth, whatever, doesn't matter. I am an influencer who has opinions. I'll keep it like that. And I definitely had some thoughts on what the situation was. If you want me to wait, that's fine. Or if you want me to express my
oh no, jump in. You good? I just want you to introduce yourself first.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Appreciate you. All right, so I'll say this. If this were a standalone clip, then I would have came to one or two conclusions. Either one, she is, and I'm talking about Dr. Sarah in this case, I would have thought that she was completely out of touch on who or what her audience is. That would be one. Or that she is an ineffective communicator, because you can be highly educated, you can have an expansive vocabulary and still be an ineffective communicator. Now, I wouldn't say that's the case, only because I understand her work as a totality. I'm very familiar with her, and I actually agree with many of her points. But to some people who may have seen this clip at the first time, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they came to that conclusion. I feel like in this particular clip, she ostracized men and alienated and just invalidated men, right? And that's the perception, right? And again,
can you explain invalidated?
Invalidated. Okay, so and
not the word, but how she invalidated the men.
Sure, absolutely. Now, I'm going to refer to the bell curve, whereas most men are always going to be average. There are elites. There are some people who are far below. And then most of us, the majority of people, no matter what time you've ever looked at in history, there's always been a mass amount of average people. And most people, when they hear that, okay, I don't make $70,000 a year, I'm inadequate. And she correlated the 70,000 to the leadership. That was the one misstep I think she made in her communication, even though I don't think that she meant that, but that's what the average consumer would realize that take as. And that's the problem. That's why I say it was a misstep, a miscommunication. In my opinion, I think that she normally would do better than that. And from what I've seen, has done better in that, but she made a tremendous misstep by correlating leadership to dollar signs.
Okay, so I can't speak for her. She's not here, but it's not my point to speak for her. But to not even to play devil's advocate, because I kind of agree with her, because me and Darwin just had a back and forth about this. Leadership is directly in congruency with the amount of money you make, with the contextual side of you being a business owner and you're leading people. You can make a lot of money and just work at a job. But from a contextual standpoint, because that's what we're talking about, the two women on the show, along with the entrepreneur that, you know, she said she's in circles with, we are using our brains to make money and we don't have jobs, which means there is a lot of idiosyncrasies that require a higher level of leadership. So do you understand the context of what she was trying to say when it comes to leadership? Like, what, money and leadership are synonymous with each other in this context?
They could be in that context, but if you look at shout out to my homeboy Jay, who just he's served in the military, and he knows, like anybody else who has served, that is the hub of leadership, right? I think that very few people would disagree that is
what, military?
the most. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
For as far as leadership is concerned.
Yeah.
And when you take that into consideration, their salaries, it doesn't reflect what she is talking about. So that would directly.
But it can reflect
on that.
And most of the time, it does reflect. Can we agree this? Most of the time, the best leader makes the most money.
No,
We
cannot agree with that. We would have to substantiate that, because there's data easily we can bring into this conversation to make a sound judgment in this, instead of just running with an opinion about it. Because that's a very critical piece that the audience is going to digest, because we don't want them to run with the fact that, compensation is strongly linked to your leadership skills or your ability to lead. No, it's prowess. It's your ability to maintain authority and control and reach an outcome, a mission or whatever. And a lot of times that if the average earner doesn't even make over 50,000, it's mathematically logical to even just agree that the average leader makes 50,000. But that doesn't mean that because he's surprised. It doesn't make them better. What makes you better is not your compensation. What makes you better is your overall skills and and depending on the industry you are in. Because I would argue that you have to cross-reference it to the type of industry, because some industries only go ahead.
You use the word prowess. I'm just trying to ask. Prowess usually has results, no?
Yeah, it does have results. It sets you apart from other people. But the money doesn't set you apart
from other people. It's usually the money.
Well, listen, this is all
just
I'm saying.
Right.
All I'm saying is, you take 5 guys and you put a line in front of them and you say, hey, the best leader step forward. I'm saying it's not always going to be the person that has the most money. It's going to be the person who gets the best results.
But it's usually the person that has the most money, because the results are the money. You keep saying the word results. Well, no,
the money that you put in your pocket is the money you earn. You can sit in you could sit as a data analyst and make 200 to 300,000 up under a leader.
We're talking about entrepreneurship.
Right, but it doesn't. But I'm just saying it's very conflated and it's misleading, because you're conflating leadership with the amount you earn, and doesn't necessarily mean that. What about a leader who works in security, home security? That the leader might be a regional manager and he only makes 70,000.
With the context, you're trying to anecdotally pull yourself out of this. Pause. The context is entrepreneur / leader / money. We're not talking about a data analyst. We're literally talking about what she is talking about. We could play more of the video, but that is what we're talking about. You're trying to pull it out of what it actually is.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Trail?
You're wrong, because
am I wrong?
She said 70K. She didn't say 70K entrepreneur.
No, the person making 500 is an entrepreneur dating a person that makes 70K.
Right, I get it.
So
The
so Darwin,
entrepreneur
well,
that makes 500,000 is the person that is making 500,000. And because of that, the person is like, yo, I want somebody that has the leadership skills that would represent what a person that makes 200,000 would make. Leadership is synonymous with money. We already
let's check.
agreed that you can be a data analyst and make 200,000. Yes, but sometimes you don't. But the conversation, this one, because sometimes it's like this, sometimes it's like that. But in this conversation, we're talking about the entrepreneur that makes 500,000. So there is all easily in understanding that the person that is the better leader usually makes the more money. And that is the reason why she added leadership to money.
So
that's all I'm saying.
I really feel like that there's no issue with her having a preference if she has put in the work. She said she put in all the work, right? That for the attributes that she thinks a man wants, and the results will be the determining factor if that works or not, and that's fine. She's completely entitled to that.
Keyword
There's nothing
results.
wrong with that.
Right.
And any woman who desires that, if they feel like they can go ahead and get it and they put in the work to be able to obtain it, there's nothing wrong with it. My sheer issue with this whole thing is the correlation between the money and leadership, only because the way that the people will interpret it, right? And based on your comments and why we're doing this video right now, you realize that the general
men.
Yeah, the general public receive this a certain way. So then we have to be careful as influencers, creators, whatever you want to call us, as to how we communicate to people and how they're going to receive it. Our thoughts are our thoughts, but we have to be very careful on delivery and how it's going to be taken into society. They obviously disagree, right? And they obviously felt the way. So that was my complaint is not what she prefers. She's absolutely entitled to her preference, but her delivery was wrong based on your results, based on why you felt the need to do this video right now. You realize that the average person obviously received it not so good, right? It was not a good idea to say it that way. She didn't convey the message well, and that's all. That's my only issue with it is the messaging, because people are going to take her messages because they see her as an authority. They respect what it is that she does. She has the word doctor in front of her name when she's introduced, and all of that is great. But with great with
honorary,
great
she's not. She's honorary
with great authority. Okay, so but with that great authority, it becomes a responsibility for us, and how we deliver it, how people receive it matters, because that's how a lot of us are paid, right? And that's my whole gripe.
So Trev, I want to ask all three of y'all, Shauna also. Would you date an overweight woman?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay.
I can tell you. Well,
Darwin, would you date?
Okay.
No, just a question. Would you date a grossly overweight woman, Darwin?
So now he's gonna add grossly to mine. If you would have asked me the same question as Trev, I would have said yes. But now that you say grossly, no.
Okay. I got to say grossly because we're all overweight.
Why didn't you say grossly to Trev then?
I meant to say grossly to him too. Grossly means okay.
Grossly is very different than overweight, bro. Overweight can be just thick like Megan Thee Stallion.
You could be overweight. All of us can be right here overweight, versus our BMI. So grossly is, higher than normal.
Though, but carry on.
Yeah. So Shauna, would you date a grossly overweight man? And I don't mean 500 pounds. I mean, he's like 350 and he's like 5'9".
Yeah, I would.
You would? Okay. So Darwin, you said yes. No.
I said yes to overweight. I did not say yes to grossly overweight.
Gotcha. So y'all said no. And Trev, just think about this. Trev, as an influencer, just said Shauna would be a chubby chaser, right? So with this context, would you be invalidating my audience because the average Black woman is grossly overweight? So what is the difference between y'all saying you men, right, Shauna? Because you pulled yourself out of this. Because us men, because I wouldn't date an overweight woman either, right? So us three men, I'll include myself. Are we invalidating my audience by saying that we won't date the women in my audience because the average woman is 190, 200.
No. And the
Okay,
reason why
I'll take about 30 seconds. If you want to go first, Darwin, you could, but I got
I
about
was
30 seconds.
I'm just
of what
saying.
I would say.
Y'all
Go
doing the
ahead.
same shit
Trev,
that
go
she's
ahead.
doing.
I'll go after
Okay.
you.
All right. So, all right. Now I'll tell you the difference. I'm not going to be super long with it on this. So the difference is, if we don't have money, we can survive. We can still have a fruitful life. We can still have everything else that we need in life. If you are overweight, you're going to die. You are endangering your children of having a short. It's extremely likely you suffer from hypertension.
No.
Let go. I watched you on her tell people how bad it is to be
I
fat.
get
Like,
it, but we can't make. According to
but
what
you're gonna die if you're fat.
we
It's
can't
very
say
likely
a
you're
fat
gonna
person
die.
is gonna
It's
die.
dangerous. You're putting yourself at risk of diabetes, hypertension, every health issue possible. It's a part of wellness, and that's something that we all should strive to be, no matter
People
what.
who make
We all should be healthy.
$30,000 a year die faster than people who are overweight because of poverty.
Statistically, that's false.
Statistically, that's true.
People don't statistically die of
Poor
poverty.
people die faster than poverty. Kills people more than obesity.
No.
We're gonna have to screenshot that.
You're gonna have to draw the connection between what's actually the cause of death.
Overall, poverty kills people more than obesity.
So
Fat people stay alive just as long as the rest of us. But when you're in poverty, you end up being in impoverished impoverished, is that a word? I think impoverished neighborhoods. You die early because you're going to get robbed, shot, killed, or whatever. Like the food you eat, like you die earlier because you're in Come on, man. How many of y'all know all of my friends are either dead or in jail? They weren't fat. They were in impoverished neighborhoods. What are you talking about?
I think you're moving the goalposts now.
The friends I grew up with are dead or on drugs and about to die. So poverty kills more people than obesity.
That's purely anecdotal because
exactly. But let me try to answer the original question. I think you said the original question was, are we invalidating your audience by saying that we specifically wouldn't date a woman that's grossly overweight?
Like
and the reason why I say no is because we're talking anecdotally. Now, if we had said something on the lines of, you gotta, I think it's important that you let us finish a thought because the context dips and the people that's listening get disconnected every time you interrupt. But if I had said something along the lines of, hey, everybody listen, or no one should be dating, or it's bad to date a woman that's grossly overweight without giving any context. It only becomes invalidated in invalidation if most or overwhelmingly most of your audience was grossly overweight women looking for results or outcomes.
I'm letting you finish. I just want to
I just finished. Go ahead.
So before y'all go, this was an anecdotal question. And let's play it. The other day I did a video about this.
Both make $500K a year.
If you both make $500K a year, we don't know if Sarah makes $500K a year. He made this an anecdotal question.
A man comes along, he's making $70K.
A man comes along, he's making $70K. That is anecdotal.
He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No.
Do you put him on?
No.
Because a lot of y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men.
I would rather be single.
What are you talking about? It's the same shit.
Did you hear our response to it? We didn't respond in a way to where we were invalidating, or we spoke about her invalidating the audience. We spoke to her.
I
Can y'all
think
please explain the difference?
I see what you're saying.
Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, nobody's wrong, by the way. Like everybody's like, it's not like the two men. It's not like Trey or Trev. Is it Trev or Trev?
Yeah, you can say Trev.
It's not that Trev or Darwin. Y'all weren't disrespectful. Neither was she, though.
Thank you.
These are all preferences. This is what you want, what you desire. That doesn't bother me. I was just 90 pounds heavier, probably like a year or two ago. What y'all just said didn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I was on a panel just like this, and I was a good old 260. And I mean, what y'all said wouldn't have bothered me.
Yeah,
I'm on
but I don't
call,
think
so it
I
wouldn't
don't
have
think no one
I wouldn't
knows.
felt invalidated. I would
Hold on,
just
hold on,
know,
let's finish.
okay, I'm not their type, or I'm not their preference, and that doesn't bother
Right.
me. Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that. It's
Do
just like
y'all even know the problem we
that
had though?
speaking on they shouldn't feel away.
Hold on,
You
let
know
me
what I'm saying?
finish.
Just go for the women that want you. I would go for the men that want me. It's the same thing.
Right.
But do y'all know
So
the
go ahead,
problem
dog.
we had with what she said? It wasn't even what Mr. Lego was trying to paint it out to be. The problem I specifically had, because I got a video that just went viral on this. The problem I had with her statement is it was based off of her beliefs. She exposed to the fact that she was a Christian, God-fearing woman. She had biblical discipline and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you draw a
Okay.
parallel between her thought process and what God's principles, it is a disconnect.
What?
It is a disconnect.
At what part?
Because she said when
What
she said
part?
that she wouldn't date a man who earned less than her, and she also said she wouldn't even help him level up. But if you understand the concept
Fuck
in the Bible,
him.
if you understand the concept of what this ain't about a person, it's about her beliefs and her discipline, she said, and her
I'm
allegiance to
not
God.
helping a random ass person level up.
This is where you're losing it, Ms. Lego, because this is what I thought you would have spoke to our disagreement. She said she was a Christian woman who was disciplined to God's principles.
Okay.
If
What
you
the
read,
hell does that have to do with the anecdotal keyword anecdotal
I'm about
that
to tell
you
you. I'm about to tell you.
tried to instill in this conversation?
I am about
It's
to
an
tell you.
I just want to say this, but and it's sad that I have to keep like saying this over and over again. Now you're trying to add that she's a Christian. It's an anecdotal.
I didn't add that. She added
and he
that.
said, if I would not date a man that makes $70,000 a year in real life. So I understand it's anecdotal and it's non-anecdotal, just like I did with y'all. It's
I don't understand what you mean by
non-anecdotal.
real life. What do you mean by real life?
Okay, both sides. Real life, you would not date a grossly overweight woman. I would not date a grossly overweight woman. In real life, she would not date a man that makes $70,000 a year. So
I'm saying, why are you
things that
saying
we
real
have to
life?
go
Like,
through.
is there
But
other side to it? Why did you need to say
because
real life?
what does being a Christian have to do with my preference in a woman?
I was
when it
about to
comes
tell
to
you that.
her
That's what I
being
was
fat?
getting to.
So can I hear what he got to say? I'm trying to hear. So
And this is where you disconnect. What
Go
you're
ahead, go
doing
ahead.
is whenever we're trying to explain the context, you're throwing a wall up into it right when we get
Go
into
ahead.
it.
well, yeah,
So what I was connecting her personal preference, her anecdotal preference to her actual principles and standards that she said she disciplined herself to. If she's going to tell me, if she's going to go on a record in front of everybody and say, I discipline myself to God's principles. And then I go read God's principles. And it said a woman is supposed to be a helpmate. And she said, I won't even help a man. I won't date a man that's lower than me. And that is a contradiction.
I think
It's a
what the hell?
you stretching it. So
how am
I
I?
feel
Okay,
like-
explain
I
how
feel
I'm stressing. I don't want to hear this.
This is
Okay,
crazy.
so I feel like what you're bringing it into, if that was already her man, and maybe he came to like he hit a all-time bottom low, her leaving him would be going against her Christian values, not her
Right.
choosing a man prior to marriage. Like, you're allowed to choose how you want to choose, but prior to marriage. But let's say she was, she made the 500K, and her husband was making that amount at one point, and then, like I said, business failed, something, he hit rock bottom. If she wasn't being a helpmate to her husband, then she would be going against her views. If she said, well, you know what, my husband don't make as much as me anymore, so I see no use for him, then when she would be going against her values. But simply dating and trying to find her mate prior to marriage, I don't
see the
see
problem with what you're
Can
saying?
y'all let her finish?
Okay, go
Y'all
ahead and
doing the
finish. I'm
same
sorry.
shit.
But Mr. Lego, I find it funny that you don't let us finish, but you attack us for interrupting her, but you interrupt us all the time.
because you're being hypocritical by accusing me of
Okay,
blatantly
if I
saying
don't be
that I'm
hypocritical, you
interrupting
wouldn't
you,
interrupt
and
me.
you turn around and interrupting her. So how about we all stop
I
interrupting
thought
each
she
other?
was I thought she was landing her plane.
No, she wasn't,
All
because
right,
you keep doing it. She's still talking and you still be talking.
go ahead, Shauna. My bad. Go ahead and finish
No,
what
I
you were
was just
saying.
saying I feel like you were kind of stretching it. I don't feel like those Christian values don't lie in when I'm dating per se. Like once I'm married, absolutely. Everything that you just said, I am supposed to be a helpmate. If my husband hits rock bottom, I should be helping him out. I shouldn't be like, well, I have no use for him. He's no longer in my tax bracket. Absolutely, you're correct. But prior to that, no. Like if she said that she just wants to stay single, she's not bothering anybody. She's just simply saying, oh, this is not for me. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a sin. That's not going against God's word. I'm finished.
Okay. All right. So
And
you finished,
Darwin,
right?
can
All
I
right.
just
So
add
what?
something to what you're saying before you say something?
Go ahead. Stack it.
I just want to stack on top of what she said. A
I'm good at this.
helpmate,
Trust me.
a
Go ahead.
helpmate is a wife, not a new girlfriend that I just met at a goddamn networking event, and I think she's damn cute. She's not my goddamn helpmate on date number 2. I don't know this fucking woman. So when you're talking about God values and all this Jesus shit that you're trying to instill in this damn conversation is goofy, because she's saying, would you start dating a man that makes $70,000 a year and she makes $500? She would not be his fucking helpmate. He would be her fucking helpmate. Now go ahead.
All right. First of all, I just want to know if I get this is your platform and your tone is up. You okay with us responding in the same manner, right? Because what I don't want to do is increase my tone and then I get tone police. All right.
No, you're my guy.
So
Like,
here's my question. My question. First, before I even elaborate on this whole thing about a woman being a helpmate and being a boost to a man's purpose, I first need to know if y'all understand the same scriptures in the Bible that I read from. First of all, it's the Holy Bible. Secondly, okay,
we don't.
Okay.
Because
Well, I haven't asked the question, and then you go interrupting again. Secondly, and specifically to Shauna, I already know you just said no, but Shauna specifically, do you have you read and have you understood the context between the relationship of Ruth and Boaz?
No, sir.
Okay, see, that is where the disconnect is. Let me ask you another. What about Esther and Samson?
Moving the goalpost is in the Bible.
Okay, so the reason why it's important, before I even elaborate, I had to first know if she even had any understanding of it. And now I know why she has her position, because she didn't read that part of the Bible where a woman came into a man's life who had more money. This was the selection process. They weren't already together. Those two examples are a strong example that Sarah, probably just like Shauna, had exempted from her understanding of the principles. Those women came into these men's life and elevated them. They were already wealthy. They were more wealthy than these guys. And they made these guys into an entire kingdom. And that's where when I saw her say that, and then she go on the record saying, I discipline myself to the principles of God. And then I read that, I'm like, there's no way that you can do that. These understandings are at odds with each other. So what I would tell you, Shauna, is maybe go and read those books. Go and read the book of Ruth, not the whole book, but the specific relationship selection process between her and Boaz, and also the book with Esther in it. And I can guarantee you, once you understand that part, then you can see why a woman who earns more than a man, is nothing wrong with her selecting him and him leading her, or her elevating him using her resources. Nothing wrong with it. And that is a principle. That was an intentional story in that word to give women an understanding that, hey, it's okay to not be hypergamous on the level of resources. That's all. That's the only understanding I was trying to get out. And that's the reason why I had a disagreement with her.
This shit is crazy.
Question: were those two women married, Esther and Ruth?
No, No, they weren't married.
They were just
No,
they
they this was a selection part. They met each other and they found it interested in each other, and they became as one, married in the Bible.
they just having premarital sex.
No, there was what?
I'm confused. Were they friends? I don't understand.
No. This is just like that. For example, this is like Trev. Just pretend you were Ruth, and you made $500K, and you met Trev, and he makes $70K. Y'all came together, and you elevated his purpose.
Yeah, but not doing that, it doesn't equate to a sin or going against values.
Did I say it was a sin?
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I understand that. I agree.
So we're just trying to make sense of the crazy shit you're saying.
What I'm saying is, whenever you say if you say you discipline yourself to it, you align with it, and you read the Bible, and you all this and that, you opened yourself up for objectivity, for criticism, Darwin, based on the principles you stand by.
Darwin, I want to go to Trev.
Hold on. If she would have never said, "Hey, look, I don't believe in the Bible, I don't discipline," this would have been invalid. It would have been no need for me to disagree. Oh, that's just her preference. Cool. But once you start volunteering the principles you live by, that you discipline yourself, and it's contrary to that, that's where I got a problem.
Yeah, but nobody's perfect. I mean, it's just like
I get it. Nobody's perfect, but that don't mean that I can't spare. That don't mean I got to spare the whip because you ain't perfect.
I had sex with my husband before I married him. We moved in together before we even got married. So if I get on the platform and I say, yeah, Christian this, Christian that, and people found out that I had sex with my husband before I married him, am I now not a Christian? Are my values not right?
I never said Sarah was not a Christian.
No, I'm just saying.
What are you saying then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you're saying,
have to do with anything
that she's going against values.
I'm saying in real time, not this is what your story is something in the past. I'm talking about something she's actively pushing out.
She's not doing that.
Yeah, that's
so. We just asked her based on a scenario. Would you be with
we gotta stop this. I'm interrupting because this shit is just getting out of fucking hand. Okay. The context of the. You know what? Everybody just be quiet. We're going to play this goddamn video. Ain't nobody said shit about no goddamn Bible or nothing. We're using the video that is being played in the context of the goddamn video. We're not saying whether she has a dog. We're not saying what she said yesterday. We're not saying does she work out? Does she drink coffee? We're just looking at the fucking video and responding to it. Fuck. This shit is crazy. Why are you doing this? Well, I know why you're doing this.
This is the thing.
And I received over 200 comments shaming her and insulting her. And I asked myself, why are modern men shaming and insulting this woman for saying she doesn't want an average man? Because that's literally what she's saying. She wants an above average man. Didn't Kevin Samuels blow up by telling a woman that she's average?
I really just wanted some advice. I love your
I'm giving you advice, but you're not taking it. The advice is, ma'am, you're average looking at best.
I'm taking it in, but...
So in a situation with Sarah, she's essentially saying you're average earning at best. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to get an average looking woman because you are an average earning man. There was a whole point of Kevin Samuels' rise to stardom, saying a woman is average at best and go be with an average man. But now a woman is saying a man is average earning at best. Go get your ass an average looking fucking woman. And you niggas are pissed off by the same shit. So Sarah Fontenot is on a podcast saying that men are average the same way Kevin Samuels was on a podcast saying that women were average. And women came in his comments saying, how dare you, Kevin, say this woman is average? And in this video, black men are saying, how dare you? And Trev, your point, you said Sarah was invalidating the audience, the male audience. Literally, that's literally what Kevin Samuels did to the female audience. He invalidated them because he called most of them average. Sarah called black men average. And what Kevin used to say is, if you aren't fit, feminine friendly, which a lot of women that call his show weren't, or overweight and masculine, you don't get a high value man. So now in this situation, Sarah Fontenot, who is fit, feminine, and friendly, because I know her personally, she has the attributes that y'all daddy Kevin Samuels was telling women to have. And because she has the attributes, she can get a high value man.
She
And
can.
y'all are using sign language on Sarah. So let me get this straight. When men have preferences and say, we don't want a woman with a bunch of kids, we don't want a woman that's overweight, how do black women shame us? You hate black women, your mama was black. And how are black men shaming Sarah? The exact same way. Black men are using sign language, which is shame, insults, and guilt tripping. I don't remember what the N was, just like black women did with Kevin Samuels. So not only were black women using sign language, black men use the same sign language towards women. So let's read some of the comments. These 304s will never be satisfied. This is why she's single now. Let the B stay single. Why ain't nobody married her yet? Good luck finding that man. You're looking down on black men. This woman is selfish. Isn't this the same sign language that Kevin Samuels used to say black women did towards black men? And black men are doing the exact same thing? But my question is, why are black men so mad that one black woman wants a man that makes over 70K a year? The answer is not that this one woman doesn't want to date y'all. The rest of the women don't want to date y'all either. And every time a woman gets online saying that they don't want to date you, and then you go out in the world and the women don't want to date you in real life, when a woman says it online,
it confirms your experience.
It literally confirms your real life experiences. The answer is modern men and modern women are the same exact people. If you go on TikTok, you'll see hundreds of women talking mess about black men. But if you go on YouTube, you'll see hundreds of black men talking mess about black women. Both groups of people are doing the exact same thing to the other group. And all of this proves my theory. Modern men are literally modern women with penises. See, the problem isn't women. The problem isn't men. The problem is the 80% and the 20%. The 20% wants to date the other 20%. And the 80% wants to date the 20% and can't. So the 80% of men and women get mad at the 20% for not wanting them. That's literally what's happening. Sit up trying to say she's a God-fearing woman, and what the fuck does that have to do with it? I don't want to date a fat woman. I don't give a shit what the Bible says. And she doesn't want to date a dude that makes $70,000 a year because in her environment, she's around men who make more. What the hell does that have to do with a goddamn Bible? Trev, I want you to go next because you ain't said nothing.
Right. Yeah. So a couple things. I do want people to understand that I've never been a Kevin Samuels fanboy. The reason why I did appreciate what it is that he did is because he was trying to bring black families together and had tangible results showing that that was what he was doing. So I agree with that. This problem that we're having right now is something that I also correct many men on that are also influencers. If you've checked out the Lapeef panel as of late at all, anyone, I know Darwin certainly knows that I correct men all the time because a lot of these guys explain how easy it is to get bread or how easy it is to get women or how they never had problems. And they there was somebody who said that regular people didn't matter a couple weeks ago. And I'm like, God damn it, we can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because most people are always going to be average. So we can't ignore those. That is my problem, period, is the messaging. And I want us to be able to talk to the masses because the people who are elite, the people who are those top 5-10% of men, they don't need to watch us. If they listen to us, it's for pure entertainment value. They already have their pick of the litter. It's not going to be informative to them because they already cracked the code. They are doing what it is that they do and they understand it. So I think it's just important for us to talk to the people like they're people, right? Our audiences. And it's just about having respect for our audience. And I can't, even with Darwin's point, right? I'm not going to, his point was actually a good parallel only because at some point she did tie her principles to how God is, right? And that's it. That's the only that was the parallel that he was making. Yeah, she did say that. She did say that. She
didn't even say that on that podcast because I was there. She said it on another podcast or something.
The clip, I thought you saw the clip I made. That's the reason why I was here.
That. Okay, wait. Okay,
and that's where we're losing the context at. You have a passionate disagreement with me because you're not looking at why and what I responded
in their homes. Most women.
Hold on. I just want to find it first.
I could give it
the conversations that we have.
Okay, this is it. Go ahead, Don. I just want to pull it up. Go ahead. Because I want to get an understanding.
No, I was saying if you want the MP4 clip, I can give it to you. But
it's the
the
full
whole
video of your YouTube video. Yeah, do you have a timestamp to bring on? This is it.
The timestamp. I do not have the
where
time
she actually said that line, just so
on this
we're on the
podcast.
same page.
Yeah. Oh, okay,
that's
yeah. I can find the timestamp. Give me like two seconds to find, or 1 minute to find the timestamp.
That's cool. And I'm not against you, Darwin. I'm just looking at you as something I need to say. Apparently, moving the goalpost was also in the Bible because that's what you're doing, and it's I would say it's annoying when a person uses different avenues in order to prove their point instead of looking to understand the other person's point. Her wanting to date a man that makes more than 70K has nothing to do with the freaking Bible. Like Shauna said, like, because the thing about it is the problem with the Bible, I don't have a problem with the Bible, but the problem with our use of the Bible is all of us are liars, because it's so much shit in the Bible that we ignore, where we can't just sit around and say, well, the Bible says do this. The Bible says a lot of shit that we don't do, and that is all of us that we don't do. So we
can I ask you an honest question?
What works in the Bible and what doesn't work in the Bible, we pull out, and it's hypocritical. But go ahead, Trail.
All right. Based on how most people received it and all of the viral videos that responded to this, right? And the comments that you've received from this particular clip, what would you rate her messaging from 1 to 10?
It wasn't messaging, and I'm gonna tell you why. It was a person that. Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
A person on the pod. Okay, this is what I see messaging, fellas. This is what you need to do if you want to find a good woman, right? This is what we do on Instagram and TikTok. We speak to the camera, right? That was not that. What that was, we were all on a podcast episode, and somebody on a podcast said, okay, let me ask you a question. Would you date this person? Just like I did with y'all. Would y'all date a fat woman? And y'all said no. And I said no. The same thing with her. Would you date a man that makes $70,000 a year? And she said no. And that is the context. And I am confused by all of the cherry sprinkles that y'all keep adding to what was said in the clip. Because now we're trying to look for what she said when it came to this spiritual, godly part that literally has nothing to do with the shit. So, Trev, does that make sense?
It does, but it deflects. You didn't answer the question. Could you answer the question straight up from 1 to 10?
Okay, what's the question again?
What would you say? The question is based on how people received it, right? What would you rate that clip of her messaging in that clip? What would you rate it? 1 to 10?
I don't even understand the question because she just answered a question on a podcast.
Does anybody else understand the question? Is it confusing?
It wasn't messaging in my mind. It was, if you ask me a question,
if you got that type of response, it was messaging.
Apple pie, I'm gonna say what I like. It's not messaging. I don't give a fuck what y'all like. You're asking me what I like. That is not messaging. If you ask me if I like this type of pie versus that type of pie, I'm not putting out a message. I'm answering a question. So can you explain to me how that was messaging?
How that's messaging is when you sit your ass down on a podcast, you in front of a mic, and you have potentially millions of people who are going to view what it is that you say and critique it. Understand that you're going to be held accountable for everything that's said. And when you decide that you're going to start getting paid for this is your job. This is what you do. You do consultations. You advise people. You're an authority. With that comes responsibility. And you are responsible for everything that you say on a podcast. In your private life, that's one thing. Anything you say in front of that mic, you got to be able to stand 10 toes down on it, period. And when people critique it, then you're expected to answer behind it. Anything that I say, me saying that, no, I would not date a fat joint, I get it. And people may not like that. But for my reasoning, I'll stand 10 toes behind it, and I could explain it logically, and I think that most people will understand it. I don't want you to die.
And we're right and she's wrong.
No, she's not
Your
wrong for her
messaging
preference.
of not
She
dating a
deserves
fat
it.
woman is the same messaging as her. That's my whole point.
Yeah,
So
but
look,
being
I
a fat
found
person is
the
something that's inherently bad for you. Making $70,000, you can still live a fruitful life. That's still satisfying to most people. Being a fat person is never good. We can't glorify being fat. That's something that's
If I make 500 a
objectively
year,
bad.
I'm not dating
Objectively
somebody that
bad.
makes sense.
There's very few people outside of Lizzo who are going to tell you that being fat is not objectively bad. It's
But it's
objectively
a
bad.
preference. It's a point. It's not a message. It's a preference.
No,
So,
not
Trev, I
a
want
I
to say
don't
this
like
again.
something.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
preference and not a message. So your actual question
No,
was,
she made it a
do you have
message.
a
If she
problem
would have
with
left
her
it at that, she didn't
messaging?
leave it at that. She did not leave it at that. She tied it into leadership. That's where that's where the disconnect is. She's entitled to her preferences. Nothing wrong with her. If she says she wants somebody who's making $10 million and up, listen, I got no gripes about it. That's your preference. But when you tie it into leadership, she said he cannot be a good leader based on the fact that he doesn't make such and such dollars. They put everything else. The dude said, what if he had this? And then she said he could not be a leader because he's not making a certain amount of money. When other women hear that, she
didn't say that.
Yeah,
We got the video right here,
We'll
bro.
have to run that beautiful bean footage.
Darwin, where's the timestamp?
The timestamp is, and you have to play the whole timestamp I'm giving you, or you're going to lose context. Between 26 minutes and 25 seconds and 29 minutes. You have to hear my response to it as well. So just play 26 to 25. It's only a couple minutes.
26, 25. Hold on a second. All right, we'll just start right here.
She cannot fathom a relationship with God while sleeping with the devil. Her brain doesn't work that way.
And I want to go to Shauna after we play this and not the guys. I just want to hear what Shauna has to say. I want to make sure she's included.
She has to do away with God altogether up until she secures her goal. And that only happens after a man is foolish enough to make her his bride.
If a man came along, whatever, let's say y'all both make $500K a year. A man comes along, he's making $70K. He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. And you would have to look up at him on all the intangibles. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No.
Another one. Fellas, I know I don't have to repeat myself, but you can keep thinking that these types of women value the other important things about you, but they do not lie. So you do not have to guess. You do not have to assume. They are telling you the truth. They do not give a fuck about anything else but your income.
They don't. Because that's the thing that gets you in the door. I'm going to play some more, but they don't. Let me put myself on the big screen. They don't. Fellas, they don't. Women are hypergamous. They don't. They're not supposed to. The natural biology of a female, woman, lion, cat, dog, pelican, whatever, is to see the fruits of your leadership, to see the fruits of what you have already accomplished before she starts giving her body to you. And there's different ways of seeing that. It's not just money, it's leadership, like she actually conveyed also, but she has to see it, especially if you're over 35. If we're like 22, that's a different story. But she's speaking as a 35 and up year old woman, because everybody on the podcast is 35 and up. Context.
Come on.
No.
So much for the helpmeet. Helpmeet is a position God ordained. These women do not have an ounce of righteousness in their blood.
You are only a helpmeet after the process of her vetting you and you vetting her to make sure you both have deemed each other suitable to move forward. That is when she becomes your helpmate, when you marry her, not when you meet her. This is bullshit.
Now, I have to warn you guys. There are so many women who think like this. You have to be extremely careful. This is a huge reason why I'm launching my men's group on Monday. That's tomorrow. because we are going to have experts every week join the calls, updating you on this stuff. Because the market, it grows, it evolves, and it gets worse and worse.
Eat. I am very disappointed.
We're going to have experts every week on my email list so you can get access.
This is the thing.
Wow.
Let me tell you why. Because I
Even that look away got me a little perturbed. Wow. Like, why can't y'all just respect what the fuck she says? Like, what the fuck? He had to do the like.
You skip what she said.
I'm backing it up. He turned around and said, like, why can't a person have a goddamn preference without you like, like, goddamn, like, shit. I don't like vanilla ice cream. What the fuck? All right, I backed it up. Here we go.
We're going to have
I just had to go past, what you were saying.
experts every week join the calls, updating you on this stuff.
It's right
because
here.
the market, it grows, it
I can't get to the specific part, but I'll just let it play.
evolves, and it gets worse and worse. So make sure you're on my email list so you can get access. The access goes live tomorrow around 9.
And Darwin, send me your link and I'll drop it in chat. Do you have a link that you can send me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, and I'll drop it in chat.
9 in the morning. So make sure you sign up.
But because a lot of y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men.
I say
A lot of y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men. Okay. I want to keep going, but I gotta ask y'all, what the fuck does that mean? Y'all are pricing yourselves out of good men. Shauna, you go first. What do you think that means? This is some dumb shit. Shauna, this shit is crazy.
I mean,
what does that mean?
You said pricing ourselves.
He said, y'all are pricing you women like Sarah, not you, but you women like Sarah are pricing yourselves out of good men. What the hell does that mean, Shauna?
I just feel like that question is just way out of my tax bracket. But like I said, for the sake of the question, I mean, I guess not like lowering her standards. Just like, I mean, Trev, he's cheating himself out of a good woman by not dating grossly fat women. It's the same thing.
Boom!
So I
exactly.
Mean,
you're overweighting yourself out of good woman.
Go ahead and date those over you. Because my thing is, listen, the last man, I'm gonna tie it in like this. The last man I was with, not my ex-husband, but my ex-boyfriend. He met me at like 280 or whatever, and he was like always in the gym. He never tried to say, try to lose weight or anything like that. I already had the mindset, I wanted to. And he just made sure he, kept up with me with it, made sure like he filled up my refrigerator with healthy stuff, all that. Fast forward, I'm 180 pounds. Okay. I'm 5'10". Mm-hmm. Okay. 5'10". I'm pretty tall. So that's around the weight I should be. And I mean, my thing is, no, we're not together anymore. He broke up with me. Like he did his own thing, whatever. That's not the point. He did elevate me. He made me better. You know what I'm saying? So I'll never speak any negative towards him. But I mean, with that being said, like, he could have cheated himself out of a good woman. He elevated me. You can always change that. And I mean, I guess with that same mindset, a woman that's making more could also change that man too. But I feel like there's a bigger downside to it. Like I said, with the alimony and a man trying to take you for everything you got once you marry him and all that other stuff. Yes. So I think that's the part where women get scared to do the building of a man. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the problem. But I mean, I guess they would for what you're saying, they're cheating themselves out of a good man because they're not taking the time to just give the average Joe a chance. That's what they're saying. Just giving the average Joe a chance.
Say,
how much he's making.
And I say, fuck the average Joe if that's not your preference. And that's the goddamn problem. We're going to keep going. And I want to ask y'all the same question. I'm not, going past the conversation, but I want to ask y'all the same thing. What exactly does pricing yourself out of a good man mean? Because the thing that I'm hearing, and I want y'all to tell me if I'm wrong or not, it's y'all are begging, as influencers, y'all are advocating for the begging of good-looking women to want to be with men that don't look good or don't live good. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay, so
Y'all are advocating for bottom feederism.
don't look good. I don't know where you got that from, but I'll let Trav Smooth go. And
All right, so
it's just an overall incel bottom feeder person. Hey, what about the incel? He wants
I don't
a girl
think he
too.
says that, but Trav, go ahead.
yeah. So that's another thing too. What we got to understand when we start doing that to people, when we start further invalidating people, there are people who may be at the bottom of the barrel. It could be because of situations that they can't control. Sometimes it is. And I try to work with those types of men to build them, right? Not to shit on them, because the word incel itself is nasty. But we realize it does exist. For those people who are having those issues, I try to bring them up, build on their charisma, build on their status, build on them financially so they can become better men. Because I understand that women are naturally hypergamous, and there's nothing wrong with it. And you have to accept that as a man in the game. When we say price yourself out of the market, what's basically happening is that let's take all right, so let's take Shauna right now. Let's just say she a dime or whatever, right? So let's say she don't make that much bread. She's going to want a dude who has as much or could put her in a better position. As she makes more, the pool shrinks of the men that she's able to date, because less and less men make that much money. So you are effectively pricing yourself out of the market. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it does happen. As a result, you will absolutely have a smaller pool to select from, and it will be more difficult for you to select a man. Now, what we try to get women to understand about that is that with your limited chances, we understand there is such a thing as geriatric pregnancy. People don't understand the complications and cost of IVF. They just scream that word, but don't really understand the effectiveness and how it really works. People haven't done some studies on IVF to see how difficult it really is, right? So everybody just look at like one of these old ladies that's doing a thing, one of these celebrities who can afford it to have all those doctors and stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, IVF is the way. I'll just do that. I don't have to wait. I don't have to rush. I'm gonna just keep having hot girl summers until we're 40." And my goal.
Wait, hot girl summers. She ain't trying to have a hot girl summer.
We're not talking about Sarah per se. I'm talking about the audience.
I'm just saying. I
don't want to make this about Sarah per se.
There's no hot girl summers in this particular. I understand what you're saying, but in this particular context, is simply a woman that wants this type of man versus this type, and she
and that's fine.
To a certain degree preserving herself.
I think you got the point off, Trav. You didn't have to.
I agree with her preference. That's her prerogative to have that preference. But the misstep was her. Actually, like, you got to understand that people are going to take
the alienation.
She has to be able to understand that, okay, this is for me, and I realize that this is not going to work for most people. You're asking me a personal question, and I'm going to answer it personally. Would I advise everyone to do this? No. Anytime that I make a statement that someone asks me about me personally, I completely make sure that I let people know results may vary. Most of us don't do that. And to be honest, I think that more men are guilty of content creation like that than there are women, who are less relatable to the people who are not getting theirs. And that's one thing that we all have to do. My whole goal is to bring back together stronger help, to help in bringing back stronger families, stronger communities, stronger societies, particularly for Black people, because we're hurting in every avenue. And the idea is for us to build up to that. And one of the catalysts for that, in my opinion, would be to get these relationships to work. And there are definitely problems. There are things that men need to build on. There are absolutely things that women need to build on as well.
Trev,
and go ahead.
Trev, there's two sides of this, and I want to go to Darwin also, but there's two sides of this that are important. One side is we shame women, including me. I do the same thing. I say the majority of women had their first baby by a bum. The majority of single mothers have children with men who don't make enough money to take care of the freaking child. And that is the reason why most relationships end. We all know it's a financial issue. And all women are looking to do, I would say I would say post 2025 is just pick better. Why? Because all of us, we spend all these years telling women to pick better, pick better, pick better, pick better, pick better, bitch. So now we have pick better bitches. And now y'all are mad that they don't want the men that she is not picking. Go ahead.
All
Darwin.
right, so it's not based. I just want to respond to your point real quick. It's not based on money per se, because you got a cat like Anthony Edwards who was saying the hell with y'all too, right? And he's a multimillionaire and he don't want to be in his child's life. You have somebody who would make $70,000 a year,
That's
and statistically,
that's an outlier. We're talking about a normal person, bro.
Okay, well, the normal person, statistically, black men who spend more time with their children than any other race. This is now statistically proven. As of late, people have been able to discover this. Even of all people, Oprah brought light to that, right? So the point is, don't sleep with the man who you can't see being a potential father for the rest of your life.
And that's all she's saying. No. Y'all want
that is not what she said.
Go ahead, dog. Go ahead, dog.
What she said.
So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole and venture off outside of the question.
And I want to play the rest of your video too, Darwin, so we can keep going.
That's important. So
because I want to make sure you got the context that you asked for. Go ahead.
The thing about pricing yourself out of the market, I think Trev hit it. He didn't necessarily need to go further than that. But the other side to it is, I think the gentleman who's made that statement may or may not. It sounded like he knew more information about the woman. I think it's safe to say that he knew whether or not she had kids, or she was married, or just wasn't able to get picked. And
Sarah?
Typically when someone makes a statement like that, they have some information that maybe the audience don't have. Usually when I make statements like that, I know that it's a woman struggling to get married. She haven't built a family yet, and that is why she's alone. So whenever a person typically makes a statement about you pricing yourself out of the market, a few things are happening. The things that Trev mentioned. Also, when you shrink your options down to the top 15, top 10%, a lot of the women don't compensate for the fact that these men have standards as well. And also, going into a market in a sexually liberated society that is pushing women into the market, they don't believe in God. They don't have any principles or standards. They bust down. They're getting older. They're not retaining most of their value. These guys are not compelled to get out of the market. So when you do price yourself into this market, the other issue you have is getting picked by these men, which are not compelled to check out of the market.
But that's not your business.
What do you mean it's not my business? You asked us to explain what pricing yourself out of the market. I'm telling you, based on facts, research, and women dating horizontally and up is causing this issue. Men are actually participating in partial polygamy now. They're passing these women that are high earners around in corporate America, all over the place. There's NDAs floating around everywhere. And it's always been like that. No, it's never been like that.
It has always been
black people. Black people never had. No, black people never had, especially in the 1960s, up until the 1960s, until integration. We never had suffer like this of our women.
Women are making more money now. That's the reason why it's
well,
different.
Would you just ask me do you at least understand what I was saying about pricing yourself out of the market? Okay, so that's all I want to say. You can play it.
All right.
You can fight me on it if you want to, or you can just play the video.
Yeah. Okay. The point is, I understand what you're saying, but I just wanted to give pushback to it's always been polygamy. If you're a single man, and regardless of where you are, if you have however, Biggie was I'm black as ever, but however, you either got great sex, because the broke dudes getting all the pussy and he ain't got no money, right? But he can give great sex. You can provide better, or you're more emotionally available than the average man. You're this, you're that. That man is the outlier. So, but it's mixed in with that person's preference, because when you become the outlier, you're only going to mess with bad bitches, or you're only going to do this. Like with me, I would say 90%, because I do take down wig wearers every now and then, but I am only going to take seriously a woman that wears her natural hair, I would say 70% of the time, because I'm not against wig wearers. When I say wig wearers, a person that wears a wig all the time. If you can wear a wig every now and then, I'm cool. So I price myself out of the market also, because I don't date fat chicks, and most chicks are fat. So yeah, I would say, when we have a however, where you're a male or female, and that is, a thing that makes you an outlier versus, the rest of the dating market, you can have a preference, and you should. I don't like to use the word should, but in this context, I will just use it. You should have a higher preference value, because you value yourself more. No?
Right, but you can see Sarah wants a specific outcome, especially one who claims she has a disciplined guy. She's behind the timeline on the outcome. No, I'm saying the woman who made the statement and the guy who challenged her statement. You can tell
another girl on
that the outcome she wants she hasn't gotten it, and it's not working out for her specific preference. The thing that me and Trev try to push, we don't care about what people's preferences is. The only thing we care about is art. The only way it becomes a problem is when your preference is not yielding the outcomes you want, and we can see it clearly that it's not working out for you.
My preference isn't yielding the outcome.
Does anybody else understand what I'm saying?
You have better options, and you become more picky because of your value.
She don't have better options. Otherwise, she would have been picked and married by now. It's not working. What we're able to say is, it's actually the preferences that you have is not working out for you.
Complaining about 50-50. Girl, we are in last place. Look at it. Income by ethnicity. We are in dead last place. Well, I'll never go 50-50 with my man. Shut up, bitch. Look.
Sorry, I had to add that, and when it adds, it automatically talks. So sorry for that. I was trying to add this, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just advise you to play, but I don't want to fight you on this. This is some stuff that you can go ahead and research. But let's just play the video out so you can get a deeper context on why I responded on her tying her leadership and her personal preference as a person who has a disciplined relationship with God.
Because what you are essentially alluding to is Doc, the guy that brought this up. You said this earlier. It seems like he knows something about Sarah that the average person doesn't know. I don't think Doc knows Sarah. So I would jump out there and say that is not true, because I don't think Doc knows Sarah. Doc is from Chicago.
You know her.
Sarah, I know her, but Doc doesn't. No, she's not married. She has no kids. She has no kids.
Okay.
So Doc, I don't think that's what Doc was saying, because I don't think Doc knows Sarah.
But is it safe to say that she does want kids in marriage? Do you know whether or not she does want kids in marriage? And that's all we're essentially saying. We're saying you want specific results and you're not getting them. And we're able to talk.
When it comes to these conversations, it will behoove all of us to take ourselves out of it. Even though the conversation was about ourselves, we have to look at it from a bigger angle when we say, I don't want to date this type of person.
Now you want to look at it from a bigger angle.
But we got to look at the type of person.
That's very.
We got to look at the type of person and not us. Why would I not date a fat woman? It's not about me not wanting to date a fat woman. Why is the woman fat? Is she okay with being fat? Going back with the 70K man, instead of looking at her like, why don't you want to date a man that's 70K, making 70K?
But can you see?
Hold on. Why doesn't a man that makes 70K want to make more than 70K? You see how it's not about her or me? It's about the fat woman or the man that only makes 70K. That's the question.
I get it, but can't you see how this is entire life? You made it a convenience to focus on the anecdotal. But once we got Sarah in the corner with her preferences plus her outcomes, you're trying to make it convenient for her by removing it, saying it's not about her now.
I'm not making it convenient. Is a bigger conversation than her.
We've been trying to focus on a bigger conversation, but you bottlenecked us to anecdotal. And now that we've targeted the anecdotal situation, now you're trying to make us expand on the bigger side. It's like you flip-flopping. But go ahead and play it.
here's the issue, and I'm not going against. I mean, I'm still going to play, you know, the contextual part of that video, but this is important for us to play.
And black women are complaining about 50-50. Girl, we are in last place. Look at it, income by ethnicity.
And I want y'all to listen to how joyful this cornball is by saying how we are in last place, and how dare you have higher standards when we are stupid and dumb.
And black women are complaining about 50-50. Girl, we are in last place. Look at it, income by ethnicity. We are in dead last place. Well, I'll never go 50-50 with my man. Shut up, bitch. Look. Open your eyes for once and look. And you're telling me you're going to use one income because you refuse to go 50-50 with your man? You will never make it. We are in last.
Then you are never going to make it type shit. It's like, it's a threat. Hey, be with us or die. Be with us or go homeless, you dumb bitch type shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
What this man is essentially saying is, look, ladies, we all are broke. Why would you expect more out of us? And this is the biggest problem about black men in particular. I have men in my comments saying, yo, why are you going off on men instead of women? Well, I was going off on women about single motherhood. Women are no longer just running around becoming single mothers. Then I started going off on women about being independent. And I told them that being independent is stupid. We all need each other. And guess what? You never hear women talking about being independent anymore. So that got fixed. So now.
And those two are two facts, because statistically, the average woman is having children either less overall or at a later age. And then the second one is women are no longer saying they're independent because a lot of the school loans are now out of the moratorium stage, and they can't say they're independent because they are late on the bill that actually make them feel like they're independent in the first place, which is school loans. And a lot of women are literally going homeless by the droves. So they're not saying they're independent because they're literally going homeless. They're living in storage units now, in cars.
Since women are overall more ambitious and not having fatherless babies, now all of these ambitious women don't have any men to actually date, because so many of you have the same mindset as this dude right here. Because what this graph is essentially saying is 80% of black men are broke. And this man in this video is happy about it, because if the median income is $50,000, that means there's another 20% of men that are making less than that. And the worst part of all of this, you actually think, even though you're not applying yourself and you're broke, you deserve a woman? Are you nuts? I'm doing a live stream about this on YouTube because I got a lot more to say.
All right, so let's go back to your video. I just wanted to add that. Anybody got something to say about that before we go back to the original video?
The young kid in the video, man, poor messaging. It seems desperate, and
yes,
it's why people have the idea of involuntary celibates that they do.
You see what I'm saying?
Of people are pushed to the forefront from that, and because he may have seemed compelling or whatever the case is, right? He spoke to a lot of people who feel that pain, and they will trauma
confirming
bond
evidence
with a video like
look,
that.
Look, ladies, you need to be with us.
That's sad, and that's never the approach that I tell men to take. I always say, build yourself, control what you can control, and let the chips fall where they may, right? But that's not it. You don't ever expect a woman to just come down to your level just because, hey, that's all you got.
So you understand why that was important for us to talk about for a second right there, because that is what I'm gonna use what Sarah's podcast is. It's called It's Giving Podcast. So shout out to her podcast. I don't use the word because I'm a man, but using her podcast just to add a plug to her podcast. It's giving, be with me because you don't have a choice to be with me. And that's what a lot of these incels are doing. And they're looking to y'all. Hold on. They're looking to y'all. Hold on. They're looking to y'all as influencers, the leaders of the incels, to confirm that for them. See, ladies, statistical wise, you bitches are broke, so y'all don't have a choice to be with these incels. And it's kind of sad and it's disgusting. It's like telling caterpillars, hey, Stay being caterpillars instead of becoming butterflies. Don't climb up that tree and make this cocoon and spend 2 months in a cocoon to become a butterfly. It's more caterpillars than butterflies, ladies. So stay down here with the caterpillars. That shit is disgusting. So we're gonna go back to the video, Darwin.
Hold on 1 second, Lecco. Before you do that, you just low key called us the leader of the incels. Did you?
Hold on.
You just
Say it
low
again?
key. I said before we go on, bro. You just low key called us the leaders of the incels, bro. Are we gonna just gloss over that?
Hold on. Let me. Okay. So the reason why I said that is, The reason why I said that is, and we talked about this, Darwin. There's MVC. That's what I call it. Male victimization content, or male victimization confirmation. So it's the confirmation of the incels experience as, hey, these women are bad and they have to change instead of you, right? I make content where it's like, if you don't change, you're going to end up staying in incel, right? Y'all's content and quote unquote talking points is to make the incel feel more comfortable being where he is instead of challenging him to be better in order to get the woman he wants. And the way of doing that is bringing the woman down, shaming the woman's standards, telling women that you aren't going to get that type of man and you're going to stay in the dating world too long and you're going to price yourself out of the dating market. Darwin's words. So it's this shaming of the woman who has higher standards. And the thing that Kevin Samuels did that was right, he was shaming fat women, ugly women, dysfunctional women, loud women, masculine women for having those high standards because they can't get them. But what y'all are doing, and I'm using y'all lightly, the content creators who make MVC, male victimization content, or who promote male victimization, they turn around, I'm using they because I don't want to offend anybody. They turn around and shame the good-looking women, the feminine women, the slim women, the women that go to the gym every day, the fit, feminine, and friendly women for having high standards. That part is not only disingenuous, but is nasty because Kevin Samuels was talking shit to the fat chicks. Y'all talking shit to the good-looking chicks like Shauna that put in the work, that lost the weight, that go to the gym, that got the therapy. You bitches can't get no good man either. That shit is crazy.
I think you allowed it. No, it don't make. Let me respond, Trev, because I haven't even had anything.
Trev asked.
I mean, I haven't said anything yet. If you want to go, Trev, go ahead, Trev. I'll wait.
I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm not going to be long-winded.
It's going to be long with it, Trev. That's why.
I won't pause. So check it. That is a gross misrepresentation of what it is that my content is. Absolutely not. I do not make any man feel comfortable being at the bottom of the barrel. I encourage men to build themselves. I instruct ways on how to do it. I've helped people build their credit scores more than 200 points and different things. Like I tell people how to do their best. I tell people to get their workouts on. I tell people how to treat their children and pour examples of parenthood. All it is about building. Sure. Some of the content that you make about women, like when you did before, when you were talking about overweight women, and you know that is pushed to the forefront and it'll look like that's what you're about because that's what the algorithm pushes. We know that the algorithm unfairly destroys black women. If I put black women in the title, it's going down and people will easily think that that's what you represent just because that's what's pushed. Unfortunately, all the platforms do it. I swear they are not protected. It's unbelievable. But still, even knowing that, I take a hit on viewership just to be fair and to equally tell men just as much as what they need to do to get better. And I receive hell for it sometimes. And I'm okay with battling for that. But yeah, please don't misrepresent.
Okay,
Because
so
I
I'll
believe
take you
that
out
we
of it.
all
I'll take you out.
need to build on ourselves as individuals and then come together collectively. Go ahead, Darwin.
So quick question, Trev, and then I'll go to Darwin. Quick question. So you do understand that if we were in here shitting on women, it would be like 600 people watching. You agree?
Easily.
That's all I'm saying. So go ahead, Darwin.
First of all, Mr. Leggett, I ain't never seen you as wrong as I don't know outdoors. Let me just start by this. Trev, you watch my content a lot, right?
Yeah.
You see me validating or making content for incels?
No.
Stop, Trev. Stop. Trev, stop.
No.
That's why he laughing. Stop, Trev. Because I'm trying to stop from laughing, Trev.
Hold on, wait.
We talked about this before the show started, Trev.
I've been waiting to get on this conversation, and I've been patient. And then now y'all are interrupting and talking over me. Like, it's very, very hard to.
At you right now, bro. Stop it.
Trev is genuine about what he's saying. He even listens to me every week when I speak, and I never tell men to stay where they are and not change. In fact, I made last year. I made over $80,000 in helping men self-improve. That doesn't come from incels. I'm sorry. I even just launched a course on improvement and mentorship and all that stuff. All of this stuff is so men can get out of the position they is. I ain't never made no piece of content telling men to stand. You got me grossly misrepresented too. And I have if you look at the comments under my video, most of the guys in my video are in between 40 and 60. And those guys have been married, had all kinds. They have no issues with women. Their issue is how they're being treated in an event of in relationships and in divorce. My audience is not guys that's trying to find a woman. I'm not an attraction coach or a pickup line guy. I'm speaking to the issues that men are having in real time with women. Incels don't even have these experiences with women. They can't even get these men. That's not my audience. And then Kevin Samuels, you also misrepresented him. His content was not solely on fat women. It included that, but there was so many gorgeous women.
I
like
never said
Sarah.
Solely. Don't do the not all women
but
thing.
You said
on
he was. The way you characterized it, as if he don't talk to women who are fit, fine, and all this other stuff.
I literally said dysfunctional women also, masculine women also. I said that. I didn't just say fat women.
Right.
He also talked
I
to
would
men.
I would argue that most of the women he spoke to, more than just overweight women, were dysfunctional women, period. And you can lump a whole bunch of other traits into that. But most of the women he spoke to were reaching outside of their weight, punching outside of their weight class, pricing themselves out of the market. I would say that was the pinnacle of his content, was the dating market and outcomes. That's it. And he was measuring their overall value and cross-referencing with the guys that they wanted, that the preferences they wanted in guys. And he was checking it down, saying, you might need to lower your standards. These are unrealistic and you're delusional, and you're going to end up along with these standards. That was the pinnacle of his content. It wasn't about fat women. It was about the choices.
My point was, it was undesirable women that mainly called.
No, these women were desirable. There was a lot of women that were desirable. There were guys. The
majority
reason why a lot of
of
guys
women
were coming
were
over there because they were trying to
undesirable,
flex that they could super chat to actually go into these women's
No, they were
DMs and
chatting for the audience in the chat, not the woman on
there's
the.
things that I know there's things that I know. I got insider information on a lot of stuff that you might
They
not have.
super chat in order to get the people watching to click the person's, because you can actually like the super chat. You can comment on. You can comment with the person. If I send a super chat, you can literally.
Let's not get hung up on the super chat thing though. Can you at least understand where I'm saying?
They weren't flirting with the person on the screen.
Okay, let's just take that off the table because we don't want that to deter the importance.
And I want to get back to your video too. Go ahead.
Right. So you can understand that what we do, what I do on my channel, Trav's channel, and on Lapeef every day. We always hold men accountable. We always tell men to elevate themselves, to go after their purpose, to get out of the rut they're in. We never say we always are on the end of challenging them. I don't know how you were able to come
Darwin,
up
the
with that.
majority of the things that you said in this video was the male victimization type shit. Like, and what are you
Well, you're
talking
gonna have to.
about?
You're gonna have to.
So, Mr. Lego,
when you
let
hear
me
it, you're
ask
gonna
you
have to.
this.
I want
You're
to
gonna have
get
to
back to
explain
your
that.
video.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said
Go
play
ahead.
the video. I want to play the video.
Go ahead. I want to hear
And
that.
I know I interrupted, but I don't be wanting these long interruptions. I'll be wanting to get back to the video.
Well, y'all
Mr.
had me sit
Lego, I
for
wanna
5 to
ask you
10
something.
minutes. I had to have a long
Oh my
response. I never get
God,
to
can we
respond.
just play the freaking video? It's your video. I want to play. Shit. It's
Go
your
ahead
video.
and play it.
And you asked for it. Let's see. Pause. I gotta remove this. Is this it?
We still skipped over a piece, but
See,
okay.
you're playing this because you want you're
you
trying
skipped
to
the you skipped the reason why I put that meme up. I don't know why you're doing that.
All right,
It
hold
was
on.
intentional.
I got no. This is the same. This is right here.
Sells out of good men.
I say, no, I would rather be single.
This motherfucker.
And see, this is the bullshit. This is the male victimization.
Do you
This woman is
understand the
saying-
context between
I'm
that
trying to-
statement she
I'm
made and
trying
that
to-
meme?
I'm trying to explain it.
Oh, go ahead.
Bro. I'm trying to do it. He simply said, would you this is the dating, this is your dating, taking yourself out of the dating market. What the fuck that we brought up right here.
Sells out of good men.
I say, no, I would rather be single.
This motherfucker.
And that is the male victimization content right there. That's some bullshit, because the woman who says this is fit, friendly, and feminine. She can get better. She's not no fat, crazy looking woman. So why the fuck is the salute to your life being over to Sarah in particular? Because y'all want to talk about Sarah in particular, right? She's a fit, friendly woman. This is to the fat chicks, not her.
No,
Go ahead.
No, let me answer.
Don't make it
This
too
is
long.
not.
I want to keep going on with the video, but go ahead.
Be quick. It is not to the fit. This is not to the fat people. Just because you're fit, friendly, and intelligent doesn't mean that you could have standards that price you out of the market. Again, an interruption in the middle of context. I think you're intentionally doing this now, and it's a tactic. I'm sensing a pattern that you're doing, Ms. Lego. You know that I'm coming with a strong response to this and giving you context that's understandable, but you interrupt right in the middle of the context. The reason why I played that meme is because it's a correlation to women who are beautiful that actually can get picked, but they have a standard that completely absolves that. Their standard that she hasn't got picked. She said she'd rather be single. That's the reason why Kevin Samuels was famous for telling women that you're going to die alone.
Can I say something?
And he has passed away years ago, and it's still prevalent until today.
Can I say something? Because it's very important.
Go ahead.
I know her personally. She was in a relationship with a multi-decker millionaire, and he wanted to marry her. And I know him and I know her. So you have to take my word for it. I know the people. I know why she pulled away from the relationship. Okay.
I don't think we should elaborate on that for the sake of her privacy.
Right. So he was not a bad person, but she was with a person that is a millionaire. Okay. Multi-millionaire. So she did get picked. She did not want him for whatever reason. And on top of that, and she's in a relationship now with somebody who is on her level. So the thing about it is,
how old is she?
Y'all make these assumptions and assertions that are stupid, dysfunctional, problematic, and is meant to serve this stupid incel narrative that I keep alluding to. You, Darwin, are literally doing what you said you weren't doing. You don't know who the fuck she's doing what with. And to sit here and assume that she didn't get picked or can't get picked is dumb to say, because there's somebody here that knows her. She was picked. She didn't want the fucking person for whatever reason, and she got picked by somebody else that is in the world that she lives in.
Is she married?
So for you to assume now, you see this shit, Shauna? You see this shit, Shauna? This is shit right here.
Can you chime in, Shauna?
I'm almost done, Darwin. This is shit right here, Shauna. Now he's moving the goalpost. Now is she married? You see that?
What outcome does she want?
Oh, hold on. First is, now you interrupted me. First is you gotta let me cook. So Shauna, this is what he's doing. This is the male victimization bullshit. First is, how dare you want a man that makes over $70,000, right? And then is, women like her never get picked. Then I say, well, actually, she was with a Deca millionaire, some months ago, right? And then she healed for that, and now she stayed, because you got to stay single for a while before you just jump into another relationship. Only stupid people just jump into new relationships, right? So she healed from that. Now she's moving on with somebody else, maybe a year after or something. You got to go through healing and shit, right? So then she's in a relationship, and he turns around and says, oh, so she did get picked by a guy in her, financial whatever. Damn. Okay. That I can't say that. And then I turn around and say, then she's with a guy now. Then he's like, oh, damn. So I can't be her down with that. And then what does he say? Is she married? What the hell does that got to do with any goddamn thing? She got picked, goddamn it.
Well, let me explain.
Before she got picked. Now what did you got?
Let me explain. All right. So the reason why it has something to do with that, first of all, I'm gonna assume she's 40 plus.
No.
How old is she? 37? Okay, look.
She's like 35. Stop it.
Okay, 35.
What are you talking about?
For the
why would you assume she's 40 plus?
I said I assumed it because that's what she looked like.
That's the problem. You keep assuming shit.
It's nothing wrong.
I know how you gotta do.
Okay. Just pretend I never assumed that.
You keep wanting to say.
Wait. Let me get my response off. Just
saying. I want to talk about women, and you
let me respond and just ignore that I said she was 40. If that helps you.
Sarah, and I can.
If it helps you to allow me to get a response off, just ignore that I said I assumed that she was 40. I get it. Just take that off the table. Let's just strike that from the record. Okay, so she's been in the game, in the market. I'm gonna say from 18. I'm just the legal age from 18 to 35. How many years is that? About 16. Was it 14, 15 years? Whatever. My math is off. She hasn't gotten it right. Nobody on here can convince me, or nobody else is. I'm not convinced that she can't get a date. She can't get into a relationship. You gotta listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying she can't get around the man she desires. I am not saying that. I ain't never went on a record. If you look at my video, they went viral. I never said that. What I am saying is she wants a specific outcome. A specific outcome. And the outcome is not to date a Deca millionaire and fail on the way to the altar. The outcome is not to keep to going from man to man and it doesn't work out. Your outcome was
she's not.
You gotta let me finish the context. The outcome is
she wasn't picked.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving you context. I'm giving you context on what I mean when I say get picked. I'm giving you context from what I mean when I say get picked. I mean the outcome you want.
Now you move the goalposts with getting picked.
I'm giving you context. I'm allowed to give context on a statement I made. It's called giving you context. I'm giving you context on what I mean by getting picked. I mean, you got chosen by a man who wants to marry you, and the outcome you wanted, you got the result.
Chosen by a man that wants to marry her.
She hasn't got the result she wanted.
She got the result she wanted, bro. What are you talking about?
No, she didn't. She's a.
How do you know? You don't even know the goddamn woman.
I'm trying to explain to you why I know, but you're crashing out because you can't understand what I'm saying. You'll never understand if you let me finish the full context.
Woman.
This woman went on the record to say she's disciplining herself to God, a relationship with God. A woman like that has a specific outcome that she wants to be married and with a kid. And those type of women who have a relationship with God like that, they are adamant about those type of women are adamant about having a family and being married. I'm telling you what I know. I deal with a lot of women that have a relationship with God. I'm telling you what I know. These women actually want to be married and have kids.
These women, sir, you don't. I'm interrupting you on purpose.
I'm telling you, I do.
Don't know these women.
Yes, I do.
Let me tell you something.
You don't know who I talk to.
Sir, you don't know who
you cannot go on the record and say I don't know that. You don't have any intel on that.
Let me tell you something. I've been coaching women way longer than you have.
We're not talking about you.
No. We're not talking about you either. See,
I am talking about me. I'm talking about me.
Let me show you something. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me
go ahead, Shauna. Go ahead, Shauna. Please respond. That woman been quiet for 30, 40 minutes.
Shauna, please speak as I put my dick on the table. Pause, because this is some crazy shit. God damn it! What am I doing? So, Shauna, can you read this, please, and then you can respond.
Okay. Happy Tuesday. I was part of your coaching group a while back. Just wanted to reach out and say thanks for all the hard lessons you imparted. I'm engaged and getting married in February to an incredible, hardworking, and loving man. Your weekly groups were a huge part of my growth. Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Mo. I definitely remember you. You just made my whole day.
Okay, and this happened today. I didn't put the date is up. Oh, I didn't add the date. I screenshotted it. So the date is literally 3 hours ago, just for the record. So I'm showing you this because you can't sit here in front of me and say what you know, because that's going to cause me to respond in a manner of you don't know.
I've been sitting here for 2 hours telling you what I know, and you allow it.
You don't know. See, the key word is what you've been doing through this whole show is assuming, not knowing. But I want to go to Shauna, because she's been sitting here patiently waiting. Go ahead, Shauna. This shit is nuts. Talking about you damn know. I don't even know. I'm not a goddamn woman.
I feel like listening to like what you're saying, Darwin, it's like it's that side. It's what I've talked about on my page, about like men not ever. It's like I'm doomed if I do. I'm doomed if I don't. And
right,
a lot to the men on my page. Like I say a lot of things that like how women are the problem, how we need to do better, you know, this and that. But I do come across some things that men, you know, mess up on, and I have to speak towards it. But it just seems like I sat back and I just listened and I watched, and it just seems like you give off, you don't like women. That's number one. I'm not saying that's not the case, that is the case.
She's making an assumption.
That's the perception that you're putting off. That's number one.
Can you give me the percent? Can you give me what I said?
Yeah,
no, he's fine. I'm having a conversation with her. That's fine.
He's fine. Let go. It's okay. So when I'm about to go into it, so when we're talking about Sarah, you don't know this lady at all. You were trying to paint a picture in your head about her. You wanted to know her age. You wanted to know if she was married. You wanted to know if she had kids, because you are ready to attack her if she did have kids. If Let Go would have said, oh well, yeah, she got 2 kids, and then if the next question you would have asked was, oh, how many fathers? And then if you would have said 2, you'd be like, okay. And then if she had been 40, which you know that woman don't look 40, she looks amazing.
Thank you.
Had she been in her 40s or something like that, you would have been ready to say, women in her 40s, the eggs, you know, it's less likely that she's going to be able to have kids. Like, you know, so it's like you were like looking for things. But then on the other side, Darwin, you got women that, you know, did marry young, did do it the right way. I married young. It didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
I gave up the whole career thing. I didn't go to school. I mean, I went to high school and everything. I went and got some certifications from college, but I did the whole like, you know what? No college. I'm gonna get my husband. Got my husband, did that, and gained a bunch of weight. um Came out of it with no real career, and now I look at women like Sarah and I envy her. I envy those women that took the time to have a business plan, took the time to get their education, took the time to boss up and have money. And
Yes.
now, I mean, I'm doing okay. Like I have a house and everything, like, but I'm also blessed. I have parents that have taken care of me. I have parents that have, like the house I'm in right now. My parents gave me this house. I'm gonna just be honest. My
Yeah.
parents own a bunch of homes around Fayetteville, and right after my divorce, they just gave me this. They refurbished. They threw like $30,000 into it and gave me the house. The car I'm driving, they bought it for me. So I've been severely blessed. Okay,
Well,
so
you're
I'm
in Georgia,
okay. I'm
Fayetteville.
Oh no, Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm severely blessed, but it's just like it's like you doomed if you do, you doomed if you don't. And had Sarah did it the other way and maybe got married, got a divorce, had all these kids, and was in her 40s and looking for this and looking for that, then you would be saying like, oh well, she did it the wrong way and she should have been doing this and she should have been doing that. The women have been listening to y'all. Y'all are saying, "Oh, well, you should have chose better. You had that baby by these 4 different
Yep.
men."
But you haven't heard me say that.
Oh, let
Oh,
her finish,
you
please.
should be getting. Hold on, because I let y'all talk for about an hour.
Right. God damn. Go ahead,
So,
bro.
y'all say like, "Oh, y'all got to choose better. Y'all had kids too young. Y'all did this. Y'all did that." We are listening. We're having
Yes.
less children now. A lot of
Yes.
women are opting out of getting married altogether. There's a lot of
Shauna
people
does not have
and y'all are getting
kids, just for the
upset.
record. Anybody watching, Shauna does not have kids.
34, just so Darwin can, put his statistics together. 34,
Right.
no children, divorce, 5'10", 185 pounds. Do you need me to stand up for reference? Do you need
She's
to see
fine
the
as
body for
hell.
reference? Do you need
You
to?
want me to respond or are you still talking?
No, I'm
No,
just
no,
saying, if
no.
you
We don't
needed
need you to
me,
respond. Please
all
let
right,
her
here,
finish.
let's see
If
the
y'all
body
don't
for
want me to
reference.
respond, I won't.
We don't
Go
want you to
ahead.
So there's no
respond. No,
question about
no.
how I look or
Yeah,
anything
she's
like
fine as
that.
hell.
The body for reference. That's it.
Fine as
That's the
hell.
body for reference.
Fine.
So with that being said, because this is what gets me all worked up. We have the women that have fucked up, that have the 4 baby dads, the 4 kids, all this other stuff. Y'all shoot them down. Y'all say, oh, y'all are low value in the dating pool. And then you do have women like Sarah that are high value in the dating pool. And it's still not right. It's still, well,
Right.
how old is she? Well, what is this? And oh, well, she's not picked. You just heard Mr. Let Go say that she found another one. She's in a relationship. You got to be in a relationship and vet the person. Don't y'all men tell me this all the time in my comments. Properly vet. Have better
Yep.
discernment. I listen
Yep.
to y'all because my content is based on listening to men. I
Yep.
listen. So right now, what she's doing is she's in a relationship. She's properly vetting and making sure she doesn't just have a baby out the blue and just jump into a marriage. I jumped into a marriage. I did everything wrong. I got married
Yep.
after 6 months of knowing my ex-husband. Do I regret it? No, he wasn't a bad guy, but it is what it is. It didn't work out. So I say all this to say, like, I don't understand, like, at what point, Darwin, what do you have to hear for you to be like, she's okay.
She's
Okay.
doing her
She's
thing.
doing all right.
Yeah.
She ain't perfect, but she's doing all right. Like you know what? You have potential and you're doing it the right way. Okay. You got a plan and I see
Yeah.
it. And then maybe give some helping points and say, well, this is where you can, fix this and that. Here's where you can fix that, which I do this all the time. Like I said, I get on my platform and I ask men, I say, hey, I'm still single. Like, what I need to do? I figured out my problem. I'm a bad judge of character. I was not vetting properly. I was not listening properly. I was not paying attention. And when I fixed those things, I got into a relationship. I am in a relationship right now. I'm in a relationship with somebody that does not have kids.
She's
He is in
picked,
my tax
Darwin.
bracket. He is my age and he's doing pretty well for himself. And we talk about marriage and kids. He is somebody that that I can see myself having kids with and I can see myself marrying, but I'm still properly vetting. We've been talking for about a year now. So with that being said, it's just like at this point with women like Sarah, the only thing that should be asked or said is maybe some extra tips, or maybe, you know, just asking some questions like, okay, like how'd you get to this point? Where'd you find this man at? What circles do you know,
Yes.
are you in, so I can help my female followers to get to your point.
Right.
I just understand, like, it's like I sit back and I watch y'all bash the women that aren't doing well, but then you bash the women that are doing well. I feel
Are
like
doing
even if
well.
Sarah was married, like I feel like, Darwin, you would be like, well, what is a married woman doing on a podcast full of men? That's not very Christian like. I just feel like you would look for something to like just tear like a woman down, like just sitting here listening, because I've been quiet and I've been listening and I've taken in Trev's personality, I've taken in Mr. Let Go's personality, and Mr. Let Go, you do be disrupting Darwin when he be talking. I'm gonna keep it real. And I've taken in what Darwin's been saying. So I mean, I'm gonna leave it there. I know you had a question for me. I'm gonna go ahead because I know I've been talking.
And wait.
Go ahead
She
and
brought
stack.
up- it's not a stack. It's
It is a stack. I've researched this. It's called stacking.
See, this nigga just
Go ahead.
This is another assumption. Why do you keep? Can you please not build your life around assuming what the hell people are doing? I was about to play a goddamn commercial.
Did you mean
That
to
is
do that?
called stacking.
Yeah, y'all calm down. I'm about to play a goddamn commercial. Shit.
We meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game. We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
Durable.
A dating card game for introverts who have a hard time asking the much needed compatibility questions. Deeper Discussions, the card game.
And I also want to play this just for good measure.
One of these decks, and I was asking her the questions while we were heading to the airport, and she was asking questions. And I like that there is something in there that really helps you to identify, how do you feel? How do you express this? What word could I use? Or et cetera, et cetera. And I don't want to get too much into it because I really think that you guys should check this out. Even in the half hour that we were asking these questions, it created such deeper discussions. I actually remember there was one question, and it was something along the lines of, did my mom ever experience grief that would have allowed her not to be as attentive? And then we started talking about, and that led to like a really cool conversation. And so it was good. And I like it because we were giggling in the car, like talking about these different stories, stuff around Christmas time. Oh, do you remember this? And it just allowed us to be very nostalgic and really take that road down memory lane. So that was, this game is really cool. So I definitely appreciate it. Guys, we're going to connect the link below if you're interested in getting the mother-daughter card game. It's literally like therapy in a box. You get to ask all the questions that you may not have even known that you need to ask, or the conversation you didn't know you needed to have. So,
and the coolest part of this particular card game is, in your situation, your mom lives somewhere else. There's a mother deck and there's a daughter deck. So she was able to bring the mother deck home with her, and you kept the daughter deck. So now y'all can play over the phone or online, right? So you can buy this card game, pull out mom's card game, and ship it to her if she lives in another state.
Bless me.
So something that Shauna said a second ago, she said she was bad at vetting men, right? She would jump in something a little bit more or too presumptuous. These are the reasons why I created my Deeper Discussions card game. You now can slow things down a little bit by asking better questions, because the biggest problem with women and why they have trouble vetting is because they get their emotions into a situation instead of asking questions, or either they start asking questions and they stop when they get excited about the man, because sometimes the woman doesn't want the man to be the bad man or the wrong man because she likes him so much. But playing deeper discussions will put any woman in a position where she's just like, you know what? I'm just going to let Mr. Let Go vet this man for me by just opening up this card game and just playing it with him. And this works with men also. Some of you men might see a fat ass or might see a good looking woman, and you might become too presumptuous. Forget about all that. Just play the card game with the woman, play the card game with the man, and get a better understanding of their pathology. This card game not only asks the person, it's not going to ask questions what their favorite color is, because who gives a shit? It's about your pathology. How were you raised? Was your father in your life? How did your father treat you? And when you get that understanding of the other person, you'll be like, oh, damn, they didn't get along with their mother. They didn't get along with their father. They didn't get along with this person. They went through that. This person might not be the right person for me. And then you're able to vet that person and not allow that person to come in and totally fuck up your life like millions of other women have. And of course, become single mothers and with 4 kids, and people like Darwin get online and talk shit about them 10 years later after they ruin their lives. I can keep you from having Darwin talk shit about you, ladies, by playing my Deeper Discussions card game. And if you do have issues with your mother, just like what Sarah just said, play the mother-daughter card game. It's called Like Mother, Like Daughter. See, I don't assume what women think. I don't assume what women feel. I don't assume what women experience. I put you in a position where you can experience things with your mother, instead of me trying to tell you what you and your mother experienced and then turn around and say is wrong, no matter what you do in your goddamn life. Use my card games to experience life in a better way and vet another person to see how they experience life before they met you, so you both can experience lives with the same vision. Now, Darn, go for it.
All right. Thank you. All right. First of all, the misconception about how I would respond or trying to anticipate my responses to certain things, you don't have to do that, Shauna. You have me in real time. You have the luxury of asking me what I would say.
You have me in real time. Talk about Sarah.
I've never said, and Trev can vouch for me because we had a whole show on this. I've never said that women should not have their kids young. In fact, I did a lot of research, and I came up to the conclusion that when women wait till after 30, and a lot of women, a growing number of women are waiting till after 30 to have the kids, an entire generation is removed from the nuclear family. Great grandmothers become extinct. And Trev, you can remember when I gave a whole monologue on that, but that's not the point. You could ask me what I think or how I would respond to things. You don't have to anticipate it. I am here. But because of all of the stacking, and what stacking is stacking is so much information making me lose my footing and trying to where I want to respond at. Can you ask me the question that you want me to answer specifically?
Yes. I never said anything about you said that women shouldn't have kids young. I was speaking towards like when women want to wait and vet a man properly, because my ex-husband was in his 20s and he was also younger. I was older and I didn't want to have kids just yet. I wanted to wait until my 30s actually. But I digress. The question I have for you is what makes a capable female to you? Because like I said, you're giving off, you're doomed if you do, you doomed if you don't. So meaning, like I said, I gave the example, if you got the woman that has the 4 baby dads, all of this, she has all the baggage. Of course, you're going to say, well, you're not up to par with the dating market. You know, you're this, you're that. And then, like I said, you have women like Sarah that did do it the right way, and I feel like it is doing it the right way. And technically, somebody said it in the comments, she hasn't been picked yet until she's married, because anybody can be in and out of a relationship, and that's true. So she's on the track. She's on the way to being picked. But my question is, like, what makes it? What makes us capable then? If you still see flaws in women like Sarah, and you see flaws, the same flaws in women that have the 4 baby dads, what makes the capable female? Tell me the traits and the values, and like exactly what makes up this capable woman that's worth, you know, dating and being out here, to where you can look at them and say, I don't really have nothing to say. Like, she on the right track. So what is a woman that's on track to you?
A woman who have realistic standards, point blank, for the outcome she wants. I speak to the desired outcome, and I look at patterns of behaviors that are able to get those results. And Trev can vouch for me. I've been on many discussions with women who have multiple baby fathers and multiple kids. It only becomes a problem to me whenever they have a specific result they want to achieve, and they're going about it the wrong way, and we can detect it. That is what a problem with. So what makes a woman capable? A woman who has multiple baby fathers and multiple kids, if she have realistic expectations that yield a result for her, that's fine. But when you have a woman like that saying, "Oh, I want this top tier guy," and all this other stuff, when I look at the market, because I'm an expert at studying the dating market, and I see that that's not going to yield you the result. Based on my expertise, I insert my opinion or my advice, my expertise on, hey, look, that is not going to work based on probability. It's going to be very unlikely for you to achieve the results you want based off of the standards you have. Now, what makes me look at a woman that is deem a woman capable is when she have the actual standards that match the results. Simple as that. And it doesn't got to be women with a baby father, baby dads, or whatever. It could be a single woman who doesn't have any of this baggage. If her standards don't match the results or the outcome that she wants to achieve, it's all going to fall apart, regardless of how much baggage she is, regardless if she's a person you envy, Miss Sarah Fontenot. If she's not getting the results she wants, if she's not getting the results you want, she's just not getting them, and that's just plain as day. I hope that answered your question. And I don't have anything against. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Hold on, wait.
What is plain as day?
I don't have anything against women. I love women. I talk to women all the time.
Plain as day, though,
my wife.
You said it's plain as day.
It's plain as day that she hasn't gotten the results she wanted.
She has the results she's wanted. I keep trying to tell you that. You don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I am not convinced. That is the reason why I inserted myself in the conversation.
Nobody's here to convince you of anything. Nobody gives a damn about what you think about.
Why did you have me here then? Are you having me to hear my input?
We're having a conversation about.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Sarah, Shauna, am I just having a conversation? I come to the conclusion that based off of
you don't care about your opinion about Sarah's
she asked
life.
Me a question, so she cared about my opinion.
I think what
No. I said we don't care about your opinion on her life in particular. That is what I'm saying.
That's what I spoke to. I thought that was why I was here.
Well,
you keep making assumptions and assertions about a woman's life.
Well, Shauna, let me hear what Shauna said, because I'm kind of confused now.
Well, I'm assuming, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Let Go. It seems like, Darwin, what you're doing is you're making this specifically about
her,
Sarah, when it's really just about how she answered the question.
Yes,
and it could be anybody, because she's not a woman making $500K, and nobody approached her, and you know what I'm saying. It's not like she said, "Hey, I had this guy was talking."
The whole conversation was anecdotal. So it's an anecdotal conversation altogether.
Right, but they use pockets of anecdotal questions and answers to connect to a general.
But you're trying to make it personal to her, and it's showing.
I don't think
why are you trying to do that? Because you literally said at one point, you said you're not allowing me to pin Sarah into a corner, and I'm like, why are you trying to pin her into a corner? Like, what the fuck are we doing? You said that.
You're not
I'm like,
understanding
what
what I'm saying. There's in that entire discussion, there are pockets of anecdotal questions and answers, which allows them to connect to the general topic at hand. People do that all the time in conversations.
So why are
It
you
was a
trying to
general
pin
topic.
somebody in a corner?
I understand that. I
What?
understand what you're saying with that.
I hope you understand because that's
because okay, so let go. So
yeah.
Let's say if it wasn't Sarah that said this, say if it was a overweight, unattractive woman that nobody desired, that was, way older or something like that, and she said that, then it wouldn't even matter. It would be like, wait, what? Because it's coming from her. So we asked her the question. So we're gonna base a lot of her beauty, how old she is, her accolades. So I do understand what Darwin.
that's what a problem
Gonna be a
is.
bit personal because if Sarah wasn't as attractive as she was, didn't make as much money as she does, then how could you be answering that way? You see what I'm saying? So it does play a part
Let me say this.
in the question and the answer.
And let me say this before Darwin goes. And this is the actual issue. She can get what she asked for, and she does have what she asked for, and she had a year ago what she asked for. So for you to come on here or any other platform, because you did this on your platform, and I'm not here to attack you, you're my guy, but you keep going down the same dysfunctional rabbit hole, and you keep digging a bigger ditch for yourself, and I'm trying to give you an option to come out of it, but you want to stay in the ditch. So with all that being said, like Shauna said, because she's just simply observing, and Shauna doesn't even know me. Like I just did a video about her, and we just got cool in DMs. I don't even know her. She don't even know me.
Her video on me. I think you don't realize it.
Yeah. I did a video a long time ago. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I didn't think you realized it.
Yeah. About the girl with the car, and the dude was like, wait, he has a car? You know what I'm saying? So I always liked how objective you have always been, right? So the thing about it is we don't know each other. So she's not on my side because she's, friends with me. We don't even know each other, right? So the thing about it is she just simply observing 3 men for the first time, in this setting, and she sees you as a problem, and I see you.
Oh, I don't see him as a problem.
Oh, God.
Okay. I see you as part of the problem that I've been talking about for the last hour, which is this MVC issue, male victimization content. And what male victimization content, their not your, but their number one goal is to find every way up, down, left, and right to shame a woman into picking a man that is lower value than she would actually want, whether she deserves it or not. In this particular situation, which is somewhat of an outlier situation, she is as close to perfect, other than age, as you can get from a freaking woman. She's fit, she's friendly, she's feminine, she's smart, and she makes a lot of money, but she doesn't use her money and shits on people. She just says, I just want a man that makes more than this. And even with that, it wasn't an anecdotal conversation. So yeah, I'm disappointed in just your level of hole digging in this conversation, because I do know you. I don't know Shauna. I know you better than I know Trev. I know Trev, but I can say I don't know Trev. But I've been over your house. I know you. So it's like I'm just confused on like what's
that got to do with anything?
Well, when you get to know a person, just like I know Sarah, you're like, yo, this is not who you are, but I may be wrong. See, I'm not making assumptions. I'm asking questions. So I'm saying I know you, but what is the issue that I may not know? You see, I'm asking questions instead of saying, I know you, Darwin.
Well, that's a loaded question, because
that's
a loaded question. For me to answer that, I have to first admit that I have an issue. When you say, what is the issue? But Trev was trying to respond.
I want him to see that there's an issue means that there's an issue. But go ahead.
No, I was going to let Trev get in because I didn't want to hog the mic too long. But I hope I answered your question, Sean.
And Trev, do you see my issue with Darwin? With this is somebody I'm cool with now, so I'm not like I'm beefing with him. I think I know Darwin, and he's going down this rabbit hole so deeply. And Shauna, who doesn't know any of us, sees it also. And I'm like, bro, what did you doing?
She can ask questions.
Well, here's the
clarity.
first thing. I did want everybody to understand this. I would imagine all four of us sitting on a panel would love to have the same results. It probably would all look the same, right? Black family, strong together, successful. We definitely have different ideas on what it looks like to get there. So if we do it as a collaborative effort, then I think it would be a lot better than. And sometimes it's okay to have these type of discussions. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's important.
As long as it's respectful, it is what it is. Yeah. But we got to keep that one thing in mind, that we all want the same damn thing. We have different ideas as to what to get there. And I'm open-minded enough to listen to someone else's perspective and say, all right, well, you know what? That's actually a good point. I could probably add that to what it is that I do. But I do want to ask a question of Shauna to see where she was at least with this particular point. Do you agree with my point about her messaging? And do you see how that could be a thing?
When you said that, like what she said afterwards, not her preference, but when I feel like I didn't see the whole like clip, but
no, only what we said here today. I forget like all the extra stuff or anything else, but the small clip where she
didn't see enough of her messaging.
She connected the leadership to
that part,
money, that part,
yeah.
Should I play it again?
No, I remember. So did she say that because they were making 70K that they're not a leader or something?
All right, based on what you saw, did you see
I can play it again if y'all want
with how the message was delivered? If you want to run it back, if you need to run it back to kind of really get a full idea of it.
I've seen like the first half like several times, but she answered the question. I didn't hear that part.
Okay, because I'm willing to give context.
I wanted a full assessment of what she thought from that part.
Y'all want to play it? I'll play it.
Yeah, just play.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
After she.
All right, here we go.
Feminine women. Let me not say most women. Feminine women want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now. Masculine men want to lead. Well, this is the thing. If I'm making all the decisions for the household, because I don't question where my rent is going to come from. I have a call, like all the things you just said. I'm like, oh, I did that 15 years ago. You know, so the conversations are a little bit different. And I feel like if you have to juggle between how am I going to put food in my fridge, gas in my car, and also pay my rent on time. Because at a time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago. And that's no longer my story. So if that's your...
And she doesn't want to live that type of narrative again when she's 35 or whatever. That's
story. Great. Saying. Go be with somebody that has that similar story.
Go be with somebody who has that similar story. Don't go be with me because I've been through that shit already and I don't want to go through with it again.
Go be with somebody else.
That's the extreme example.
And then that's when everybody start getting all upset. Like, that's an extreme example. That's not a fucking extreme example. That's a normal fucking example. But they're trying to push a narrative of, oh, what about the guy that's still struggling? Fuck the guy that's still struggling. Let him go be with somebody else.
Mr. Let Go. Mr. Let Go. Here's the only problem. Here's the problem that I have.
Let it play. I just want to let it
play. We gotta address this.
No, please.
The conversations that we have, and women are literally saying, "I make $300,000 a year. If he makes $100K, he's not valuable."
But wait, Doc.
Then there's he's not valuable because she didn't say he's not valuable. I don't want to go through the things that guy went through because I went through them already.
I'm saying it's not about leadership. It's about leadership. So for me.
So here's the leadership part.
But money doesn't equate to leadership at all.
She didn't say money equates to leadership. It's about lifestyle. It's about what you've been through versus what you are going through presently versus what you're going through now. Like, I don't want to go through something that I went through 10 years ago is what she's saying. All right, y'all. This is
why are you not? Hold on. I gotta say something real quick before anything. It's not very long. So look, Mr. Let Go, what you just did is absolutely equivalent to what you're accusing Darwin, of doing, where if you have them play it and then you have to explain it to say what it is, it's impossible to do that without pushing a narrative, and it'll make a person digest the material completely differently than if you were to just let the bitch play. If you just let it play, then we can come up with our own objective assumptions. But for you to stop it and then push a narrative, I could have said something and made them think anything I wanted to. If I have an audience and you're an influencer, when you stop it and then you inject your own thoughts to break down what it is a person says, it's impossible to do that without pushing a narrative. You and Darwin explained the same exact clip, two completely different messages.
Two different.
So what I wanted to happen was I wanted for Shauna to be able to listen to it objectively and come up with her own idea as to what it is. I assume she's going to be able to, based on the fact that she's also a content creator / influencer, she's going to be able to sift through all of that and come up with her own idea and own interpretation of it. So what I wanted to happen was
I would like to agree, and I would like to say I agree with you, and I would play it again if you want me to, but go ahead. I agree.
Why did you stop playing the other video that was very important? We didn't finish, but you don't have to, but I just wanted to know why.
Because all of us want to talk, all of us, me including.
No, I'm talking about the video that we paused on originally.
I got that, and it's still paused.
Okay,
it's still on Kevin Samuels doing this. But remember, we stopped because we kind of like got pulled away because of the thing. We all of us, we just want to talk, and it's cool. You know, we're talkers. Shauna, do you want me to play it again? Because I agree with Trev.
I think I kind of got it. I mean, I was trying to hear what she was saying, but all I could hear and think about was the narrative that you were telling me. And he's right, like that. Like
I agree.
You know,
can I play it again then?
Yeah, I just need to hear it without anybody saying it.
Yeah, I was wrong. See, I can admit when I'm wrong, Darwin.
Women want to be soft in their homes. Most women want to be led by their partner, especially feminine women. Let me not say most women. Feminine women want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now. Masculine men want to lead. Well, this is the thing. If I'm making all the decisions for the household, because I don't question where my rent is going to come from. I have a call, like all the things you just said. I'm like, oh, I did that 15 years ago. You know, so the conversations are a little bit different. And I feel like if you have to juggle between how am I going to put food in my fridge, gas in my car, and also pay my rent on time. Because at a time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago, and that's no longer my story. So if that's your story, great. Go be with somebody that has that similar story. Go be with somebody else.
That's the extreme example, though.
That's extreme.
The conversations that we have, and women are literally saying, I make $300,000 a year. If he makes $100K, he's not valuable.
But wait, Doc, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not about leadership. It's about leadership. So for me,
but money doesn't equate to leadership at all.
All right, y'all. This is about to be a crazy. All right. And now we can go to Darwin's video, or y'all have y'all discourse.
No, I think if you had another 30 seconds of that same clip, if you had that kind of gets exactly her whole entire thought. Yeah, just about 30 seconds of her actually talking. That's all we need.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Because all I did right here was just saying hit the like button, and welcome everybody in.
Okay, that's
it keeps going. Let's see. Modern men and modern women. Women are women.
You can play your response into it. It's cool.
No. Altogether, that was me greeting people and just saying why we're here. I wasn't even talking about the clip. I was just saying, everybody hit the like button, and we're going to have a conversation about blah, blah, blah. It's the introduction of the video. Then the average black man. So this conversation is about ambition and wanting to become a butterfly versus the man being okay with being a caterpillar. That's what the actual conversation is in its rarest form or rawest form.
I like
think about the women who are not feeling, because it's so extreme that the average woman doesn't make that much money.
That's true.
Right? So when we're speaking,
and the conversation about average, we're going to talk about the whole average thing. The reason why Sarah is getting so much flack for what she said in this episode is because of the conversation about average, right? But this is what's crazy. Didn't Kevin Samuels talk about
We're
let me fast forward. Let me fast forward. Let me fast forward.
This man is mischaracterized.
All right, here goes. I think it's right here.
Woman doesn't make that much money. That's true. Right? So
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, shit.
Sarah is not the average woman.
Bro, it's a response video. I gotta respond.
No, I got it.
So she doesn't look like the average woman.
woman doesn't make that much money. That's true. Right? So
What does that have to do with anything?
God damn it! Now I'm getting mad.
Sarah is not the average woman.
Sheesh.
I say I don't. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. God damn it. I agree with y'all. I talk too fucking much.
Shauna, do you have enough?
Yeah,
man, I'm all
that's-
worse at
that's
the very
for-
end.
You know,
But go ahead.
I forgot at this point. Ask me your question again.
Oh, the question was, do you think that there was a problem? My main gripe about the entire video was that I feel like the way that that message was delivered would easily offend your average man and kind of persuade the average woman that a man who can make 70,000, or I think they even got up to 100,000 in that conversation, is inadequate, right? I think they still can build strong families. I think they still can be awesome fathers and likely spend even more time with their children to develop them as better young adults or whatever. So I think that that part to me was out of touch and would not resonate with the average person to me. And I think it kind of ostracized the average man, which are most of us and most of the core audience who actually need to listen to this. So that was my gripe. I just wanted to know if you agree with that point, or maybe you disagree, and that's fine too. But I wanted to know what your take from it was about her messaging. That was the main thing, because I do agree that she absolutely has the right to have her preference. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the way that that message was delivered was out of touch to me.
So I think in the beginning when she said, I don't disagree with that. And just for the room and for context, these are conversations that are out of my tax bracket. So what Sarah wants and deserves is completely different than what I want and what I qualify for. I'm gonna just say that. But as far as what she said, I didn't see anything wrong with the part where she said she basically didn't want to live paycheck to paycheck. She didn't want to have to worry about which bill she was going to choose to pay. She didn't want to attract a man that was already dealing with financial issues. That's what it sounded like. That was my perception of what she said about that first half. And I don't disagree with that. I wouldn't want to, be with somebody who was trying to pick which bill he was going to, it sounds like either you're living beyond your means or you're just not financially literate. Okay. But the second half where she's talking about, like leadership and this and that. I don't agree with that, only because, like I said, I'm in a different tax bracket. So my opinion is, I feel like it's going to be biased because I'm not up there with her. I feel like maybe somebody that's also making the same amount as her, you would need that answer from, because I'm going to be on your side about it. You are shitting on the average Joe, or I don't even consider like 80 and 100K average. Like that's above average.
It's above average.
I'm sorry. That's not an average man.
Just put yourself in a scenario and answer from there.
The average man, I thought was making around like 40 to 50. That's what I thought.
That's more what the average is.
Okay.
So she's talking about even above average man in this particular case.
Okay. So when
remember, it was a scenario that a man made up, so it wasn't even her scenario.
So just put yourself in a scenario, Shauna.
Wait.
Yeah, just make up a scenario.
Just make up a scenario as you're the one who makes 300K, and there's a guy that makes 80K that's hitting.
Okay, so okay. If that was the case, I still wouldn't shit on the average Joe. I feel like just my mindset, I still wouldn't like shit on the average man. Like I don't feel like I would. Like I don't see.
Do you think she shitted on the average man?
No, I don't think she shitted
Okay.
on. Just has a preference. That's all. It's just like I never got offended. I don't get offended when men say that they don't want American women or they don't want Black women, like the passport bros. I come across passport bros all the time. I'm not offended. I support passport bros because you have a preference. You don't you haven't found somebody to choose you here in America, so you feel like you have to go elsewhere. But I don't
They didn't
agree
get picked.
with sitting around just shitting on Black women or, you know, American women all day on podcasts. Just be quiet, go get your Asian woman and go be happy. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think that she was shitting on anybody. I think that she was just saying, you know, her preference. The leadership thing, the money and the leadership, I don't understand how that equates. I don't understand where that ties in. That's where she lost me. Like,
Right.
I
So
don't
you
feel
disagree
like
with that
now if
part.
you're not financially stable, okay, then yeah, you can't lead. But I mean, if you're financially stable,
And you know
just
what?
because
Here's
different
I just want to mention
brackets
this
doesn't
one
mean
thing.
that
I'm going to let you keep going, but they did include several qualifiers. They said this man has a business plan. This man is spiritually, all everything else checks every other box perfectly, and has a business plan, but only makes that 70,000 a year. That was this exact scenario. He wasn't bad with money. He wasn't living check to check like she described, which was wrong. He wasn't worried about how he's going to pay his bill next month.
I
He
thought you were
just
talking
so
about
happens to make $70,000 because this is the same scenario. All of those qualifiers were there.
They were there.
Everything else was
Yeah, I
good
thought
with
you
this man.
were talking about
All
the
of those qualifiers were there.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the other clip. So the first clip, I had already answered the question on that. I guess you had came in late. If I were her, then yeah, I would want to date within my tax bracket, probably. Yes, this is true. I'm not her. I mean, I always say go for what you qualify for. And I mean, not saying that a woman has to make millions in order to attract a guy that makes millions, but you are going to be in those circles. And I can't say that, you know, if I did make 500K and I all of a sudden was in these circles with other men that were sophisticated enough to do certain things or carry themselves a certain way, I'd probably be like, wow, you know what I'm saying? After dealing with, you know, certain men that couldn't afford this or, you know, wasn't able to do this or do that. But the whole 70K thing and him trying to, you know, he had a plan and all that other stuff. I mean, I wouldn't mind helping, but I don't know if I would date. Like, I don't know if I would date. I don't have to date you. I don't know if I would necessarily date because I would just have my reservations on what if I, you know, get this man, you know, all the way elevated and then, you know, we get married and then, you know what I'm saying, he leave me for somebody else that don't even have half as what I got. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Stuff like that would be in the
So
back.
just for the record, Trev, to a certain degree, and let me know if I'm wrong, Shauna, this is yet another woman that somewhat agrees or understands the sentiment of what Sarah is saying. And I agree also. So that's all we're saying. It's not meant to demonize or alienate anybody else. If women are hypergamous, if a woman is making $500,000 a year, it doesn't make no goddamn sense to date a man that makes $70,000. And that's, I think, a typical woman would say that. Even a fat woman would say that. And for y'all to, not y'all, but for people to be so sad or mad and offended and alienated is fucking dumb to me. But go ahead.
So let go. I do want to respond to that because you know I'll tell you that you kind of have my opinion wrong. So again, for the record, I don't have a problem with her having that preference. Every woman has a right to a preference. I have no issue with that. If she feels that's what she deserves and she can realistically obtain, or even not, that is your prerogative. I could care less. My problem is the parallel drawn between money and leadership, and her also stating that after the qualifiers were that this guy has everything right and has a business plan, for her to say that he's going to be struggling from check to check and don't know how to pay his bills and all of this and that has nothing to do with that. He's already doing better than the average person and is working towards it. So he's probably financially sound. So to attach those characteristics to that particular type of man is irresponsible. And I'm 10 toes down on that. Those are my points. Those are my only points. Her preference is not my problem. Please don't tie me to that. My problem is her attaching these negative characteristics and traits to men that don't deserve it. And that's why I say men will feel alienated and isolated, because they're like, damn, a dude who's doing 70,000 a year, maybe he's not going to get a banging chick, but he'd qualify if he has all that other stuff right. He qualifies for some type of woman and should be loved, respected, and admired by this particular woman, right? Because most women are also average. And then he's going to, the market is not very nice to men, so he's going to find out the hard way what he's worth. He's going to get what he's worth based on how he performs. That's just what it is for us, and we have to accept that as men. And if you want better, then do better, right? But what I'm telling you is that I don't agree that those negative traits should be tied to a man that they described with all those qualifiers involved.
And what my point on this is similar to Trez, but and I'll elaborate on this whenever you play the video back. Mine is just based on patterns of behaviors, especially when men become competitors. Whenever they go in the market and they try to date like men, you have a overwhelmingly growing number of women that are trying to date like men date, and that's where the issue, that's where it becomes a problem.
And I agree with you on that one. No, I agree with you on that one. It's just the Sarah is an outlier, and for everybody to get mad at this outlier for wanting an outlier to be with is preposterous to me. That's my only issue. And it's not even because I know her personally. It's look at her, listen to her. You know, it's like, why would she want a dude that makes $60,000, $70,000 a year? I understand that. Like, that's just one woman that these niggas can't get. What is wrong with that? There's plenty of other women for him. And somebody in the chat said, just get somebody else. You know what I mean? So let's go.
This is the thing.
Wow.
This is
that part is a shrugging off, like, like what is wrong?
Tell you why? Because I don't think, for me, let me speak for me, and I'm not, this is why it goes back to the beginning, rank yourself. I have gotten to a certain point because I've built to a certain point. I am disciplined in everything. I'm disciplined in relationship with God, in my emotions, in my mentality, in my energy, in my body, and how I eat. I am very
Go ahead, keep going.
Bullshit. Guys, if a woman claims to be walking with God, that automatically implies humility, service, submission, and a willingness to build with someone. Instead,
just tell me when to pause it.
Her statement communicates status-based hypergamy, pride, and transactional frame for relationships. Biblical feminine energy helps multiply what a man already has. Y'all know about the book of Ruth, right? Ruth partnered with Boaz before he poured anything into her. Esther submitted and changed an entire kingdom in the process. That means.
So, question: were they both in the equivocal broke together at the same time, or were they totally different?
Esther and Ruth were very extremely wealthy.
So, okay, they're wealthy.
She sees herself as a competitor, not a helper. By definition, a helpmate assists in the elevation of the man she's paired with. If she refuses to help him grow, she's disqualifying herself from the very role God designed her for. That woman got to be about 40 years old, and she does not sound like she maintains purity from 18 up to now. The energy.
That shit is crazy. Do you see the hate in that? Like, god damn, bro. Like, what the fuck?
She is giving his competitor energy. Fellas, we have to be aware. Because women's ability to climb to financial success, they will no longer see themselves as helper to any man. They are now our competitors. But the question is, how is she my competitor when she wants men and I want women? Well, she is not competing for that. She is competing for who gets to set the terms of the relationship. And she will die on a sword before any man who does not earn as much as her come in to try to set the terms, because she would be forced to let him lead and set the terms because of her allegiance to God. So she has to force herself to only deal with men who out-earn her. And
that's another nut ass assumption. Like, this shit is crazy.
The reason she likely has a match is because she wants to set the terms with him.
Another nut ass assumption.
The top guy.
I can validate all of that. If you want
those men are not going.
You want to start right there?
You could keep it going.
Oh, okay. What you just said, though? You can what?
I said, if you like, I can validate all of the claims I made.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first claim that you said it was bullshit. You said it. Which one was it?
I don't know, just nut shit. You said she.
You just disagreeing.
I don't know. The shit just. No, I heard it, but I don't. Okay, your brain.
Okay,
let
me give you an understand. Let me refresh it.
Dumb, but I don't want to bring it in.
Let me remind you.
Back a little bit. You want me?
No, you don't have to.
Let
me remind you what my position is. The reason why I came up with my position against what she was stating.
Okay,
it's because she and I said this hours ago on this same show. She went on the record to expose that she had a disciplined relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
That allows me to go and cross-reference that to the principles that she actually lived by to see if she is actually indeed living by it. And if you draw a parallel between that and the way she's moving right now, it is a contradiction.
How so?
I gave you an elaboration on the two stories. One of them was with Ruth.
She's not out here fucking. No, she's not out here fucking.
So she's a virgin?
Okay. She's okay. Not speaking for her, but because I know her, she's not out here fucking. But
I didn't say she was doing it. I asked you, was she a virgin?
What? Okay.
Just you don't have to answer. Just let it go.
Because it's a dumbass question. What does? Okay. In your nutty ass way of thinking.
Okay, so first of all, Mr. Lego, out of respect,
the devil.
We can have a conversation out of respect. You don't have to.
What does her being a virgin have to do
what
with
I'm saying
it?
is
Nobody's a virgin.
All I'm saying is, if you want to have a grown up conversation, you don't have to.
You just asked her if she's a virgin. What does that have to do with it?
I never said anything about how you speak, how it was nutty and all this other stuff. All I'm just saying is, let's just have a respect for each other.
Okay, I'll do that. What I think. You asking me, is she a virgin, is nutty because nobody's a fucking virgin. So it literally makes no sense to ask that. And I can only assume why you're asking that.
Okay, assume why. Why you think I asked that?
Because she said something about the Bible. So because somebody says something about the Bible and they follow the Bible, they have to be a fucking virgin. That's preposterous. Let me know if I'm wrong. So I say, hey, I follow the Bible. Oh, are you a virgin? No.
Ask everybody else on the panel. What do y'all think? A person who says they're disciplined with their relationship to God, does it mean that a woman's supposed to maintain her purity before marriage? And we don't have to go on the biblical side of this.
A man is supposed to as well.
Thank you.
Answer through what is a man supposed to do.
We all follow the same Bible.
But you see the play though. And that's fine. If you want to answer through what the man's supposed to do, a question that's directly to the woman, which is sad, but go ahead and do it. But you do agree that the woman who says she has a disciplined relationship to God is supposed to maintain her purity up until marriage. We can just if you don't want to answer that, don't worry about it. But if you're gonna say it was ignorant or anything or that's some bullshit, I'm saying as long as you understand. As long as you understand the context, that's all that matters to me.
You're right. It's fine. You're right.
I think it's
a fucking virgin, so it doesn't make no fucking sense. And that's the reason why I say nobody's following the fucking Bible. Everybody's a goddamn hypocrite because everybody's out here fucking. It's just stupid.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know that unless you tell me that you're following the Bible and then the results are contrary to it.
So I think it's extremely dangerous for us to make references to the Bible unless we live by it. So that's one thing I don't do. I'm not a Bible thumper. So I make no references to the Bible whatsoever because I don't want to be held to that standard because I know I don't live a life of that standard. So I don't make references to it. So could that be another misstep? Yes, because why would you say that in the first place, right? You say that to elevate yourself to a level to say, hey, this is what I'm doing. Now, when you say things like that, you are enticing people to check your chin. And this is when people like Darwin will come up and check your chin because you were putting yourself out there. It's boasting, no matter how it's
check my chin or check her chin or check Darwin's
Absolutely
chin.
No. I'm talking about Dr. Sarah. She when she stated that she's aligned with God, she's boasting. no matter how you spin it. Otherwise, what you say that for? That's a boast.
Okay.
You know, when you say that, you are enticing people to check your chin. People are going to be like, let me see. Look, I want to see how gangster you really are. And they're going to say, okay, well, are you doing this? Are you doing that? Are you doing that? So that's just one of those things. When you boast, people are
But
going
are
to
you
always
a
check you.
virgin,
If I say I'm getting bread, people are going to start bringing my taxes up. I'm going to get doxxed. As soon as I start talking money shit, somebody going to say, let's play big bag, little bag like a child. Or they're going to go in like pocket watch and digging my taxes and say, nah, bro, I'm looking at your shit right here. When you say things on the internet, you have to be conscious of how people are going to receive it. And you have to be conscious of what people are going to do with that information. Being an influencer is a double-edged sword. No matter how we spin it, we got to be ready for people to attempt to hold us accountable. That's what's going to happen. That's all I'm saying.
I just have
Go
one
ahead.
question.
Do I think it's radical to expect a virgin? Do I think it's radical for a person to be expected to be a virgin? It's radical. It would be perceived as radical.
If it was another question, I would understand it. But are you a virgin is nut shit, is all I'm saying. Sorry,
Well,
Darwin.
we all knew what the
but
answer was going to be.
You're trying to do something on purpose or some shit. Trev, you see what I'm saying? Like, are you a virgin? Who the fuck says, like, that's the thing. You can go in any other direction. I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, did you kill somebody? You know, do you cheat on your taxes? You know, are you a cheater? Yes, I understand it. But are you a virgin? Come on, bro. And it's kind of like you're trying to like start, you know, it's like the person that's in a protest picking up a fucking brick and throw it into a fucking building window or some shit. Like, bro, we trying to protest. Why are you doing that?
I don't know what that analogy.
I see
Shauna?
what he's saying in retrospect, just a little bit. Let go. Just a little bit, only because
I'm listening.
I feel like I mean, it is kind of far left and it's ridiculous to take it to this point, Darwin. But I do see what you're saying. If you're going to get on a platform and push forward, I'm a Christian woman with Christian values. Yes, you can be, because I'm a Christian woman, yes, but I don't start off every video, or I don't start off, you know, y'all didn't hear me start off anything I was saying with, I have Christian values and I abide by them. Like, because I'm not trying to hold myself to a standard, because I'm not a perfect Christian. I am a Christian, but I'm not perfect and I'm still making mistakes. And I don't purposefully make mistakes. And not saying that Miss Sarah can't either, but when you do push that, you know, that narrative, then yeah, you're gonna get the Bible thumpers. You're gonna get the people that are gonna be like,
But
okay,
the checking of the chin being, are you a virgin? But Shauna, is the checking of the chin, are you a virgin? Out of all of the checking of the chin of the Bible thumper, are you a virgin? Is crazy.
it's still far left what Darwin is
That's
saying.
all I'm
But I'm
That's all
saying I understand why he's bringing it up, because just, you know, I mean, I would hate to say don't say
You can
that,
say, do you cuss? I'm a Bible thumper, but do you cuss? That's understandable, you know, but are you a virgin? That's all I'm saying.
That's not really that crazy, because that is a part of the Christian values. If you are diehard Christian,
I literally said that all of us are hypocrites.
You're not supposed to be having premarital sex, the man nor the woman. So
But
if
that's what I'm saying. All of it is hypocritical.
Oh, so are you saying Sarah was hypocritical?
Yes, all of us are. Yes. Oh, yes.
So
all
what's
I
wrong?
keep saying, all of us. All
So
of us
what is
on-
wrong
on
with
planet
what is
Earth,
wrong? Okay,
Even fucking monks are hypocrites when
so
they
you
bring up
understand-
with all this Bible thumping shit. That's all I said.
So you understand why on that particular clip how I had that response?
No.
Oh my God.
Come on, you get it. Hold on, wait. Let me say this. Hold on. I just said, hold on. I just
Darwin, I'm messing with you. Oh wait, I'm joking. I'm messing with Darwin. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm messing with Darwin. I like messing with Darwin. Like it's a joke. I was actually waiting for him to hit that word track button. That shit was hilarious. I've been waiting for him to do that word track and that. Oh, no, I'm just messing with Darwin. I understand. I'm just messing with him. Oh my God, I just like messing with him. Like, Because he be saying crazy.
So look, and I don't know if you want to continue playing it, but I will say this: I have nothing against. I have nothing against nothing anybody say about their preferences or whatever. You know, I don't have anything about. I mean, I don't have anything about how you represent yourself or what do you stand for. The only issue is whenever you claim you stand for something specifically that has rules that can be researched by anybody. To Chad's point, you got to understand how people are going to do two things. They're going to fact check you to see if you're actually doing what you're supposed to, or aligning with what you vow to align for, or what you praising yourself about. And the second thing is people you got, which is dangerous. You got other people that are not going to go and do that fact check, or they're not going to cross-reference you and see how you're tying it in to aligning with it. And they're going to just give you more power and praise you even more. And that's the dangerous part about whenever you do that in front of an audience. And it doesn't got to necessarily be the Bible. It can be anything like the money or tax thing or scenario that Trav drew up. Anything that you say that this is what I'm about. This is what I'm a representation of this. And then you got people who are also a representation of that. And they say, well, damn, you ain't doing that right there. Like, so that's all.
Let me give you an example. I did the same thing with Umar, right? But the reason why I went after Umar wasn't because of all this shit that I know he was lying about. It was when I realized that he was a deadbeat father and he was not taking care of his kid, and his kid came out and said, this nigga won't even answer my phone call. He became my enemy. And now I want to find out if this nigga's a fraud, because I wanted to confirm my new confirmation bias that I now have for him, because I'm a human. I don't like him because of what he is doing to or with or not with his fucking daughter. I hate deadbeat fathers. You see what I'm saying? So I have a beef with Diddy. I have a beef with Dr. Umar or non-Dr. Umar. So I literally have a problem with these pieces of shit humans. You feel me? So I understand your vitriol or perceived vitriol, but the thing that I don't understand is where did it come from? Because I could tell you where my vitriol comes from. I talk shit about people, and I can literally tell you exactly why I'm doing this video about the person, why I'm cussing, or if I say this person is an idiot, what I can tell you why. You know what I'm saying? In the video that I got in here, I called the content creator an idiot, but I can tell you why he's an idiot, because he kept doing somewhat of what you were doing. It's because the thing about it is, to me personally, it's disingenuous. What's up, Pammy Pam? I see you in there. It's like, and it makes me angry because it's hurting our people.
All right, I can explain. So the reason why
I get mad.
I think you're asking me what is my intent? Like, what was the purpose of me?
Yeah, the ill intent makes me angry.
Well, you call it ill intent. I call it educational. And the reason why I call it educational is because in my content, or in my line of work now that I've been recently doing, is studying the dating market and how people are failing to get the outcomes they want. And instead of just educating people on how to get the results, another form of my content is showing and showcasing and displaying where people are failing in real time. And what I do is I often use clips, sort of like the one from tonight's conversation, and other forms of media to display educational content. Okay, this is where the disconnect, this is where she failed. And people are like, oh, aha. The statistics actually align with that, because women do actually price themselves out of market. Women do actually date horizontally and up, and men date horizontally and up. It doesn't matter. It is about outcomes. Everything is about outcomes when it comes to the dating market. You have a specific preference. Sometimes
but
your
everything
preference
is built around statistics.
But the educational piece to this is your preference can be the downfall to, or can be the reason you're not getting up.
It's in congruency with her lifestyle. And statistics are usually about a group of people. You're using statistics on one person. Like, I would never use statistics against Dr. Umar.
I wouldn't say men who speak pro-black are all scammers. And I can say statistically,
that doesn't logically.
that's true, because I'm talking about him as a person. When you're talking about a person, you can't just depend on, you can use it, but you can't just
You can use it as
hang
case
on
work.
the statistics.
You can use it as a case in many different instances. You can use it for educational reasons. That is why we have the Fair Use Act to reference. Hey, this is a case where a woman portrayed hypergamy, and hypergamy became a curse for her in an event where she's not able to get the options. We already know the options shrink. Trev eloquently. Okay, we know that the options shrink the higher you climb up the data market.
But she got the results.
And the outcome that the woman has, and I went on the record and it can be an assumption. She might not even want to get married, but someone on this panel today said that
she's getting the result.
Got it. Someone said that the outcome is marriage. And whenever I see me as an expert, as an educator in the market, see that a person cannot reach the outcome, that is when I work my way back in from reverse. I'm like, okay, what is she doing? What are the decisions she's making? How is she sealing her standards? Where's the disconnect? And I'm able to decipher and find the disconnect between her reaching her outcomes based on her preference. And then I can able to see contradictions. Like, there's no way she should have this. There's no way you can have a preference like that if indeed you are walking with God and discipline to the principles, because the principles, specifically the stories I outline, I'm very, very meticulous before I even start saying stuff to cross references to stuff to substantiate what I'm saying. Those two books in which, and Shauna agreed that she didn't read it, so therefore she wasn't able to have the understanding. That she's off the hook for that. You know what I'm saying? But if she sat here and said, yeah, I know about Esther, I know about Ruth, then it would beg me to question, then why would you continue to have a preference when the principles that you say you live by promotes and champions elevating a man whose socioeconomic status is below yours?
Can I
That's
answer that
all
question?
I was doing. Go ahead.
Because she may not want to. Just because a book, no matter what the hell the book is, says that somebody did A, B, and C, does not mean that I am going to do A, B, and C. I will follow the principles
That's
of the
not how
book,
it works.
but that is how it works.
If you ask Sarah, she's going to tell you that's not how it works.
Hold on. It's not how it works. There's different ways of living your life, because this is life. This is not a book. This is an actual life. All right. And if you, as a woman who's hypergamous, and you want to follow your hypergamous nature, you're going to do the opposite of what Ruth did. Ruth did it. That don't mean it's going to work for other people.
I got a question for you.
Hold on. When one person does something and it works for them, that does not make it a principle. That makes it a method. So those are not principles. Hey, I did this, and because I did this, I got this. That's not a principle. That is a method. But go ahead.
My question to you is, why are you drawing separation between you're just calling it just a book. You oversimplifying something that is a guide to life, and you're drawing contrast or separation between life. I'm telling you,
not an instruction manual. I literally looked that up.
And I'm telling you that even if you ask Sarah, the person that we're talking about, she would disagree with you on that. If indeed she has a disciplined relationship with God.
Everybody now got
on the record to tell you that she would disagree that.
Hold on. Everybody right now, Google, is the Bible an instruction manual? I actually did this and it said no. So the Bible it gives you an understanding. It's a guide, and an instruction manual versus a guide, they're different. So they're ambiguous stories and proverbs in the Bible that gave you an understanding of what God is looking for, but is not an how-to manual. It is not an how-to manual. So just because Ruth did A, B, and C does not mean we supposed to be out here doing the same thing. Because at the end of the day, everybody in the Bible had a total different experience of life than we do now.
because it wasn't no cars, it wasn't no cell phones. None of the shit that we are dealing with in life was there back then.
But I'm telling you, if you read the Bible,
yes, but it's not a principle. That's what somebody did, and great for them. But I'm not doing it.
If you read that's okay to have your opinion and your personal preference over it. It's
God.
nothing
Ruth
wrong.
was not Jesus.
It's nothing wrong.
That's the difference.
Okay, look, it's okay to have your personal opinion about it and how you think it should be done. There's nothing wrong with that. But the Bible is not contingent or restricted on how things evolve. It actually compensates for any time in any time zone in any timeline. Well, if you read the Bible, I beg you to read it. If you actually read it, you'll be able to understand that it does.
And I'm not. No,
I get it. That's why I said. So this right here, this conversation right here falls flat.
Do something, and that does not mean I'm a terrible person. And that's my.
I didn't say you was a terrible person.
You're saying Sarah's a terrible person to a certain degree.
I never said. Have anybody said that? Did anybody? Damn, bro. God,
you can finish the fucking video. The shit you said in this video was fucking great.
I never said that woman was a terrible person.
Hold on, right here. I think you said it right here. You didn't say terrible person.
Trav knows me. If I wanted to say that, I would have said that.
I know, but okay. Of course, I'm going to the extreme when I say terrible person. Nobody's a terrible person. This is what you said.
No longer see themselves as helper to any man. They are now our competitors. But the question is, how is she my competitor when she wants men and I want women? Well, she is not competing for that. She is competing for who gets to set the terms of the relationship. And she will die on a sword before any man who does not earn as much as her come in to try to set the terms, because she would be forced to let him lead and set the terms because of her allegiance to God. So she has to force herself to only deal with men who out-earn her. And the reason she likely has a match is because she wants to set the terms with him, the top guy. And those men are not going for that bullshit. She is waiting on a man.
Those men are not going for that bullshit. It's not saying she's a terrible person, but there's a certain undertone about your verbiage and your laughing this dumb bitch.
Explain that.
You know what I'm saying?
Validate that.
Go ahead.
When I make the statement, the Trav can back me for that. The men and I speak to these guys. I'm in the circle. I've been invited into so many circles. I've been blessed enough. My content has been excelled me into these private groups. And I'm telling you on the record that these guys that are in the top, that are the most sought of, they are not going for that. I'm going to stand 10 times. They're not going for that bullshit. A woman trying to set the terms of the relationship, which is often happening more often, the more women are climbing the dating market level. They are trying to create the terms of the relationship that they want to be in. And the guys are not.
I might not understand something. You said they're not setting the terms.
The women wants to set, they want to dictate how the relationship terms are set, the dynamics of it.
Before the relationship start, okay, I'm gonna say this, and I want you to.
I can give you an example of what the terms
are. I may not
are.
understand. Hold on. I may not understand something. Okay, so my terms in my way of understanding this is, I want a woman that goes to the gym. I want a woman that is small, like Ayana and Shauna, right? I want a woman that wears her natural hair, just like these two ladies, right? Is this me setting terms?
That is your preference for what you want to select.
Preference and not terms. So
how is not the terms of the relationship?
So how is she setting terms? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
I didn't say she was setting it. I said women try to set the terms with the.
She is setting terms.
Let me explain. Here's an example of the terms that women typically try to set with men, especially in this type of dynamic. Whenever their hypergamous nature is running them into the top 15, top 10%.
Okay.
Emotional intelligence is the new current dating market currency now.
Are you talking about terms?
That is a term. Yes, a woman wants a man to be emotionally in tune and connected to her and the feelings. They want it to be mutual. The terms that a woman are trying to mesh with is, hey, look, when I come into this relationship, more often than not, I would say 7 to 8 times out of 10, that, hey, look, your money is yours, my money is mine. The terms that the men are setting, and this is anywhere from
in the video.
No, I'm giving you an example of what setting the terms are. You asked me what is an example of the terms being set.
Okay.
Women
Okay.
typically are trying to set these. There are so many of them, but these are one of the most
just in this
most
context.
these have the most noted. So like
women like this
for
are not going to get the
example,
man that they want because she's setting the terms.
So for example, you Mr. Lego might be wanting to date Goddess Ayana. Goddess Ayana might have a lot of money, and she said, "Hey, look, we're gonna have our own bank accounts." But you are like, you know what? No, it's gonna be one pot. That is a specific term out of a whole list of them that you can come up with.
So how is
And-
Sarah setting a term and she ain't even dating the man? Because in your words, she ain't even got no man. She
Well,
ain't
let me
never going to get
explain.
picked. She ain't even in a relationship in your mind. So how is she setting terms?
Let me.
She ain't with nobody.
This is a scenario, man. But Ayana, can you understand that a term might be that, hey, look, I want my own account. I don't want to match mine with yours. And his term might be, look, no, I'm the man of this relationship. It's going to be one pot. Imagine that
But in
coming
this
from
context, who is doing
you
that?
have to let me imagine. Ayana, just walk with me. Imagine that coming from a man who makes $250,000 less than you. Him saying the terms is going to be, we going to put that bitch in my pot. And I'm going to be the overwhelming authority over the finances. It's going to be extremely difficult for a woman to match with a man she out earns because of that dynamic. And if she has a relationship with God, she know that there is a hierarchy. So she cannot bottleneck herself into that dynamic. Otherwise, she would have to follow and to let a man that makes 50 to 70K lead her, and she's making 200 to 500,000. You got to understand. You got to understand. Women are running away from that dynamic because they know that they have an allegiance to God.
I just want to give her context on what we're talking about as far as the terms and, of course, with Sarah's situation. Sarah didn't say nothing about none of this shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now, but it is what it is. Sarah is, according to Darwin, never going to find a man. I mean, never going to find a man. She's not going to get picked, and is a lie because she is picked, right? So he's making all these crazy ass assumptions about a woman that he doesn't even know. And then he turns around and says, women like this like to set terms in relationships, and these women always end up, looking crazy or not getting what she wants. But in the actual video or any video, because I watch her content just like he watches her content, she never sets any goddamn terms. The only terms that she set is her preferences of dating a man that makes more than $70,000. So his way, I don't know what the hell he's trying to do. It makes no fucking sense, because I literally said, what are terms? And he started talking about the terms of somebody else within a relationship. But in his words, she ain't never gonna find no man, and he thinks she's single. So how is somebody setting terms inside of a relationship when they're not inside of a relationship?
Why are you speaking for me?
So what's the issue here? I'm sorry, what's the issue here? Because I heard him say, like, it's going to be hard for a woman with $250,000 to date a man that's $70,000. So I think that's understandable. What's the issue?
Right.
She's single because she makes a lot of money.
Well, no, you seen the video. Go ahead.
The issue is, for example, I explained 2 cases in the Bible. There's many other cases, maybe. But I explained it.
No, we're talking about Sarah, bro.
I'm giving her understanding why I found that it was an issue specifically. You still want to hear that, right, Ayana? Yes. You want to understand why I found it an issue. The reason why I found it an issue is because the stance she represents. She represents
Sarah.
She represents her walk with God is based on biblical principles. And in the biblical principles, it champions and it actually promotes women being able to partner or align with a man who has a lower sexual and economic status than them. And the references I gave was the Ruth and Boaz situation and the Esther situation.
I mean, well, the thing about the Bible is you can find almost any proof or evidence to support your side in the Bible. So there, I mean, I'm sure there's scriptures that will tell you that a man should provide, make provisions for the wife and have the land or whatever. I mean, there's plenty of that in the Bible that says the man needs to lead and have things in order. So when we just go straight to the Bible, there's always an argument somewhere in the Bible for your side. That's kind of shaky territory for me. But I don't see an issue with a woman wanting a man that has more than she does, because you want to feel, I feel like you want to feel slightly intimidated by your man. You want to, it almost wants to feel like
Yes.
I better stay on my P's and Q's because I don't want to lose a man like this. And it's hard,
Yes.
it's hard to feel like that when you're dating a man that is significantly low. Because in my mind, when you say 200, okay, she making 250K. If he's making 200K, like, to, you know, and some men, you know, some women, they're really good and they make this solid, steady income, but a man can get there and be lower than you and then surpass you as well. So there's a lot of things to think about that. But when you're dealing with a woman who's making $250,000 and a man who's making $70,000, that lets me know that she probably has more leadership abilities than he does. Because how is she
Based on what?
No, let her finish.
because her business, if her business is more successful or she's more successful in her career, hence she's making way more money, then in some area in her life she is a much better leader financially than he is.
She's a better leader as an untrump.
I'm saying, I mean, I would just assume it just seems like that's
Let her
something that we
finish.
could all agree. If a man is making $200,000 and another man is making 70,000, you're going to say that this man is probably a better leader in the financial realm. Can we agree on that?
No, you have to get
We
more
can't
context.
agree on that. So if a man is making less than another man, the man that's making more is not more successful?
I'm trying to answer, but y'all keep saying let her finish. I just heard you say that twice already. Okay, so again, you have to give context. You cannot say that leadership is associated with higher earning. If the man is let's just say a man is a software engineer starting out, and he's making $70,000 a year, $70,000 a year as a computer scientist, and a woman is an entrepreneur. She owns different properties or something. She's making $250,000. That does not equate to she has more leadership skills than them. It doesn't.
In that realm.
You have to break that down. All I'm saying is it's dangerous to run with that without the context.
Not dangerous.
You have to.
It's not dangerous.
We can just fundamentally agree to disagree. This is just a fundamental concept that you literally have to break down to tie in. How is she able to carry out tasks or whatever to deem her a better leader over a person who's carrying out similar tasks or even more harder tasks?
They're not similar tasks because she makes $500,000 a year versus $70,000 a year. They are not similar tasks, sir. They are not.
Okay. Well, my point is, Ayana, and I'm speaking to Ayana specifically. We already agreed to disagree on this, Mr. Lego. What I'm just trying to understand is how are you drawing a parallel between a person's leadership skills and his earning levels versus the woman who's making more money and he's just making
okay. So I basically said in a certain realm, in the financial realm, she's a better leader.
Thank you.
I'm
I'm not saying it's solely dependent on finances.
How is it not she's just a higher earner? Why does it got to be conflated to, I'm a higher earner, so I'm a better leader?
From an entrepreneurial standpoint, how is she a better earner and leader? And as an entrepreneur,
she's working in an industry that pushes out more income, that rewards more for your compensation.
She's not working in the industry. She's an entrepreneur.
You're not listening.
I got an example. None of them have jobs.
This is a matter of mathematics. That's what I'm arguing.
Here's an example, y'all, real quick. So let's say Sophie Rain. She's made $42 million in OnlyFans. Is she a better leader than a man who makes $2.5 million?
The girl from Shannon Sharp is a better leader. I guess she got 20 million.
Let me ask you: does that thesis still stand? Does that still make sense to you in that case?
I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about.
Let her answer.
The OnlyFans goddess, the one who makes $42 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is she a better leader?
Okay.
Than a man who has his own construction company and makes $2 million a year instead?
Well, I never said it was solely dependent on that.
Wait.
She's more successful. She's clearly more successful.
What about the 70,000 man? Can we do that, Trev?
No.
The OnlyFans woman and then the
stand every category. So if you're saying it would have to
because I would say that she is a better leader. Because at the end of the day,
as an OnlyFans woman, she's better than a man who has built a construction company.
Regardless of what,
I love it.
Can y'all let me finish?
Stand on that? Is that your final answer?
Let him go. No, Trev, let him go on the record and say that. Say that again, Mr. Lego.
Yeah, I'll gladly say that. A woman that is on OnlyFans and made $42 million is a better leader than a man that makes $70,000. And here's the reason why. I'll wait for y'all to finish.
You're getting clipped, bro. They're clipping this shit.
Oh my God, nigga, you about to go viral.
I don't care. I always go viral. First of all, that's nothing. So the reason why I say that is this. She found a way. Can y'all shut the hell up so I can finish? If y'all want to make this a clip, shut up. So here's the reason why I say this. She found a legal way to make $44 million. If you just think about this, how many humans on the face of the planet that have ever lived that can say that we're able to do that? They can't. I can't. So when you find something, no matter what it is, you can legally make $44 million a year. I need to see what you're doing. Now, I'm not going to get on OnlyFans and start shaking my ass as a man, but I actually do want to find out how you did it, because to make that much money on OnlyFans, you are an outlier. Are you finer, or did you do something on the back end that made it work? Because the back end side,
something on the back end.
Thank you, Trev. It's the back end side and not your back end. You putting your ass up on OnlyFans it's not making you $44 million a year. It's the back end. What are you doing? It's the business model that would make you a leader. Damn, how did you do it? Because the average person on OnlyFans did not or cannot make that. So yes, you are a leader, a better leader than the rest of us, because you are doing something in the back office that the rest of us can learn from, whether it's OnlyFans or whether it's Amazon or whether it's social media. What the fuck are you doing to do that? Because I want to do it too. Lead me, please. You will be my fucking leader.
Pause.
I got one thing to say.
No, it ain't no pause.
Hold on, Trey.
OnlyFans
You
girl
do not
that
want to
makes
do what Sophie
44
Rain was doing.
And I finish. OnlyFans girl that makes $44 million a year. Please come be my fucking leader so I can put some bitches on OnlyFans so they can do the same shit.
Okay. The only thing I want to say to this, this reckless statement is that you said she made fun.
You're calling my statement reckless?
I didn't say your thinking was reckless.
Trevor, didn't he say the same shit to me when I
didn't
said
say your thinking? You said my ignorant thinking. I said your statement was reckless. I didn't attack you personally. Okay. I said the statement. So Trev, you said that the woman made $40 million. I would grant Mr. Lego the argument that she's a better leader. If and only you gotta get you keep interrupting. Sean, he's doing it again. It's a psychological tactic. It is a tactic, it's a pattern. You're interrupting in the middle of context. If and only if, I would say that woman is a better leader if and only if she trained 40 women to the point to where they all made each $1 million. That is where I would say, yeah, she's a good leader. But that is not the case. She wasn't able to convey or instruct or give any education or any tools. I'm telling you right now, I'm going on the record to say she did not give 40 women tools to go and make each $1 million.
She didn't.
Can I say one thing, Darwin?
I'm familiar with.
And I'll drop my mic.
Hold on, Trev. I just want to say one thing. One thing. Can she put together a course that would show all those women how she made $40-some million in 1 year? Just a question.
Nope. Black China tried.
Yeah. So what happens is I'm gonna say it's extremely unlikely because those situations are one-offs. You can she probably can definitely put somebody on game and help them.
Hold on. You just said something that there's something going on in the back office. We don't know.
Oh yeah, she got a team.
There's
she got
something.
A team.
So what I'm saying is, can that be packaged that would teach other people to do the same thing? Whether it turns into $40 million a year. It's not the point. The conversation is not about the 40 million. The conversation is, can an OnlyFans outlier be a better leader than a man that makes $70,000 a year? And y'all are circumventing the conversation. Thank you. Stop trying to circumvent the fucking conversation. Can this person be a better leader than this person? The answer is yes.
Trev, you see the play they had?
But
He changed it. He said, can she be a leader? But beforehand, they were saying she is a better leader.
Listen,
stand on that then. Don't say can she, say she is. Don't run away from it.
People into a corner, pause,
moving the goalposts
against their flawed logic, and people will say the most egregious things to stand on that flawed logic. And I think this is a perfect example of us witnessing that happen.
Educational
and in
example.
Retrospect, after the clippings, I think you may want to retract.
Hold on, Trevor. You just agreed with me, and now you're saying it's flawed logic. Can you explain that, please?
Okay, yeah, because she's not a great leader. The fact that she could probably teach a course potentially,
I don't know this
to
bitch.
teach other women
Trev.
how to be hoes.
Trev,
I'm familiar with pop
Trev,
culture, bro. I'm all over it when it comes to that type of stuff.
I don't know who you talking about. This is an anecdotal. I don't know if this is a real person.
But I've gave the synopsis.
Hold on.
It's the most popular OnlyFans person.
Listen. I literally said, is the person, because I don't know who the person is. Y'all might know is an actual person. Is the person that is able to make $40 million per year on OnlyFans a better leader than a person that makes $70,000 a year? That is the actual context. And the answer to the question is yes.
No.
So do you concur or no?
No.
Trev?
So first off, those were two different statements. I do agree that she can potentially mimic that, but
that's what I'm answering.
Being a better leader, fuck no. She cannot be a better leader.
Okay, do I need to say it again? I said can.
No, because we know what you said. I heard everything. You said two different things. You said one, can she be a good leader? And two, would she potentially be able to train somebody else to do
you
that?
Just changed my words. So I said it a third time. I just said a third time. I said, is the person that, because I don't even know who the person is, male or female. I'm assuming it's
Sophie Rain. It's a female, yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Is the person that made $40 million in 1 year a better leader than the person that makes $70,000 a year?
No.
That is yes.
No, and for the record, you wouldn't be able to even figure that out unless you were able to evaluate both of their leadership skills in real time. Secondly, if in fact the statement is true that the woman actually has a team built around her, we would have to look at the work or the work ethic of the person that is orchestrating and running the operations for the OnlyFans unit. And I look at her as a unit, and I look at the man who's running the operations. We would have to say that he is a better leader, not actually the one that's busting her ass open.
I just want to add this to you. And if she has a team, by proxy, she's a better fucking leader.
No.
Fuck is you talking about? The man that makes $7,000 a year does not have a fucking
She's
team.
A better follower.
He's just
she's a
man
better listener.
that works at a job. What are you talking about?
If she's listening to someone say, "Hey, look, I want to come in and I want to make you millions of dollars. I got a click funnel. I got an email list. I got the whole cart."
No, Darwin, we don't know. You just said you don't know, and I said I don't know. We don't know.
We're having a conversation.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Yala.
I want to know how many men are really comfortable being in a relationship with a woman that makes that much more. Because I will say, just personally, when I was making $80,000 a year, I had the hardest time dating. As soon as whoever I was talking to would find out how much money, and that's just 80K. Y'all talking about 100,000, goddamn. But I was having such a hard time dating, even though I was willing to date somebody that made less than me. And I feel like that's because the reality is men would prefer that. So it's very interesting that men will make the argument because why? Well, why don't you tell me why women
I'm gonna ask you, do you know why?
I feel like I know some of the reasons why.
Just give me one of the most important, one of the most opinionated reasons why a man struggles or does not or opts to not date a woman who earns more than him.
Maybe because he probably feels like a woman that earns more would not respect him as much.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Does that go against
So
your
are you
argument?
going, or do you believe
that's-
that? Do you
that's
believe
actually
that on
valid.
the record that an overwhelmingly a growing number of women who out earn men tend to show a pattern of behavior that aligns with not having respect for the man that they partner with that earns less?
I would say
In
yes.
Western civilization, absolutely.
And now
And
you
it's
can now you
unfortunate.
can understand why a lot of men they prejudge. We can call this a prejudice. They haven't
Okay.
even actually done the work to actually get to know Ayanna to know that she doesn't fit that. She might be the exception. But a lot of guys, you have to understand, a lot of guys are dating based on probability. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a way to be safe from repeating patterns that are
So can you
displayed
add
to be failure.
context to what you're saying, Darwin? Because I'm trying to understand. So what you're saying is, I'm gaining understanding. You're saying a woman that makes a lot of money, like Sarah, it wouldn't make sense for her to date a man that makes $70,000 a year due to the fact that
No, that's
she
not.
already. Hold on. Let me finish. You keep interrupting me.
Damn.
You keep interrupting me. Like every time I turn, you keep interrupting
You
me.
do it to me, bro.
I'm messing with you because you interrupt me. So what I'm saying is, you literally have proved my entire point on this entire live stream, because you now have agreed with the fact that it doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'm gonna explain why, for a woman that makes $400,000 or $300,000 a year to even date a man that makes $70,000 a year, because women are children. Give your how old is your oldest kid?
My oldest kid?
Yeah.
3 years old.
Give your oldest kid, well, that ain't gonna work. If your kid, I thought you had 2 kids.
I did.
That's right. You do this right there. Okay. Give a teenager $40,000. Your teenager ain't gonna listen to shit you gotta say, and let it come from somebody else and not you. Your teenager gonna walk around like, don't do this. I go get my own apartment. Say one more thing, I'll leave out of here. Like, your kid ain't gonna listen to shit. So women are children. So if you give a woman a whole bunch of money, and I even say this, the worst thing you do is give a woman a whole bunch of money, because she's gonna ruin her whole fucking whole life. But altogether is, a woman that has a whole bunch of money is not going to listen to a man that doesn't make a whole bunch of money. So she's literally saving herself from her own negative childish inhibitions by not dating you.
But that's different.
So what if that's the reason why she wouldn't? How?
Ayanna, let me answer your question through Ayanna. Ayanna, you heard me say that. You heard me answer your question on why men find it a problem to date women who are older than them. I didn't agree that it doesn't make sense for a woman to date now. A woman should still do, regardless of the anecdotal situation she's running to. But we're not just talking about women. We're talking about a woman who defines the way she operates by a biblical principle.
Okay.
That woman, it doesn't matter. It's not contingent on his finances, on whether she's gonna align with the hierarchy. God, man, woman, child. She's flawless. She's gonna do that regardless of his earning level, because that's what she lived by. You get what I'm saying? If we're just talking about a woman in general that we don't understand whether she have defined principles, then Miss Aleko can go on the record and assume that. But up until the point where she start revealing, oh, I'm a Muslim, or I'm a Buddhist, or whatever, or I'm a Christian. Now we can say, oh, now we can go a layer deeper. Oh, now you have principles. Now I know how you're supposed to operate according to what you believe. Now I can say on the record that you're wrong for moving like this based on what you say you stand for. That is the whole reason why that is the whole reason why Sarah was part of the argument. Other than that, Sarah was completely fine until she started putting that. If she would have went through that whole discussion saying, I'm this, I don't do this, and she never said anything about God and all that and how she disciplines herself to it, nothing never would have been said.
So, Shauna, I want to ask you a question. Did I just put Darwin in a 2-hour-long trick bag? Because after all this goddamn time, this nigga agrees with everything I goddamn said. Go ahead, Shauna.
No.
It did sound like you agreed with some of the stuff that he said. I mean, not everything, but you made points to support like some of the things that Let Go said.
So put that
But not
in the
entirely.
clip, Trev. Make sure to put that in clip also, so that can go viral also. But go ahead, Shauna. Like Shauna has score.
No, I was saying not entirely, but yeah, there were some things that he said. But hold on. So we have this conversation. Darwin is intellectual enough to understand your side, and you make fun of him for it.
Yes, because he's my friend, and that's what I do.
Okay, got it.
That's a terrible friend.
If you women were to have this type of jokingly aggressive dialogue with each other instead of always people pleasing and being afraid of hurting each other's feelings, y'all would have more deeper like relationships with your friend groups. We know how to talk shit, have fun, yell at each other.
Don't let him gaslight y'all.
Lying to each other.
And go back and
I love
forth
how men operate, though. I love when y'all
Exactly.
get at each other, but that's how y'all act towards each other. That's fine. We have different, a little bit different
He's about
relationships.
to he gaslighting y'all. Don't let him do that.
No, actually, Darwin attempted to gaslight me because he agrees with
you brought that on
everything I
yourself,
said.
dog. No.
No, you tried
You
to
went on the
gaslight me
record
for the
today.
whole
Nobody told you to say the things you said on this panel today, bro. You felt 10 toes down on all the shit you said, and we didn't want you to do that. We just let you do it. Like if you would have called me beforehand, you think I should have said it? I would have been like, no, no. But just Mr. Let Go, he is gonna say what the hell he wants. So you can handle it.
I stand 10 toes down on the OnlyFans situation, and I stand 10 toes down on you literally agreeing with everything I got them said. But it took 2 hours for you to finally agree with you agreeing, which is freaking nuts.
But tell me if I got this right about you as an influencer. What you do is you do make a lot of content that appease women. I'm not gonna sit here and call you a panderer because that's wrong. A lot of people may call you that. I'm pretty sure you've heard it. But you have a female audience, and the women, I know y'all don't like that trigger word. The women, they like your content. They like your content. They like to hit you up offline and get more advice and, and help and get help with their decision making. But whenever you start to say things that they don't like, or maybe gaslight them, or make content that might just hold them accountable, the way you defend, I'm just saying, the way you defend yourself is your defense is women or children, so it don't even fucking matter. So you have a shield. Whenever they start to check you, your shield is, oh, y'all are children, so it don't even matter. Fuck it. Women are children. They're gonna act like that. I think that's a cop out. Go ahead.
Wait, you're asking me a question, and
I think it's a cop out to say women are children, especially.
You're asking me a question.
I wasn't finished though. Well, I'm saying whenever you say women are,
a question, and then you're gonna start talking. Can I answer your question? Then we can.
I thought y'all said we could stack. This was what was happening to me the entire show. Stacking.
That's
you
don't
like it when it happened, and you do it.
No, that's it. Trev came in. Trev.
Cool when you do it.
That's it. Trev came in. The stacking is when another person on the panel came in and concurs with the first person.
Well, go ahead.
So that's what stacking is. So to answer your question, I actually forgot your question because it was what was your damn question? Because you keep talking. Ask the question so I can answer it. That's the proper way.
It's your way of copping out from actually.
The women and children thing. No,
yes.
The answer to your question is absolutely not. Women are children, and the mentality of women or children helps men and helps women. So it's meant to help others and not to help me gaslight people. The reason why the majority of women, just as an example, I'm using this as an example to answer your question. The reason why the majority of women have babies by losers is because they have the mentality of children.
when they were young, they felt smarter than the little boys that they played around with. We all have experienced that. When we were 12 and 13, the girls were so much smarter and more advanced than us. Do you guys agree with that?
No.
Trev, do you agree with that? When we was like little, the girls seemed to be smarter than us.
More mature, maybe.
I would say mature, smarter.
Okay,
academically,
okay,
no.
mature. Let's use mature. That makes sense. Mature. We out here in the creek, you know, playing around in the creek in the mud and climbing trees and shit. And the girls were doing more mature things way before us. So I would use the word mature instead of smarter.
I could agree on that.
Right. So what the majority of us do, just on the back end, biologically, we look to replicate our childhood as adults. So what women essentially do, because they stay in their childhood nature, and it's good for a woman to stay in her childhood nature, instead of doing the right thing, which is finding an authority figure, which is a parental figure to abide by and let guide them, what they do, they go find a male that makes them feel like how they felt when they were children, where she told him what to do. She told her brother to pick up after himself. She was the second mother of the household. She was running around telling everybody what to do. She told on everybody. She made things happen. And she felt like this little adult inside of her own household or in her neighborhood. And as an adult, hold on. And as an adult, she puts herself in a position to be able to boss around a male that she's dating. Therefore,
the terms.
she'll get in a relationship with a male that is less than her, which is opposite of what we are supposed to do. And where did this get? Because it's somewhat biological, but it's dysfunctional, right? This is called reverse nature. Where this came from, and the reason why this is an orbiting problem with a lot of black women in particular, it came from the Willie Lynch letter. And the Willie Lynch letter literally taught. It's not fake. The Willie Lynch letter literally taught women, because women are literally the main parents of children, to shelter and make their children, their sons, feel dumber, actually dumber, so the world won't hurt them. You know, it's like, I don't want my son to get hurt by the police. I don't want my son to go out there as a black man and get hurt. I don't want him to do this. But she never has this feeling for her daughters. It's go be an independent woman. Don't listen to a man. Go do this. Go do that. So young women grow up to be these dominant people. And even though they're not dominant, they want to feel dominant. Therefore, they try to set standards, like you're saying, Darwin, in relationships. And it always blows up in their face, because now they end up with a low brow, inept, stupid, dumb, broke baby daddy. And then what do we say on social media? You should have picked better. So that's where it comes from.
Can I ask a question? What percentage of our men are losers, and what qualifies as a loser? Because I'm not a fan of disparaging a lot of the brothers because they don't make a lot of money. I'm not a fan of that, because a lot of us come from different economic backgrounds, and just because a man doesn't make a whole bunch of money doesn't mean that he's not a good man. And just because he's in the hood and doesn't make a lot of money doesn't mean he's not a good man. He could be he could be a manager at Burger King, and people would consider him a Pookie and Ray Ray because he's not balling. So this loser thing, the phenomenon, is questionable to me.
You're not gonna like the answer. I'm gonna let them answer.
Okay, so I'll go first. When I say loser baby daddy, is somewhat of a figure of speech, right? A man that isn't taking care of his kids. So I would call a man a loser
if the man is not taking care of his kids. He's sitting there complaining about her putting him on child support, and she's letting him see she's doing everything she's supposed to do, but he keeps making excuses on why he can't do what he's supposed to do. And a lot of women have those type of experiences with men due to the fact that she picked that type of man on purpose in order to have a certain amount of dominance over the narrative of the child.
That's not what was said earlier, Yana. I advise you,
versus our child.
Yana, you're gonna have to, if you want the truth, watch maybe the first 30 minutes to an hour, and they will tell you the guys who earn less than a woman by default. This is how it appeared.
I ain't say that.
Those guys were less, or they were missing the mark, or they wasn't leaders. They wasn't leaders. They was
losers. She's were losers. Nobody used the word loser.
I think I'm not. I don't know if you did, but I think you kind of said something.
I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
Can you hear me? Hold on.
You can't hear me either, Trey?
Hold on. Raise your hand if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
You can hear me? I can hear you.
Okay.
You're the only person I can hear.
Wow,
Right,
she got us.
I'll come back out and come back in. Sorry, I got a call.
Wait, Darwin.
Oh yeah. Once you come back in, you'll be good.
Okay.
To
All
the
right.
audio.
So no, that was just my my answer to the loser thing. It just is linked to the not taking care of your kids part.
Yeah, I have some questions for Ayana when she comes back too.
But
show.
All together, y'all, this was a great we don't have to end it, but all together, I love how this conversation, like how it evolved. You feel me? I think to a certain degree, we are all on the same freaking page. And there's no real discourse if you just think about it, because we somewhat are incongruency with everything. Some of the things that
you got rid of the wrong one.
I got rid of the wrong one. Here we go. All right. Yeah, we all are to a certain degree are in congruency with all of this. We just had to kind of like check each other and set boundaries on who did this too much or who did that too much. And I agree. Like I did some things too much. Darwin really did some things way too much. So yeah.
Tell all your business.
I think we do have. I'm gonna be quick, Trev. 10 seconds. I think we do agree on some concepts, but there's an alarming number of concepts in context that we do not disagree on, to the point to where it's an eyesore whenever you look at it. So I think it's a lot of contrast between that. But go ahead, Trev.
It's disheartening. Yeah, it's because like you.
I think disheartening is just a matter of your perception.
I don't think
of
you
this
hate
whole-
women, but it seems like you hate women, and it's just like I know he doesn't hate women, but it's just weird. And I think you're pandering to the men in a way where you need the men to I don't know, feel a certain kind of way. So you throw on a little women hatred seasoning salt in order to, and look at Shauna's face. So
I'd like to know what I said that meant that I hate women. I would love to hear that.
Too.
I can't wait to hear that part. If anybody can say that, I hate women.
So before you got here, Ayana, and hey, how you doing? We was on another panel together. The something up
TikTok.
crew.
The TikTok
No, it was. We did another YouTube video. The last time I did one of these, you were on there.
Ollie.
No, the Up Crew or something. I'll look it up.
Okay.
But before you got here,
Wrap Up Crew.
Your daily wrap up crew.
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's when people.
We were on
say
there
cool.
together.
They been sitting around
actual live show.
Yeah,
who was on there?
Live show. It was me, her.
In New York. Okay, I gotta say.
It was like two other girls, and then it was the guys. But anyways, so before you got here, like, and he fixed it. Like I understood to a certain extent, but the young lady, Miss Sarah, so she's doing well. She doesn't have kids. She's she wants what she wants. Okay. So to me, it was just like, it was no pleasing Darwin. Like he was just like, when Let Go was trying to like go through, we were trying to like talk about the situation. He's like, and how old is she? Oh, okay. How many kids does she have? Oh, okay. Is she married? And it was just like, God, like, okay, she's not married. She's 37. She don't have no kids. She got a boyfriend right now. Like, it seemed like he was looking for a problem so he could be like, there it is. So that's that's why, and that's the problem with you women. And it to me, it was
I
just
never
like,
said that
well,
though.
no. I'm saying that's
He
my
did say that.
perception. That was my
No,
perception.
he literally
No, I
said that.
didn't
Is she
say
married?
that.
No.
You
If she
did.
did,
You did ask all those
she's
questions.
never gonna get picked. And I had
You
to
did-
turn
you
around
didn't
and talk.
say
I
it
said,
back
I
to
know
back.
her. Ask
Oh
me.
God, y'all
You didn't say
bombarding.
it all
I
back
didn't
to back
say
like
that.
that.
That's what's wrong
You
with you
did
women.
say
I
that.
never.
No,
No,
I didn't
I
say
did
you
not.
said
You
that.
said
I
that in
said
the
that
damn
was the
video.
perception that I got.
No, I
Like,
didn't say that in the
kinda
video
like
either.
on a bounds
But you
of.
did.
Run it
It's
back.
right
Run it
here.
back. No, I
Well,
didn't.
no, he didn't. He didn't say it. But I'm
I
saying
want him to
like
play it so he can apologize for mischaracterizing me.
Hold on.
I am
Let's
very
play it.
disappointed.
Bullshit.
he was talking to us.
Guys, if
Listen.
a woman claims to be walking with God, that automatically implies humility, service, submission, and a
This
willingness
nigga.
to build with someone. Instead, her statement communicates status-based hypergamy, pride, and transactional frame for relationships.
Status-based hypergamy. She's a fucking woman. She's supposed to have hypergamy.
Biblical feminine energy
Status-based.
helps multiply what a man already has. Y'all know about the book of Ruth, right? Ruth partnered with Boaz before he poured anything into her. Esther
Fuck Boaz.
submitted and changed an entire kingdom in the process. That means she sees herself as a competitor, not a helper. By definition, a helpmate assists in the elevation of the man she's paired with.
After you're married to the fucking person.
If she refuses to help him grow, she's disqualifying herself from the very role God designed her for. That woman got to be about 40 years old, and she does not sound like she maintains purity from 18 up to now. The energy she is giving is competitor
He said it sounds like she's not a virgin.
energy. Fellas, we have to be aware, because women's ability to climb to financial success, they will no longer see themselves as helper to any man. They are now our competitors. But the question is, how is she my competitor when she wants men and I want women? Well, she is not competing for that. She is competing for who gets to set the terms of the relationship. And she
And I don't know the fuck that
will
means.
die on a sword before any man who does not earn as much as her come in to try to set the terms, because she would be forced to let him lead and set the terms because of her allegiance to God. So she has to force herself to only deal with men who out-earn her. And the reason she likely hasn't matched is because she wants.
There we go right there. The reason why she hasn't matched, he don't even know the goddamn woman.
Likely.
To set the terms with him.
I'm very intentional with the terms I say.
And those men are not going.
Y'all, and then the look, then the laugh to like, like this bitch.
Okay,
You know how they're like,
He
I
still
get
didn't
it,
tell
but-
me where I said
This
that's
stupid
what's
bitch.
wrong with these. He
These
still
stupid
didn't.
bitches.
I didn't say. Can you at least
feel
apologize
like-
saying that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Dar-
Go ahead.
These dumb
Darrell, I
bitches.
feel like I feel like your perspective on this is a growing perspective amongst Black men in America, and I think, and maybe you may disagree with me, but I feel like a lot of our men have an issue with hypergamy because the reality of our economic situation does not necessarily
Niggas is broke.
approve that we. Oh, okay, but we as a people are broke here in America, 3Ks. So the issue, and this is one thing. I believe we should date hypergamously as women? Absolutely. If that's in a proper society, but the reality is that there are a lot of Black women that are going to have to buckle down and partner with their man and work through financial issues and work together to create a stable financial situation. But the reality is there are not a lot of men who are going to want to date someone seriously that seriously out makes more money than whatever out earns them. That's the reality. Men have a hard time dating a woman who makes a lot more money, and that's understandable. I know for me, I want to look to my man and be like, oh, you got me something, you got me okay, oh, you know what to do with, okay, when I make some money, you know what to do with it because you know what to do with your money. Like it's the reality is, of course, I feel like of course a man wants to be able to provide and protect his woman. So
Well, let me ask you this.
Mhm.
When you heard me say hypergamy, did you hear anything attached to that term? Because this is critical. Did you not hear me? And you might not be able to recall it. Did you not hear me say
status-based hypergamy.
Isn't hypergamy status based?
No, it's not. You can make it.
Financial
You can
status
bottle.
based?
You can bottleneck. You can compartmentalize what you want to be hypergamous to. You can be hypergamous to a man's money. You can be hypergamous to a man's dick size, his height, his muscles, his character,
Well, all
whatever
men
the
are
hell
going
you
to
want.
have a bigger dick than me because I don't have a
But
dick.
no, I'm saying that you if you had an experience or you had a choice between a man who had 4 inches of cock versus a man who had 8 inches, cock size hypergamy would be you would never choose the guy that had lesser than that. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to be that vulgar, but the point I'm trying to make is hypergamy is not contingent upon one specific attribute of what a man brings to the table. Hypergamy becomes a curse to a woman when she compartmentalizes it on and fixated on one thing specifically. That's why I coined the term status-based hypergamy, because you can literally shrink your options down to a point where it's so severe that the only thing that matters is how much earning he has first, and then everything else comes into play. You get what I'm saying? Whenever you could have got the man, and they actually posed the scenario in that particular discussion, saying he had all the intangibles, he had all the things checked off, everything. The guy you want, he was emotional, everything you ever wanted. He just didn't earn as much as you or more. And the women
Darwin,
said no. The women said no,
I just
no,
want to
no. That is where hypergamy becomes a problem.
Darwin, I just want to play this. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to play this one thing. Hold on a second. This is interesting right here.
You're fucking poor. You're broke.
Look.
You're fucking poor. You're broke. You're fucking poor.
That's really it. Niggas be broke. And niggas want a woman to be with him, even though he has not applied himself yet. And men want women to accept them for who they are, just like fat women who called in to Kevin Samuel's show to do it. Accept me as this broke, inept, emotionally unavailable person who has mommy issues. Come be my mommy. Come buy me some work pants and print out and show me how to fill out this resume and help me get a better job. It's kind of like the dude that was on Baby Boy, the homeboy who was like, yo, Jody, find me a job, Jody. He's like, why I gotta find you a job? Because you my man. That's what a lot of these niggas want out of a woman.
Can you at least let Ayana say she understood what I said before you filibuster the whole context of what I just said?
I feel like I understand what you're saying, but my issue is when we talk about hypergamy, I need to look up the exact definition. I think that we all understand, usually when we use the word hypergamy, we're talking about a woman that wants to date a man that makes more money than her.
It could also mean social status.
Social status.
Yeah.
I get that, but
he's better at a number of things than she is.
Right.
And it's not solely his finance. This is women and dating men who make the same as or a little bit less, or even more or less. And they're working it out. And they're combining their efforts and their resources. And I would argue that most relationships are the representation of that. People don't want to speak to that. Because it's more polarizing and engaging to make content with the bigger contrast between the salaries. Instead of saying it, and instead of actually pointing to the fact that most people are average earners and that most average people are putting their pots together.
So,
but they want to write that off. I don't know why they want to do that. It's very dangerous. Go ahead, Trev.
All right. So, Mr. Lego, you just throw that clip on Andrew Tate with the green screen, right? You're broke, you're poor. And your follow-up line was, most of these dudes, but you added a lot more characteristics to them, right? You didn't just say they were broke. You said, they can't fill out forms. They got problems doing this and that and everything else. I don't think that's a representative of your average black man. I don't think that most of us are losers. A lot of people try to put these weird statistics and stuff on us, like, a third of us are in jail, and there's literally 1.8% of black men who are incarcerated. Like, so 98% of us, over 98% of us are not, right? There's so many different things. and narratives that we push, they were saying we were deadbeat dads, and then recently we just talked about, okay, well, guess what? Black fathers are most likely to spend times with their children than any other race. There's just a bunch of silly narratives created to continue to call us the boogeyman, and I think we do ourselves a disservice when we contribute to this and call ourselves bums and everything else. Sure, there are some things that we need to work on, we know that, but I think we want to help each other, and the answer isn't to demean us or alienate us or ostracize us, and I think that's the problem. It's defeating, it's demoralizing and counterproductive. So we can't do that to our black men. That's not what we need. We need to be uplifted. If I see somebody who need help, for the most part, I'll be making time out of those situations to try to put people on the situations to make a connection, and don't try to get money out of it to be a middleman. I don't have no paywalls behind none of the shit that I do. I don't charge nobody for nothing at this point. That's how I'm coming. So when it say, put your money where your mouth is or boots on the ground, I do's that. So I really truly believe in that. And I think that we got to dial it back a little bit when we start using these types of terms towards people. Again, I'm careful to how I talk about women, but I think that at some point we should probably be careful about how it is that we talk to men. Not just because, okay, this guy's a punk and he can't take it, but because there's other people who are watching this, other people who are going to view us like this, other police that are going to pull us over and have these preconceived ideas of who the fuck we are. And we have to be more responsible than that. We can't do it that way because it's not helping us at all. So helping, I dig it. I know there's work to be done. This relationship shit, I think, is going to be the catalyst to the families, to society, to community, everything else. I get it. But for us to do it, I think we can do it amicably. I think we can do it without demeaning anyone from either side, right? There are some points, and I believe in tough love too. But I think that we're kind of going overboard with the anonymous attacks. It's getting wild. And I think that it'll be tougher for some people to digest. And we got to realize that sometimes there's outsiders who are going to see this and are going to have their perception of what we are. Because when you say your video go viral, that means a lot of them saw that shit too.
So let me respond to that. I agree and disagree at the same time. Where I agree at is I always give solutions. I always tell people, just even on like YouTubers, right? I tell Darwin, come up with a subscription-based idea, get in the AI, come up with an actual product. You just said you don't charge anybody for anything. That's an issue because Trev, he said that. So you have to charge people for something. You have to put together some type of subscription base or some type of product so you can sell it to them. We're not out here just to make content, because a lot of people, they live off of views. I don't, like, as an example, I don't live off of views. I don't sold 13 card games while we've been online, and we ain't even got no goddamn views. So I don't live off of views. I sell products, and what happens with me selling these products is I get email. So I get email addresses. So if I was to get wiped off of YouTube and can't get on YouTube, I have hundreds thousand. I got about 30,000 email addresses where I can let the people that are looking for me know where I'm at over here or over there or whatever. So altogether, I always offer solutions. I don't just sit here and say, you're broke. I say, you're broke, and here's a way to deal with it. Because the thing about it is, I don't pander to men. So see, this is the thing that nobody talks about. The men that pander to other men, I don't do that. And simply because I don't pander to men, people assume that I pander to women. I don't pander to no goddamn body. And I showed y'all this earlier. This is a woman that sent this to me about 4 or 5 hours ago. This came from today. She's engaged, and she is telling me that it came, or partly came, from my principles and what I taught her. So I always believe in what we're doing outside of this.
So I might talk shit, but I'm always going to be on the back end helping people, or in the same video where I talk shit, helping people. I'm in the DM helping people. Darwin knows I do a lot of different things. I have different coaching groups. I coach people on how to do different things, how to make money, right? I help Darwin make money. I help other people make money. So I not only just tell people that they broke, or I don't do that all the time, but yeah, I think women need to close their goddamn legs and stop choosing. I call women loser choosers and pookie pickers, because women have this tendency to be with the men that y'all are telling women to be with, which is the dudes that don't want to grow. I'm against not wanting to grow. Somebody brought up the caterpillar versus the butterfly, and y'all laughed. I brought it up, I think. Stop dating caterpillars. Start dating somebody that actually wants to climb up that big ass tree and form that cocoon and rustle, or just nestle yourself into that fucking cocoon and wait 2 months and become a fucking butterfly. Date that type of man. A man that actually has a program, a man that has fundamentals, a man that has principles, a man that believes in himself. But the rest of these niggas are bums.
Let me respond.
And leave them alone. Go ahead.
This is how I respond. I know Trav's content, and I've never seen him tell men to stay in a caterpillar position or anything like that. I don't think. I know for a fact.
As a caterpillar, it's one thing about
I get it, Ms. Luggage. You gotta let me. I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't, because the reason why I didn't, because I didn't want you to interrupt me. So Yanni, you watch my content all the time. I think I've seen you on my Instagram posts or something like that. I even tried to collab with you. I still got to collab.
Well, I have a new Instagram. My other Instagram just got a new. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm gonna catch up with you. But I never gave off the indication that men should stay stuck, or I'm speaking to degenerates or incels or whatever. I never gave off that impression. In any of my content, all of my content been trying to elevate men, and not specifically for women, but just for themselves, period. And women are going to come in spite of that. But what I want to ask you is, now that you understand my position on how I was able to detect status-based hypergamy in the content that I was reacting to, I wanted to ask you a question just to see where your mind is. Let's just say, pretend you earn $300,000. You're an entrepreneur or whatever, and you meet a man he's going to college, and he's also earning $70,000. He's a assistant to an MD or something like that, or a doctor or something. He work at the hospital. In his off time, when he get the time, he's in a program to become a doctor, and he has a goal to open up his own practice. And you guys find interest. Do you find anything wrong? Or can you foresee? Is your vision expanded to the point where you can see, okay, look, I make more than him. I have the resources. This man makes $70K, but he's on the path. If we combine efforts, whenever it's time for him to open up his practice, he do not have to go in debt and take out. He's already in student loan debt. He can climb out of the debt. We can use a portion of our resources to get his practice started. I can start picking up skills to work in different fields or areas within the practice, and we can become one team effort. We can absolve ourselves from working class for someone else, and we can operate as a unit. And I can be a fulfilling piece of his purpose as a help me as a wife. You can see that's an ideal situation. I get it, but would you be okay? So you would, and that's all I was. And that's all I was trying to.
I think almost any woman would, though. In that scenario, like realistically, I think any woman that's, solid, if he's cool on everything else, hell yeah.
But if you listen to the scenario that man painted, the guy with the cap that was on backwards, he said if he had all of these things checked off, everything, but you just out earned him, there was no. And all throughout this conversation, the women were adamant about it. It doesn't matter if you have all of those other things that I just stated with you, giving you the same. The only thing that matters, he won't even get in my lane. He won't even get in my circle. He is invisible to me because he don't earn as much. So
they wouldn't even be able to peel back the layers to figure out that this guy has this crazy potential. They just wouldn't. And they're adamant about that. And that's the reason why I reacted to the video.
But
Why don't he
here's the thing.
just
A lot of
somebody
women
else, bro?
lie. A lot of those women, see, I'm just a very honest person.
I agree. A lot of women lie.
A lot
I'll
of women
give you
go
that.
project. I want the million. I'm only gonna date a millionaire. He gotta buy me a Porsche and then date the brother in college. I've literally seen a friend do this. I've literally seen a friend.
I'm
He gotta be
glad
able
you
to buy
said
me a
that.
Porsche. And then she was making more money than him, and he's still in college.
Now, can you see how dangerous that is when Trev said that the information that she pushing out, if that is indeed what has actually happened with these influencers that is responsible for some of the decisions that thousands of people are making to go out, and maybe she's not lying, maybe she is, but we do know a lot of women do lie because they want to increase their perceived. That is that you can see how that is dangerous to go on the record and say that stuff. I think that's what Trev was just saying.
Hold on, Darwin. What exactly is
though?
Hold on. What exactly is dangerous? So me and
If a
Ayana
woman
can
said,
get
"I want $1 million, I want this," and we should go in and do that, and then she know that everything.
Nobody said that. She said, because I.
Okay, let me ask this question then, Ayana, and I'll shut it down depending on your answer.
Mm-hmm.
If you went on if you're a content creator, you got 200 to 400,000 subs or whatever, you have a strong influence. You have a strong inspiration on the decision making of people listening to every detail you say. They even said it in that same clip. We know that people are watching listen to every word, and they actually go out and apply the things that we say. If you know that for a fact, does it matter whether or not you say, this is how I do, this is how I operate, or this is you should. You know, as an influencer, that your audience is gonna they're gonna take that as something that they should go out and do, even if you don't say that you should, and you're only saying this is what I would do.
You're trying to set a narrative. That's
no. I'm just asking a question for her to say yes or no.
Saying. If she believes what she's saying, and I don't think that anything that she's saying is dangerous.
Ayana, it's not dangerous. They literally just said, if you made $500,000 a year, would you date a man that makes $70,000 a year? And she said no. That's all that was said. See, Darwin is trying to add shit to make you.
That is not all that was said.
This is the end in the sign language that Kevin Samuels accused.
There's 3 other people can say that. That's not all what was said.
Hold on, can I finish, bro? This is the end in the sign language that Kevin Samuels used to accuse women of doing. The end, there was shame, insults, guilt, and the end was the need to be right. And the need to be right is setting narratives in a question form in order for somebody to agree with them. That's the need to be right that Kevin Samuels used to accuse women of doing. Now dudes are fucking doing it.
Who did it?
It's crazy. You did it. You keep
Trev. Did I not just say the guy with the cap on the cap backer? He gave it. I didn't say it. It was the guy on that show sitting right next to. Well, he was sitting next to another woman that was in between her and Sarah. He said it. I didn't say it.
That was a dude sitting down statement.
He said that. I didn't say it. You're trying to say I'm changing it. No, I'm saying exactly what he said.
No, what you changed was how she's an influencer and she's on a platform saying all this and that. If you
is that not true? Is that false or true?
If you ask me what time is it, and I said 6:37, I don't give a fuck what platform I'm on. It's 6:37. He asked her a question, would you do this? And she said no. Like, what you want them to goddamn lie? And then another thing, it's I wouldn't do this because I do this. She gave you 100% context of why she wouldn't date that man in her life, not in your life, not in his life, in her life, because I'm in certain circles that I don't even see.
But can you address the claim that I was saying I was on a need, your Kevin Samuels claim that I was on a need to be right whenever Trev just second that what I stated when I was talking to Ayana was a scenario the scenario was what the guy on that discussion said.
So can you at least take that back? Can you walk that back? That
I'm
I
not
was no.
walking that. Okay, can you
Okay,
let
so
me
now
finish?
that's just
Let me,
wrong.
bro.
I
Can you
did
let me
just let you
talk?
finish.
Okay. What I meant is what I said. You and we all, because it's just human behavior, you just like I do, and y'all told me I do it. We all do it. We're humans. We see something and we want people to see it our way. So we add certain words or certain parts that wasn't said in the video or was said in the video, but you change the narrative of it in order for people to see it your way. You did that. And I did that.
Let's play the video
We're
back. It's only like 3
humans.
seconds.
So I want
footage.
to play this. Wait, I want to hold on. I want to play this video to help Ayana
Look
to
at it.
understand
Income by ethnicity.
So this is the problem with this
Stacking.
type of content. And I'm just going to play this again because
And
Ayana
black
did it.
women are complaining about 50-50. Girl, we are in last place. Look at it. Income by ethnicity. We are in dead last place. Well, I'll never go 50-50 with my man. Shut up, bitch. Look. Open your eyes for once and look. And you're telling me you're going to use one income because you refuse to go 50-50 with your man? You will never make it. We are in last place.
What this man is essentially saying is, look, ladies, we all are broke. Why would you expect more out of us? And this is the biggest problem about black men in particular. I have men in my comments saying, yo, why are you going off on men instead of women? Well, I was going off on women about single motherhood. Women are no longer just running around becoming single mothers. Then I started going off on women about being independent. And I told them that being independent is stupid. We all need each other. And guess what? You never hear women talking about being independent anymore. So that got fixed. So now, since women are overall more ambitious and not having fatherless babies, now all of these ambitious women don't have any men to actually date because so many of you have the same mindset as this dude right here. Because what this graph is essentially saying is 80% of black men are broke. And this man in this video is happy about it because if the median income is $50,000, that means there's another 20% of men that are making less than that. And the worst part of all of this, you actually think, even though you're not applying yourself and you're broke, you deserve a woman? Are you nuts? I'm doing a live.
So it's nothing wrong, because I want to go back to what Trev said. It's not about you being broke or you're this, and it's that you don't deserve a woman. You have to do more in order to get a woman. Nobody deserves the opposite sex. That's you deserve love for your mama and your daddy. But if you want the opposite sex to want you, you have to have certain things about you that another person wants. And if you make $40,000 a year, which is under, or $50,000 a year, which is average, you're going to have a lot of trouble getting a woman because she is hypergamous.
Wait,
So
can
she
I say
makes
something?
40 and 50. She's going to want somebody at least making 60 and 70. Go ahead, Yana.
If 75% of black men are broke, that means 85% of black women are broke. If you're making $40,000, stop trying to go after the woman making 70K and go after the woman making 20,000. There are so many beautiful women that are soft and gentle, submissive, but they are broke as hell, and they would be happy to have a man give them $50 a week. They would they would love that. So my issue with a lot of this talk is like, I just don't understand why brothers are acting like they can't get a woman that makes less than them. That is the type of woman they want. They want the woman that's got it all going on. They want the woman that's got it all going on, that expects more.
Where's that information at?
Wait. I don't know who said
I got that
part.
right here.
Wait, hold
More
on.
More delusional
what did
about
he say?
relationships right now, men or women, and why?
Are you talking about?
I got this right here.
Are y'all gonna stack again?
Hold on. Listen. Y'all muted? Y'all listen?
Mr. Lego, who is more delusional about relationships right now, men or women, and why?
That is men 1000%.
Wait, what? I just knew you was about to say women. So do you think men secretly enjoy being victims because it means that they don't have to change?
1000%. Watch this.
Even those men that don't have women, yes, they're feeling disenfranchised.
Disenfranchised? What the fuck?
Niggas feel disenfranchised because they ain't getting no pussy.
Don't listen to that population of men that are not getting women because they're feeling less than, and the women are making them feel so. If we don't curtail this woman, I'm sorry, this man, this population of men will soon one day rise up. This is what you see.
Like a zombie apocalypse. That's what he just said. These niggas is nuts.
This population of men will soon one day rise up. This
Rise
is what you
up.
see the Simps doing first.
Rise up and do what?
Start fucking everybody. They go like, we're not gonna take it anymore. Bring your ass over here.
Niggas is quote unquote
Can someone else speak now?
Hold on. Niggas is quote, stop. Niggas is quote unquote broke. I don't want to hurt anybody's little feelings, but niggas is quote unquote broke and they want some pussy. And they're like, well, I can't get no pussy. Well, what's wrong with a man that only makes $40,000 a year? It's nothing. You just ain't gonna get no pussy. That's it. That's really it. It's not about you're less than. It's just that you just not gonna get no pussy. What's wrong with that? Apply yourself a little bit more and you're gonna get some pussy. That's literally it. And if I hurt somebody's feelings, I don't care. Fuck them. You just ain't gonna get no pussy. You deserve love, but you're not gonna get no pussy.
Can I speak before y'all stack anymore? Because I don't know why y'all did that. We wasn't even referring to anybody who couldn't get sex. I don't know why y'all filibustered the whole context. And I'm gonna try to bring it back from the stack. To bring it back, it was a video that Ayana, I don't know if you saw it. There was a video that we played earlier, and I hate that I had to do this because this is unnecessary. Where a man, he was wearing a ball cap backwards, and he had some sunglasses or some glasses on. And he stated, if you let's just pretend you make $500K and he makes $700K. Yeah, there's extreme difference between income. He checked off the block for everything you need. Everything you need. All the intangibles, everything. You just out-earn him. Does he have a chance? She said no. And another guy yelled out, would you put him on? She said no again. No. That is the only thing. Hold on, wait. That's the only thing that I was speaking to. It wasn't this thing that, all of us are at the bottom and we're just franchised and we can't get on. I'm just speaking to the question that the gentleman asked in the discussion panel. And that's why I drew a parallel between a man who was on his purpose, striving in a direction of where he could potentially be a suitable match for you. That's all I was doing. And I wanted him to play that clip. But instead of playing that clip, he stacked so many other clips on it, drawing the context away. It's a psychological tactic. I don't know why he continues to do that. He could have just played the clip that I was referring to where he had a disagreement about what was said, and we could have settled the difference on that. But instead, I don't know why he's playing these other clips. Why don't you just play the clip that I was referring to?
I'll play it.
Guys, I'm reacting to a viral video.
Want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now.
Very first clip.
What men are not thinking about when you are upset about a woman that you're choosing is that we ultimately want to submit to the leadership of our partner. Most women want to be soft in their homes. Most women want to be led by their partner, especially feminine women. Let me not say most women. Feminine women want to be led. So that's who I'm speaking to right now. Masculine men want to lead. Well, this is the thing. If I'm making all the decisions for the household, because I don't question where my rent is going to come from. I have a car, like all the things you just said, I'm like, I did that 15 years ago. You know, so the conversations are a little bit different. And I feel like if you have to juggle between how am I going to put food in my fridge, gas in my car, and also pay my rent on time. Because at a time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago, and that's no longer my story. So if that's your story, great. Go be with somebody that has that similar story. Go be with somebody else.
And look how they shocked. She said, go be with somebody that lives your story. And look at them. They like,
can't see the video.
Can y'all see we can't see the video. Lego, you know we can't see the video, right?
Wait, y'all can't see the video?
No, you got a different video playing.
We can hear it, but it's like still.
By the way, the timestamp is 26:27.
Hold on. 26:27. All right, hold on. Oh shit. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I can't even. Hold on. Something's wrong.
Stack.
I thought you meant to do that. I'm like, nah. He talking about can we see?
Can y'all see the video now? Can y'all see a picture?
Yeah.
What y'all see?
I can see.
Yeah, we can see.
I see the homegirl with the green shirt in the middle.
All right, hold on. I just want to play this little last part right here. Look how they just get shocked.
Time when I first moved to America from Canada at 20 years old, that was my story. That was a long time ago, and that's no longer my story. So if that's your story, great. Go be with somebody that has that similar story. Go be with somebody.
Look, oh, how dare you? What? No, he needs to be with you. And she's like, I don't want to be with him. You're a narcissist if you don't want to be with that man. Why don't he just go be with somebody else? Be with somebody else? Shit is crazy. And this is the cornball shit that we are living. I feel like I'm not even I don't know. I might be like Andre 3000. I might be living in 2029 or some shit. And there's some type of warp going on. I don't know. Because shit is fucking common sense to me. But niggas are like, go be with somebody else. And then in the other video, the nigga literally said, guys who can't get no pussy are going to revolt and start standing out and start marching. We want some pussy too. You know, the shit's crazy. And the man literally said that on TikTok. He literally said it.
TikTok people are different now. Keep in mind. That's absurd.
He literally said it. It's a dude
I don't
that
support messages like that at all. That's weird. I completely.
Did you hear
agree
how he said
that a
at some
message
point
that,
men are going to get sick of women
they
not
said
wanting
rise
to be
up.
with
They're
them
gonna rise. He said rise
and
up.
rise up.
Yeah,
that's
I
what's
think it's
going on.
Yeah, that's weird. But I don't think that's the overwhelming majority of men. I think I would venture to say that's probably satire. I would hope so. I don't think that
it was a whole
people
conversation.
Actually,
It was a whole. We was in there for an hour. It was a whole conversation. He meant that. Is a guy named Moses.
okay. Yeah, we couldn't see the video, so I couldn't tell. That one wasn't playing. We just heard it.
Can you play the other part? You can play that video where at 26,
yeah. Hold on.
for Ayana to understand why I drew that parallel.
Gotcha. Hold on a second. You said 26?
26, 27.
Whatever. Let's say y'all both make 500K.
Can y'all see the video?
Yeah, it's playing.
Okay.
Here, a man comes along. He's making 70K. He got a business plan. He got a vision. He's working towards that day in and day out. And you would have to look up at him on all the intangibles. You may be looking down financially, but he got all the other intangibles in place. Does he get a chance?
No.
Another one. Fellas, I know I don't have to repeat myself, but you can keep thinking that these types of women value the other important things about you, but they do not lie.
These types of women. Y'all want to keep going or that's it?
Okay, now if I said women, I would have been wrong. But y'all told me not to say all women. Oh, there's no all women. But when I say type women, they do what y'all.
These types of women.
There's a specific type of woman that moves like that. The reason why I did that is to appease to the audience who would say, why do you just keep lumping all the way in it? That's not all women. And then when I go out on the record and say,
who say I don't want to date that man. What is these
black?
type of women?
Is she black?
Yes.
Because culturally she is black.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
But see, what he's doing is stacking
culturally,
again.
a lot of women don't. A lot of other people aren't having the same financial issues in their community and their cultures. So it is a given guarantee that a man would provide. It's in our culture because we have so much financial disparity amongst our people, which is not necessarily a man-woman issue, more of a society issue and oppression. So what we should expect from our man is different. However, the reality is we're still women. We still want to be provided for. We want to be taken care of just like anybody else. And when men act like it's like, oh, y'all want to be taken care of. It's just like, what? So are you black men feeling like black women aren't worthy? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what the problem is. Like, instead of saying, listen, we can't do this right now. It's not that you're not worthy. It's that we have to get there. A lot of men are saying, you guys are trash because this is what you want. But hold on, this is what all women want. All women want to be taken care of. All women want to look at their man and be like, yes, sir. We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Did you hear me say that in that video? And did you at least, can you at least confirm that you understand why I drew the parallel with the guy that you would meet versus the guy that Now you see that I wasn't just saying that. Oh, I actually repeated similar to what he was saying. That's all I was just trying to get out there.
I get it.
Let me play this real quick.
Okay.
I think this is the part. If it's not, I'm just going. Hold on, let's see.
$500,000. If you still care about how much money a man is making when you got 500,000.
So remember, the scenario is if you got 500,000, right? So the dude said you're crazy if you make $500,000 and you won't want to be with a man that makes 70,000. Am I wrong? You cornball niggas sit online all day talking about single mothers, women who had babies with bums or babies with broke dudes, having to pay all the bills, having to do everything on her own, because she dated a man that you told her to date.
Why do you conflate
You
that?
niggas are the bums. Hold up.
Why do you conflate bum with 70K?
Hold up. Listen. Women are not the goddamn problems. You niggas are the problems. Because look what y'all are telling women to fucking do. All right, here we go.
These niggas you just called all men, most men bums.
$500,000. If you still care about how much money a man is making when you got $500,000, as long as he's not homeless, as long as he got something to prove that he worked.
He said it. I'm not making this shit up. He said it. As long as he's not homeless, have a baby with him. And then when she has a baby with him and he can't take care of the bills because she's pregnant, now they both goddamn homeless. And your dumb ass is going to turn around and say, well, you should have picked better. Well, why did you get with a Pookie? Why did you get with a Ray Ray? Aren't those dudes called Pookies and Ray Rays? And aren't y'all the ones sitting there talking shit about women and shaming women for having babies with Pookies and Ray Rays? But now you're sitting there saying, date a man as long as he's not homeless? You're an idiot, sir.
You're crazy. What's the money part? Why is that? He works, he provides, he protects, he does all.
Provide what? He don't make no fucking money. What is he providing? What is he protecting? He's barely homeless. Your fucking words. So
You ate with that one. You ate with that one.
Yeah, the cornball literally said, as long as he's not homeless, be with him. This is the cornball content that a lot of these niggas are watching on YouTube. And y'all want us to get softer? No.
Pause. But
pause.
See, the issue with that, right? What Shaq was saying, 70,000 is 70,000. But we can't, like Darwin was about to say, you can't conflate that with a bum. The average man that makes 70,000 a year is likely responsible, likely to be a potential family man and different things like that, right? Because you have to have acquired some type of skill set, some type of discipline to get into the $70,000 realm, and that's what we're talking about.
Shaq was talking about $100,000 though.
Yeah, and that's completely different, right? So at that point, you have a special set of skills, right? So that's different
compared to
so
500,000.
All right. So the problem is, just want to separate those negative attributes again. It doesn't mean any of those other things. It doesn't mean that he's a Pookie or Ray Ray. Most Pookie and Ray Rays don't make 70,000 a year. That's atypical, right? Most people that make $70,000 are solid brothers, and we should treat them as such, and we should refer to them as such. When you start getting into,
nothing against that. She just simply said she don't want that. I didn't say nothing wrong with that.
Your commentary.
She ain't got to want that.
Your commentary conflated.
The man said, if you make 500,000, why would you want anything? As long as he's not homeless, go be with him. That was his words.
I think that was him.
As long as he's not homeless, you can be with him because you make $500,000. He didn't even put a price.
I disagree with that point. But I do think he was being hyperbolic. That it really looks like it. I don't know if y'all familiar with Shaq. He's kind of like a comedian guy. So I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he was likely being hyperbolic based on his other content and just viewing him
all his
in
content is
totality.
cornball content. All his content is the same shit. It's always
No, I'm saying, well,
these women.
no,
What is wrong with these women?
comedic. It's comedic in nature, and he uses.
I'm not surprised
exaggeration,
Mr. Lego honed
and
in
it-
on
it is
that part of it.
sometimes
I'm
hyperbolic.
not surprised that Mr. Lego honed in on that particular statement
That's a
to
1
drive
hour
his
video.
point. No, I get it,
It's a
but
1 hour
whenever you were damn near crashing out on passionate about that particular thing and ignoring all of the other things that he made sense about, but you honed
I
in
crashed
on
out
that.
on the whole video.
I
can show
get
you
it,
where,
but I'm
where,
just-
I, where I crashed out. Look, I
Well,
crashed
well,
out
what
here
I'm-
too.
To get some more,
we-
just in
we-
case you run out.
Hold on.
I get it.
Just
I
give you an
get- we
example.
get it. We
Wait,
get it.
wait,
You don't
wait.
need to.
No. Listen. Let this play. It's just going to be a second. I just went to a
You
random
just want
other
to hear
place.
yourself talk now.
Reptiles and lizards lay eggs. You dummy. And I'm not talking about LaRon. I'm talking about the dummy that got reptile and I don't know what he's talking about. Somebody in the chat. Somebody.
Come on, Mr. Lego.
I'm waiting for this video to start.
The bottom line is,
Single.
Here we
She
go.
lied to me. Say she got a guy. So she gonna prove.
She's not single. Check this out. Listen to what he said. She's not single. This is it, right? She's not single.
Single.
buy a dog.
So he
You need
played
to
buy
find
a
some
dog
way
and
to
die.
get some more, just in case you run out.
One opportunity away. But because a lot of y'all are pricing y'all.
Listen to what this cornball just said. So the thing about it is right here, he literally said in that particular clip where I crashed out again on the cornball, he literally said, "Why do you want more than $500,000? You're like a glutton." And I'm like, don't you know that money leaves all of our hands quickly? You start buying shit, investing in shit, you can turn around and lose it. Just because if I got $500,000 or make $500,000 a year, why would I want somebody to make some money too? Like, the shit is dumb. So I just wanted to show you another example of where he said some more stupid, dumb shit, and I crashed out on him again. That's it. Go ahead.
We're not arguing. We're not arguing his point against yours. That's why I was trying to get you to stop and say it's unnecessary. I think
You
what
call
me
her
and Travis been trying to do this entire stream, and you kept saying that we congruent on a lot of things. We're trying to get you to see that we're actually not. We're not championing. We're not supporting what you're trying to do. You've been trying to do time and time again of conflating a man's earning with his overall character and potential in life, as if it just is fundamentally not true. Especially for the guys that are making 100,000 and what she references. But regardless of that, all we're trying to do in this entire live stream is unconflate the things because it's not true. It's no way to substantiate it. And we're also trying to unconflate the notion that earnings equal leadership. That's all we've been here today. And we have those two important things are reasons why we're here. We have not been able to resolve that. And I think that's the only, that is what I think would have got satisfaction from all of us and for the people that
That's
listen.
where we're congruent on. I literally said I can understand what you're saying on that.
We understand what we're saying, but we haven't been able to address it.
You want me to tell you that you're right? What are you talking about?
We would rather, I think people who are watching it that are looking for truth would want us to substantiate it using facts, using actual truth.
Sir, I understand to a certain degree with your leadership conversation. Remember with the OnlyFans situation, I made an example that made sense on the other end. We are incongruent.
So let me do a check. Let me do a check. Let me ask you.
Usually has more leadership abilities.
Let me ask you a question to do a check to see if we actually are congruent.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that a person that you take two men, they got all of the same qualities? Do you believe the person that earns $10,000 or $20,000, $30,000 more is a better leader than the other person if everything about them is equal across board?
No, because $20,000, $30,000 a year ain't shit. One person probably got a raise at their job. That don't mean nothing.
Okay, then we understand.
Okay, then. Like I said, you see, you're trying to was in some
Also,
weird way,
I got another question for you.
I'm talking, and
Go ahead and talk. I got another one for you though.
So I'm saying I don't want to hear another one. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Well then, fine. You don't have to.
You keep trying to find. Do you see this, Trev? I literally
I'm trying to understand.
Hold
I'm
on,
asking
Trev,
the right questions. Trev,
can I talk to Trev for a second? It's my guy Trev. It's another person on this panel. Trev, I literally said to a certain degree, all of us are in some type of congruency with each other. And I'm glad we had this discourse to be able to unravel the ways that we are incongruent at, right? And one is nothing wrong with us to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that, right? That's the first thing, Trevor. And the second thing, he just tried to give me an example to see if I'm in congruency with him, and I am. And what did this nigga do? Well, let me give you another example. Why?
Well, you gotta let me ask the question. I won't ask you. You don't want me to ask you.
Question. Why?
Well, let me ask Trev a question then, since you don't want me to ask you. Trev, now that we got the understanding on the leadership thing, well, we don't necessarily have to agree that earning potential or salary level equates to leadership, because I had a whole nother video I was going to do on that. But are you all the same sentiment as me, as earning level and salary or income level is a matter of the work you're compensated for. It doesn't necessarily mean you're a leader. You can actually be a superior to a leader, but you have a high earning level. That doesn't make you a leader. That just means you have high ambition or you're a go-getter. It doesn't mean that you can lead a group. There's context, and they didn't do that on that particular show. There's a difference between, because I was in the military. Leadership is not, I make more. Leadership is, am I able to convey practical steps or comprehensive
That's why that was
journey
the first example
to
I
get
brought
a
up.
specific mission completed or outcome on a mass of people. But what they did on that show was very dangerous. They redefined leadership for ambition in earning, which is wrong. And I don't know why nobody caught that, but they let it play out. And I'm just asking, I think everybody should care about that.
Who cares?
So Darwin, check this out. If we were to say that it's versus money makes you a better leader, then we would have to trash the entire feminist argument about equal pay, because if I get paid more, then I'm just better. Or we understand that some people have different opportunities, whether it be favoritism, whether it be opportunity, it could be racism, it could be a whole bunch of different things. It doesn't necessarily make you better. And that's another reason why I brought up the OF girl, because I certainly don't respect that hustle. And because she made $42 million a year, I don't think that she's better than somebody as a leader, as somebody I would rather her lead my family than somebody who built a construction business that's getting $2 million a year. I would absolutely rather the construction worker to be a leader versus that particular OF girl.
Absolutely.
So absolutely, I don't think that they equate as far as.
And I agree with that. I agree with that.
Do you guys remember?
My job here is done then.
Wait, do you? But can I say something?
For the last 30 minutes, you want to keep arguing? Go ahead, Ayana.
Okay, and I'm trying to ask ChatGPT right now exactly what Whitley said on the show. But Whitley said, it's not that I won't date a broke man. It's that I want to date a man that's disciplined, has high integrity, has this and that, and this is that, and that type of man is never broke. I think we could kind of apply that here. In regards to what she's saying, I'm sure she's not going to date a man who's got way more money than her, but is an awful leader. But I'm sure she wants somebody that can at least match. If she's making that much money, I mean, realistically, guys, the lifestyle that she leads and the lifestyle of a man that would have $70,000 at his disposal versus her 250, well, not at disposal, but versus her 250K, she's probably going to the spa all the time. She's doing this and that. And her man probably wouldn't be able to do that for her at all. And that might make her feel some type of way. If a man couldn't do anything for me that I do for myself to spoil me, I would have a hard time dating him unless he was exceptional in other areas in life.
So, all right, well, check this out, Ayana. There's two things. One, the qualifiers that they gave, he was exceptional in every other aspect of life. Those were the qualifiers.
Thank you
so include that. And
True.
secondly, I never had a problem with her preference. I've kind of beat this like a dead horse. Like I've done it again. I don't care about her preferences. I think every woman is entitled to their preference. My major issue was to her saying that I don't want a guy who's struggling with money and doesn't know how he's going to pay his next bill. The average person that makes $70,000 a year is not that. So I think it's extremely insulting to the average man and even higher than that, who are making $70,000 a year, who are being responsible, who are doing anything, taking care of their families, and have all the other qualifiers in place. Like Homeboy said, it's insulting to devalue a man based on that, and it basically gives a message that those type of men generally should not consider having an opportunity with women. So it's because that's the thing. She represents, regardless of what it is, she is an influencer, and what she says and how she moves is how people are going to follow. We know when we tell people things, we have to be extremely descriptive and understand how it's going to be received. And I'm very careful about how I articulate it and how I parse my language. It is just what it is. You have to be like that. You have to be cognizant of it, because people are going to take it. They're going to clip it. It's easy to take out of context. And if people are listening to a full podcast and trying to digest it, then they should be able to say, all right, I got this message. There's not a consensus, but what I can say is most people did not receive it well. She's got a lot of backlash. That means she absolutely has to work on her messaging. If she disagrees, then she shouldn't be doing what it is that she's doing. If she doesn't agree that her messaging on that particular occasion sucked, then she's got a lot of work to do. She's got some soul searching to do if she doesn't agree so. Because if the masses receive your message in that manner, and everybody thinks you suck, and people hate you because of a message, then you might want to consider the fact that I didn't deliver this message effectively. One of the main points that I gave up earlier was the fact that you can be highly educated, have an expansive vocabulary, and still don't know how to communicate effectively. And that's what happened in this instance. And again, I'm familiar with her content, and I judge her based on her totality. So I don't think that she generally makes those type of mistakes, but this was a tragic one, and the average person, particularly man, did not receive it well. I've seen a lot of backlash from women on this point as well, and for it to be so easily picked apart, I haven't seen any of her messages come out like this so far where it was that poor of a take. This one just was. This doesn't happen to her all the time, but it happened this time, and it's important because she has more eyes on her now than ever. So everything that she says, she has to be held accountable for. She will be, and that's the job of being an influencer.
And I've done it too, Ayana. As a creator, I've done it too. When I very first started, I was more on the satirical or whatever side, and I had to actually pivot into my content and into authenticity and all this other, just speaking from what I actually believe and studying and research. Before I got on here, I was more a comedian with it. I was playing games, but when I realized people start reaching out for me to help them with decisions making, I was like, okay, I can't make content like that anymore, because if I make content like that and people are going to base the decisions off of it, I could be responsible for some of the devastating things that happen in their life. So I had to reinvent myself. I had to change my name, change my content, and got serious about it. And actually went and did the research and actually did the work and revolved myself around people who had the results that a lot of people were coming for, and channel advice through that. So I can understand exactly what Travis is saying. And that's all we're trying to say.
I feel you. I don't think it was dangerous, but I feel what you're saying.
I get it. We can use different terms.
The perspective.
Whatever.
So let's just say the reason, I think the most important thing for us to understand as just as far as creating content, as far as being an influencer, we have to understand the perspective, at least be open to hearing it, at least be opening to understanding it. And sometimes I think we miss that. I've made a conscious effort to make sure that I can understand women's point of view, which I've done something similar to what Darwin does, of kind of change the direction. I don't use as much satire in my my messages. I've become as responsible as I can, because once I started bursting millions of views in one for 1 60-second video, I realized, okay, I'm reaching a lot of people, and people started to reach out just like they did with Darwin. And like, okay, look, well, what do you do with this? And I'm like, oh shit, this is real life. I got to start taking this seriously, because I honestly was doing it for fun. Real talk. I was doing it for fun. And it's not fun anymore. right? I still enjoy what I'm doing, but it's not for play. At this point, I have to take it seriously. I have to do research. I study statistics like crazy. I study trends, every aspect of it. I take it very seriously. So with that, I understand my messaging, and I understand how people are gonna hear what it is that I have to say. You have to know who your audience is, and they have a stranglehold on the audience, right? From ages, I'd say, particularly between like 35 and 45, it's a wrap. But they definitely get some of the surrounding ages next to it as well. So, and that's men and women. Men and women are very familiar with the content. So a lot of men who hear that, they're automatically going to be like, "Oh hell no! Why would they say that?" And we gotta understand that it's out of touch. I can't see how you don't see it as being out of touch. When you see the response, even if you say, "Okay, well, I don't feel like that," I understand, because I get the perspective and I dig it. But to not be able to realize how that could be perceived as out of touch is absurd, because it's like, look what happened. These people are telling you what they think about it, and it's a multitude of people from different walks of life that are telling you the same thing. Like, "Hey, nah, man, I ain't effing with that."
And the hardest part of my content used to be, oh man, I need to make sure that I edit this and get it out and get it in the thumbnail and the title. That shit is nothing. The hardest part of my content now is, because I have to be authentic and make sure I'm speaking what's truly happening out here in real life. The hardest part is coming up with the concepts, connecting the dots, using research to probability and statistics, studies and stuff, and injecting that to validate the things that I'm saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't even make content. I done gotten to points where I got frustrated and almost broke my computer because I kept running into walls of trying to understand stuff. And I had to go out and I had to go back to Virginia State to conduct a damn polling experiment to figure some shit out. And it cost me money because I was so passionate about understanding the specific thing. That is the hardest part, is writing this shit up and delivering it. It used to be just editing it and making sure that it's clipped up right. That is nothing. The hardest part of all this shit is making sure that you're speaking the truth, because you know it's somebody out there that's on the other side of the video that's going to take what you're saying and they're going to apply it in their life. And depending on how you shape it, it could be good or it can be bad. And that's what we're trying to stand on in this particular podcast.
So how would a woman on her level take her advice and it would be bad in this particular case?
It wouldn't be.
It wouldn't.
Nobody would take her advice. Nobody would take her advice and it'd be bad if the people have common sense, because it's one woman saying what her preference is, and we all as people have the right to our preferences. So it's only the delusional, dysfunctional people out here who get upset about something that one woman says about her own fucking preferences. And this is the problem with our society. We have a society of problematic people who feel connected to a person that they see on a screen, and they subconsciously want that person on the screen to want them. Like, it's like there's a guy in the chat that might want you, Ayana, right? So say he has a bald head, as an example, right? And you say, Mr. Lego, I don't like bald-headed men. Now you just hurt that guy's feelings, because you're not talking to me about my bald head. You're talking to him and you don't even know him. But your preference could be that you don't like men with bald heads. And that's not an indictment on you. That's an indictment on that person who is literally like taking what you said and internalizing it. That is their problem. And I am not responsible for random ass people that have not came to me personally for advice. I'll say that again. I am not responsible for those people. Now, I have a responsibility to myself and my family, because my kids, my ex-girlfriends, my ex-girlfriend's mothers be watching my shit. I got 3 different ex-girlfriends. They mamas be watching my shit. So my kids, my ex-wife, my ex-wife's mama, my ex-girlfriend's mama, a lot of other people be looking at me and they like, yo, I need to hear this from you, because I am the person that has been in this game for probably 7 years now and have not lied to them once. And I don't pander to not a fucking soul, because pandering is lying. I'm not going to sit here and lie to no goddamn body, because whether it's Sarah, whether it's anybody else that knows me personally, they know how I operate in real life. So I come on social media the same way, you know. I'm not as animated, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't over Darwin's house yelling at you nigga, you know. This is a little, you know what I'm saying? This is a little animation, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be a little extra or whatever to be fun, but at the end of the day, this is who I am in real life. And a lot of these people, I was supposed to meet up with Trev out in Philly. Like I like seeing these people in person and getting to know these people in person, and not just be on this social media YouTube shit. A lot of these YouTube dudes, they just sit around on YouTube all fucking day and all fucking night, and it's disgusting because they don't never go outside and meet people in real life.
You should. Yeah, and I'm gonna be you know where I'm at. So whenever we'll
yeah. I'm definitely we had a show that I couldn't be at in Philly like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, I'm gonna be out there pretty soon. Yeah, I didn't do the show. I was supposed
Let
to
me say this
have,
too. Let me say this to your question, Ayana, on the question about, I think Sarah or whatever her name is.
Fontenot.
I was when I said advice, I was speaking about myself. Now I haven't looked at any content she made on giving advice to be able to answer. I properly answer that question, but based on the statement she made that we were actually speaking to was an actual claim, not a claim, but an actual statement that she articulated. It was a conflation between a man who makes 70,000 and he doesn't know how he's going to pay his next bill. That is where we're speaking to. We're not saying, we're not going on the record saying that she was giving out advice that could be damaging. We're saying the statement she made could give people an interpretation or discernment that incorrect discernment of a man who makes 50,000 or 70,000, predisposing them predisposing women to think that, oh, these guys are. Oh, did you hear what Sarah said? She said these guys don't know how they're going to pay the next bill.
I feel that because 70K is a lot of money. I loved when I was making that money. That's some good. I feel you on that point for sure. Yeah.
Remember, Yana, it was compared to making 500,000. See, they don't want to add that part. If you were making 500,000, would you date somebody making 70? You gotta have
one of the other.
We already spoke to that already. We were speaking.
And one of the qualifiers was he had a business plan. That was one of the qualifiers they gave him too.
If you make 500,000, it's still a no. If you make 500,000,
I get it. So like, I get all of that. But what
I made 500,000. I'm not dating a woman that works at Walmart. But I want to date
filibuster in the conversation.
I make 100,000. It's a difference.
You filibuster in the conversation.
You're conflating them because we didn't mean that.
I'm not. It's the 500,000 part that's bigger than the 70,000 part.
Yeah, imagine arguing where the peanut butter go in the cabinet.
You keep conflating the 2 points because we get that whole part of it. We told everybody, said we came to a consensus that she was entitled for her preference, right? That's fine. But we keep saying our main gripe, my only gripe was her conflating the part where it relates to leadership and say that they don't know they're not financially responsible and they're not good leaders. And I think a person who makes that 70K a year could still, particularly with the business plan already, is likely a very good leader and has potential and everything else. And I don't think that we should attach those negative attributes to him. That's my gripe. Outside of that, have her preference. I don't care if she says she wanted somebody to make $5 million. If that's what she says she want to do, cool.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let me answer this question. October 3 of 74. I don't know who the dude is, and this is the problem with these little dudes. Like I say some shit, and that's the opposite side, right? A woman will say some shit and make the guy sad, and he internalizes it because now he don't want her. And on the other end, men get mad at me because I might say something, and now they want to fight me, and they don't know who the fuck I am. The shit is gay. The shit is super gay. I don't know the person. Therefore, I don't want to fight the person. I remember the little coolie dude. I'm like, bro, if you don't sit your little goofy ass down somewhere and make this money and shut the fuck up, you get invited to a goddamn show and you want to come up here and fight. You're proving my point. Yeah, like you're
Jersey?
proving
Okay,
my
yeah.
point. Go sit down some fucking where in a corner.
we do that sometimes.
No,
But I'm
we
not saying
don't.
that.
It's stupid.
No, the people from Jersey do that sometimes. I'm not saying you should, but people going to test their gangster if it comes only if it. I could, like I said, no justification.
Wait. I don't want to get. I don't want to get off of that.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, get on
skip
that,
it. Skip
but
it. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, it wasn't about testing somebody's gangster. It was a simple fact that we all do content together, right?
Right.
Do content together. And then here's the thing, just like Sarah has the right to think that a man that makes $70,000 a year is not for her, I have the right to think anybody on the planet is a cornball without them wanting to fight me. Because if you want to fight me because I think you're a cornball, you're literally thinking that you are a cornball. Because if Trevor, you say, Miss Lego, you gay. If I want to fight you, that means I'm gay. Am I right?
Or you
so
right,
look, you want to fight me
I think
means that there must be some type of truth to it. So go sit down somewhere, you cornball.
So
why do you want to fight?
I stay away. I stay away
you're a
from
cornball.
Me as a content creator, I expect people to say all kinds of crazy shit, right? You're gonna say what you're gonna say, whatever. I'm not worried about it.
You can't just run around trying to fight everybody because somebody said something in your comments. Correct? That's all I'm saying.
You shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. You
That's all I'm
shouldn't.
saying.
But I understand. You shouldn't, but I understand if that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't want to fight nobody. I make too much money to be running around fighting random ass YouTubers. What the fuck am I gonna do that shit? But it's just fucking stupid.
Who trying to fight you?
He pulled up. He wanted to fade. That was cool.
No. Okay.
Someone pulled up. They pulled up.
No, nobody pulled up. Okay, just this because I only want to bring this back up, but I'm gonna say it. Okay, Ayana, you been on tonight's conversation? You've been on tonight's conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you was on tonight's conversation. You was on stage. Okay, Ace has people come to the house, right? So Ace had a house out in Dayton,
Colorado.
Out in Dayton. No, Dayton. Whatever, Dayton and Ohio. And he brought the dude. Right. Yeah, so he brought the cornball dude out there to do content too, right? So I didn't call the man a cornball. Don't worry about it. I didn't even say the original video. I was just like, yo, I did a normal response video to content, just like I did a response video to Shauna's content. And I didn't know you. Did I say anything crazy about you in the first video?
No.
Right. I didn't say nothing crazy about the little coolie dude in that first video, right? But he looked at me as a blue pill dude. You know, these little red pill dudes, they look at everybody else like, oh, he's parenting women, right? So he looked at me like a woman panderer and invited me onto the show on his channel nicely. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And he got on there and started, you're da, 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 da. I'm like, bro, calm your little cornball ass down, right? And that's really what I said, just like, sir, you're acting like a cornball. Calm down, right? So a year later, 12.
Don't forget the one part, he said you wouldn't act like that if you was in person. And then you said, yes, I would. I would do the same damn thing.
Talking about?
If I was in person.
Yes, and I would act like that, and I was in person. I did act like that when I was in person. So here's the thing. So he turns around 12 calendar months later. He shows up. Well, he gets invited on tonight's conversation, right? So I come in and he sees the need to jump up and run to the foyer and come to me and say, hey, now this is what he said. You want to fight or do you want to piece it up? I don't know who the nigga is because I don't watch his content. And every time I have seen his content, he be wearing them little shades. You know the shades, right? The little dark shades, right? Y'all all know he wearing dark shades, right? He didn't have shades on. So don't worry about it. So listen, y'all listen. I don't want to
mention it. Never mind.
So he be wearing the little dark shades on content. He didn't have the shades on, and he has these little droopy eyes. So I didn't know. I never seen him without the shades on. So you got this tall dude walking up to me. I'm thinking he's a fan of the show because he's in the house with everybody else, right?
So he walks up, daps me up. Yo, you want to fight? And I'm like, huh? Yeah, we had a issue online. I don't even know who the fuck the nigga is. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then he said, I'm Cooley. I recognized him from his podcast. The podcast is the Know Something, right?
No Fugazi.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, what? He said from the no. I'm like, oh, okay. Now what's the problem?
Why didn't you have a conversation on the why didn't you have a live conversation with him?
Hold on. So next thing you know, we're in the foyer, right? All my niggas, remember, this is tonight's conversation. The security, all kinds of niggas are like right in the kitchen, right in front of the foyer, right? So it's like 3 niggas looking at me because now we're like this and we're not moving. So 2 people walk up to each other. What's going on? It's like, and we're like this, right? So niggas are starting to look over his shoulder like, you know, like, what are they doing? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in the foyer. They're like, yo, what's up, Mr. Let Go? So before they say what's up, Mr. Let Go, we're just in the foyer, kind of like standing here, having a comment. And it's weird, right? So niggas are starting to look over his shoulder like, is he good? In other words, they ready to like beat his ass because they like, yo, is something going on, right? So he's like, yo, you want to piece it up? I said, oh, so you're the dude. He said, yeah. I said, bro, what are you doing? He said, no, if we good, we good. I said, we good on what? You said something. I said, a year ago? He said, yeah. I'm like, I don't even remember what I said. I said, so no, I don't want to fight. I don't even know what the fuck I said, let alone fight, right? So he said, oh, okay, we good. I said, all right, cool. So I stopped him before he walked away. And I said, bro, you good? He said, yeah. I said, you know niggas in here beat you the fuck up, right? I said, niggas in here, these my people. What are you doing? We got to be around each other for 3 days. So I need to make sure you're good because niggas will beat you the fuck up on behalf of me. I'm the star here. I'm not fighting you or nobody else. Niggas is going to beat you up. So are you good? He said, yeah, I'm good. And that was it. I'm not fighting him. There was no pull up. He was invited in my environment. And I literally had to let him know that they are going to beat him the fuck up. Not me. I'm not fighting you. These niggas going to beat you the fuck up. Because I make too much money to fight you. That's what happened. So nobody pulled up on me. I didn't even know who the fuck the dude was because he didn't have his shades on. And it took me a good minute to figure out who the fuck the nigga was. I thought he was a fan meeting me in the foyer.
Yeah. Well.
So that's what happened. Nobody pulled up. But yes, I did not want to fight the dude because I don't want to fight no fucking body. And if it would have been something, he would have got beat up by them and not me because I am too high status. We talk about status to be fighting some random ass nigga on YouTube. So there's no way I would have fought him. They would have fought him for me. I'm like, hey, get this nigga out of here. They would have kicked him the fuck out of the show and he would not have made the money and he would not have been on tonight's conversation. So no, I don't want to fight nobody. I'm never going to fight some random ass nigga on YouTube. Like, yo, man, you want to fight? Nigga, get your dumb ass out my face. That's what happened. But I was respectful and he was respectful. Right. He didn't come up with no bravado like, yo, I'll beat your ass. Nope. It was like, yo, you want to fight or you want to piece it up? And I'm like, who are you?
Oh, he's kind of
right.
mean.
Right,
I see his stuff. He's mean. He's kind of an asshole. I can see some of his stuff.
Hey, I ain't got no problem with the dude. Because the thing about it is, we did content with each other. It's not a problem.
Oh, y'all did content with each other?
We was around each other for 3 days.
Live stream.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
No, we did a live stream. He invited me on live stream and said some goofy shit, and I called him cornball online, and he was like, "Are you gonna say that to my face?" I'm like, why do you care? Like, do you think you're a cornball or something? You get what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is the problem? But a lot of these little dudes, they just live on YouTube. So they just have this need to sound or act like they tough. I ain't tough. I got money to make. I ain't got time for you. Because the thing about it is, think about this. Oh, you got to go, Ayana?
Yeah, I do have to go. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we all
Thank
gotta
you.
roll
So
Nice
out.
talking to you guys.
I'm all gonna go. So the last thing I want to say is, Trev, y'all ladies can go. I want y'all to think about this. If he would have got beat up in Ace's house, and Ace is a multi-millionaire, the nigga would have sued Ace and not even me. And Ace would have been mad at me for him suing him because it would have came out of me fighting him. Right? So what kind of professionalism is this? Man has his $1 million company, and then he brings another person on there, and me and him fighting in his fucking living room and foyer.
No, that's wicked. No.
What kind of idiot would I look like? You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. It's the cornballism that I am above. And I'm sorry, I'm always going to be above the cornballism. Because I got niggas that make way more money than I do. And I'm not gonna put their brand in jeopardy with a lawsuit. And I'm not gonna put my brand in jeopardy.
The timing made no sense to get it in at that point. I think it would have been a poor decision to get it in at that point. However, my ass
Fighting in a millionaire's house.
Find the closest ring, and we're gonna square the fuck up. Because it is what it is, and I get it. Maybe you don't want to do that, and you don't have to be bothered with that. Everybody, it's a judgment.
No, I don't want to square the
fighting deer would have been
bad. I got money to
fighting
make.
deer would have been bad no matter what. I think bad. It's embarrassing. It's somebody else's place, and you ain't gonna do that. So I understand completely why you wouldn't.
You got all kinds of guests there.
Yeah, no, it's not the way to go.
But this is what I'm saying. The cornballism, just the overall cornballism with these little YouTube dudes, I always am going to have a problem with how they operate because I think it's lame, and I have the right to think that these dudes are lame, and I don't want to fight somebody because I think you lame. I'm saying you're lame, therefore I don't want to fight you. You're not on my level to want to fight you. Like, have you ever wanted to fight somebody that isn't on your level, Trev? You fight somebody that is on your level. It's kind of like a boxer, or you don't fight another boxer that's not on your weight class, right?
No, I got it.
You're not gonna fight him.
Listen, I know what you're saying, but I'm one of them. Something wrong with me, right? I grew up as a little kid. I was in part of a fight club, so I like to fight. Sorry, I like to fight.
Yeah.
So that's just me. So I don't go around bullying people, but it doesn't take a lot of disrespect for me to get. If I know I'm going to get away with it in those particular circumstances, then yes, I'm gonna whoop on you, and it is what it is. And then if I think that you might be somebody who going to tell or sue, then we could go to the boxing ring and I'll beat your ass over there and get away with it. So one way or the other, if I think I can get away with beating you up,
he would have.
That's why you go to the boxing ring.
It would have literally,
if you feel like that,
it would have literally made. Think about this, Trev. If let's just say you, right, somebody who enjoys fighting, right, and say I said you right, and then you get invited to tonight's conversation, right, and then you say whatever, right, and we start fighting in Ace's foyer, right, and then all my people start beating you the fuck up, right, and then kick you out the door like on Fresh Prince, right, and then you kick the fuck out. You lose the money that you was going to get paid from the podcast, and now you don't even know you got to pay for your own flight back because Ace flew you there, right? So now you got to pay for your own flight back. So you lose money, you're embarrassed, one of your teeth done fell out, you got to go to the hospital. Wouldn't you sue?
Wouldn't you sue? I mean, me personally,
you're at a work job. You would have sued. You would have had to sue because the embarrassment would have caused you to sue. The feeling of having to lose money would have caused you have to sue.
If I
and you just got your ass beat in the living room of a millionaire, you would have sued. You would have had to sue.
If I initiated the confrontation, fuck no, man. That's whole shit. I have principles, right? So there's certain things I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put myself at risk for doing it. And I see why you might think somebody would.
But do you see the risk of the possibility of? But do you see the possibility of a person that
what you're saying is absolutely logical.
To actually sit back and like, yeah, you just because the thing about it is he think he's going to get a one-on-one fight, but guess what? I don't do one-on-one fights with strangers. I don't know you, sir. We finna beat you the fuck up. I don't know you.
Me and you would fight one-on-one. Me and Darwin would fight one-on-one because we cool, but I'm not fighting no. This nigga might have a knife in his pocket. I don't know. This nigga been stewing with this feeling for a year. A whole year went by and you still thinking about me? Nigga, you might have a knife in your pocket. No, you finna get kicked in the mouth and everything. I don't know who you are. So it's a different word. Ben, yo, I don't like how you said we finna just go in the backyard and da-da-da-da as friends. No, a total stranger, no, you get jumped. A person that got jumped would easily sue because it makes sense to sue because you didn't even expect to get jumped. So yeah, I'm not putting my homeboys in a situation where they can turn around.
Yeah, no, I think under those circumstances, it being someone else's home, it being a business move, you absolutely did the right thing and responsible thing by declining the fade. I see why that made most sense, and I wouldn't clown you for it. So in that particular instance, it made perfect sense.
Oh, someone said this. Hold on, check this out. The real Hugh. One of the reasons why I stopped being on Lapeef is because of Sweeney. And I don't have a problem with Sweeney. Mr. Let Go told Sweeney he was going to beat his ass when he saw him on site when Sweeney talked about his mama. You see that? He talked about my dead mother and kept talking about my mom dead. And he kept saying some crazy shit, right? And then guess what? Trev, have I ever seen Sweeney in person?
No.
Yes.
I don't think so. You did?
Yes.
Oh,
We
you saw
hung
him in
out.
person.
Yeah,
Oh, shit, I
I
didn't
know
know that.
Sweeney in
After
person.
that?
Yes.
After that?
Yeah. No, before that. I hung out with
Okay,
Sweeney. I did podcasts with Sweeney and all that shit. I don't know if you noticed, but JR was going to have all of us tour together and shit.
Yeah.
On Lapeef. Yeah, I know Sweeney personally. So yes, me and Sweeney would have had a one-on-one fight because I know Sweeney. We were on the show together for like a year. Sweeney is not a stranger. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I know Sweeney more than I know you, Trev.
I got
we
it.
can
Yeah,
have a
y'all been doing
one-on-one
it for
fight
longer.
because we cool. I know you. I don't think you have a knife in your pocket or some shit. But a random nigga on YouTube,
I'll put
you
it
finna
down.
get shot or jump. You get what I'm saying, though?
Man. Yeah, no, I get it.
It's
I
a
get it.
difference, but I don't want to fight Sweeney either. But that was personal because he kept talking about my mama, and my mama passed away, and he didn't care about that. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just remove myself.
No,
Even then,
to be honest with you, I don't think he knew. I don't think Sweeney knew that because he wouldn't have did that. Because I asked him about it, and he said if he would have known that to be true, he would have never did that.
No, what?
He didn't mean to do that.
What?
He didn't know your mama passed, or he said he would have never did that if he knew that.
Yeah. Yeah, but shout out to Sweeney. But the thing about it is, do you see the difference between somebody, two things. One, somebody you know is having discourse with each other, and y'all cool with each other. Y'all been around each other. Y'all broke bread with each other. Y'all ate out together. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. Y'all seen each other girlfriends and shit. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, you're saying something about somebody's mama. That's different versus somebody on YouTube like, oh, I think you're a cornball. Oh, I'm gonna beat you up because now that's like, sir, go sit down somewhere. You know, so certain things warrant for fighting. Certain things
I'm the same way. People who
But-
know better and shit and close to me, they gonna catch hands. But somebody just random, like, dude, you don't even know me. I'm gonna just take it as on the chin. Keep it moving.
I don't
get
even
you.
know you, bro. You
Yeah,
might
man,
have a
I'm-
knife on you, bro. I don't know who you are.
I'm waiting on you to work this thing down, man, because I gotta go get some supper. I don't like leaving people platforms unless they finish. Unless you gonna.
Oh yeah.
continue talking.
I'm
he said,
no, y'all the ones who asked about the Cooley situation. All right, bro.
Oh, no,
I'm gonna eat
yeah,
myself. It's
No, I'm
7:41.
straight. I think we
Yeah.
got where we needed to get. We've made some ground
Traction.
here. Yeah.
Yes.
This most
And
definitely
if
is
y'all
gonna
want
be
to
a
do a
continued
show
conversation
together,
between
I'm
y'all
open
people.
to doing it. I think this is dope.
What kind?
Yeah.
Oh, like this? Yeah, I'm always for it. It's just about the time.
Oh,
I so happen to be off today.
Just go loud
So
together.
I'm for it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
With
what's
the
up.
shits.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day.
All right, bro.
Y'all do the same.
Yep.
Later.
All right.